cursing the machine. Angry kid, bad at every level, calling out the kings and the fish and lady devils. Paradise is burning down, words of paradise, burning down the town. He talks, he fights, he stays up through the night. Paradise is burning down, words of paradise, he wears a digital crown.
Welcome back to the Dinner Rush. How are all you vital idols doing? That's right, because normally it would be the lunch hour, but as you notice, I didn't stream the lunch hour today. Why is that, mightn't you ask? Well, if you're in the Discord, you would know my internet went out at noon for a 5-hour maintenance. It did not get up until almost 6 hours later, actually, meaning no stream earlier. I had to rush to put this one together. Couldn't even really do any work to get the stream going in advance because you need the internet for that. It has been an absolute shit. No Steam games, bro. Didn't get to be play. I mean, I guess there's probably some offline games that could have launched, but I was so disheartened I didn't even do it. I just went grocery shopping. That's what we did. Went grocery shopping. Yo, shout out Piplup. Thank you for the jewels, homie. Absolutely appreciate it. Thank you for the jewels. Yeah, man. It's been a rough one. I've been bitching like a motherfucker about not having internet. Like when your job depends on the internet, I've been scrolling X, making sure looking for topics, and frankly also just talking a whole lot of shit. Because what else do you do when you got no internet in 2026? That being said, it's gonna be a great show. Shout out, thank you all so much. We're gonna have a good time. I got a slew of topics to talk about. First of all, let's see who y'all's in here. I see Sevi Love. How you doing, honey? Jack SG2s is here. Rabnad Scuba says he bought Palworld. My man. Nice. You'll love to see it. Dylan B is here. Clipboard20. Hypno says, you know what you're doing with segment. I do. By the way, Hypno, I'm gonna want. I hope you're still here. I hope you're still here for this first segment, brother, because just you're gonna love this. Before we cover any stories, before we do any news, you're gonna love this first thing we're doing. So I hope you're still here. C Brew is up in this bitch. Shout out to you. Sleeping Nova is here. Matt Stamford, you can have a base full of set mets before long. I actually haven't ran into set met in the game yet, by the way. I didn't even ran into set met. I just, like Hypno said, knew exactly what I was doing with that thumbnail. Shout out to you, homie. Philip Morgan's up in this bitch. How you doing, Philip Morgan? I appreciate you. Sleeping Nova is here. It was by the way, I think it was Pitbull I called out. Thank you so much for the 2 gyms, Pitbull. Truly appreciate it, homie. Shield Wall of Dragons, shout out to you. Serrano says skill issue. It's literally the exact opposite of a skill issue. Like there's skill issue, and then there is things that are completely out of my control because they're up to the goddamn internet company. Like, so no, it was not a skill issue, Serranos. But it's nice to see you here, brother. I appreciate you. Who else we got? Reese holding it down over on Kick. Shout out to all the Kick homies. We love streaming on Kick. Garrett is here. Shout out. Hypno says I'm here. Good, because you're gonna want to see this. And last but not least, the Fluffy Murder Machine. Boys, before we get into it, I've been waiting to show this off, baby. I've been waiting to show this off. It came in the mail today. It's the only thing I bought at Siege. This is the only thing I bought at the Southeast Game Exchange. And it was way too big to fly with. This is the Dragon Ball Z Kakarot Deluxe Edition for the Xbox One. I don't even have an Xbox One, but it was $100. The cheapest I have seen this complete in box on eBay. Cheapest I've seen it was $275. I saw one for $200, but it didn't look like it had the statue. That's what's the point. I have not opened this yet. We're gonna be doing this unboxing live on stream. Shout out to Eric Jenkins for shipping this to me because I was not gonna be able to fly with this. It was way too big. I was not gonna be able to fly with this motherfucker. It is supposedly supposed to come with an art book, a steel book case, the actual game, which I already have on Steam because one of you lovely motherfuckers gifted it to me, and this badass, beautiful statue right here. This is the reason I bought it, baby. We're gonna need to find a room in the background. Let's unbox a bitch. $100, dude. $100 well spent. At least I hope so. Let's see. And again, shout out to Eric Jenkins. Alrighty, open it up. Out the gate, steelbook is on top. Nice steelbook. Got 7 Dragon Balls on the back. Oh, look at that. All right, what else we got in here? Let's remove this. Want to keep it all nice. Let's just set it over there for now. Oh, there's a box within the box. This must be the statue. So, we'll hold on. Save that for last. Here's what we're going to do it this way. Stand up. I see the art book. Yeah, it's the art book. Let's take a look in here. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. It's got some weight to it. See, got Toribot right there on the first page. Toribot being Toriyama's little OC. Let's just open to a random page. See, bam! We open to a random page. We got the Great Saiyaman, baby. We got the Great Saiyaman. What else is in here? Vegeta. Great Ape. We got Planet Namek Saga. We got some Vegeta. Oh, this is great. Let's see. Now the crown jewel, baby. Oh, this is heavy. That's right. All right. Set this aside. Let's take a look. Oh, it's big, baby. That's right. That's what she said. It's big. I have Sparking Zero on Steam. I've not actually played a whole lot of it because I was kind of underwhelmed with it. I'll be honest. Something just fell out. What was it? It was the trail to the Nimbus. I can already tell. It was the trail to the Nimbus. All right, how are we going to do this? Let's move this box over here. Let's move this box. Let's move my tea out of the way. Put this box right here. Oh, yeah, baby. So we got our land. We got our land. We got a Dino Bro. I think you go right here, right? Yes, you do. I see the claw marks. Oh, good, good. Nice, snug fit. Goku and Gohan. Let's attach the trail to the Nimbus. Let's make sure. There it is. Now, where's the Nimbus go? Right here. It looks like. Why is it not? Bingo, bango, bongo. Look at this thing of beauty. Look at that. This is the reason I bought this collector's edition. That's going to go real nice somewhere back here. I don't know where, but somewhere back here. See, the... All right, game is not in the steelbook, so it wants to be in the regular case. That makes sense. That's what I expected. All right, let's pat this back up. Ooh. And there it is, boys. The Dragon Ball Z Kakarot Deluxe Edition collector's box with this beautiful statue. Again, you know your boy. I didn't even plan to wear this shirt, by the way. I wasn't even thinking about the fact that I would just pop on. I've got enough Dragon Ball Z shirts to last me all month. Yeah, Hypno says W. I figured you'd appreciate that one, son. I figured you'd appreciate that one. All right. I don't have room on the shelves right now. I'll have to figure it out. So for now, we'll just put it over on my secondary Dragon Ball shelf, where I keep my unopened Goku Reese's Puffs. I got a secondary Dragon Ball shelf off screen. No one can see, where I keep my Goku Reese's Puffs amongst a bunch of other Dragon Ball collectibles. But this I want displayed in frame at some point, so I can do some rearranging tonight. And there it is, crew. That was the one and only thing that I bought for myself at Siege. I didn't get a couple people some souvenirs. Hell, you could open those, they'd still outlive you. That is very true, but I want them to remain sealed. Alrighty. What is the comments saying? I gotta see some comments. Hail Idols. All right, so where did we leave off? Palworld's truly an addictive experience. It truly is. Yeah, Palworld's addictive as fuck. If you lived in a more skilled environment, you wouldn't have dogs to internet companies skill issued. The Chud King, shout out to you. There we go. Yeah. Hypno was digging it. Jagas G2s. And nice. Awesome. It was, like I said, $100. I figured that was a steal. Couldn't see. And honestly, funny story. When I went to buy it, so I saw it on Saturday. And I was like, look, I'm working. I can't do anything right now. I'm walking. I got a quick chance to walk the floor. I'll get it later. Sunday morning comes in. I was like, before I start working, I'm going to hit the show floor. I'm going to go buy it. And there's some dude sitting there looking at it. And he's like, oh, $100? All right, you know what? I'll be right back. And the guy walks away. I walk up there. I was like, right now, hundo, let's go. And the guy sells it to me. And I turned to see the guy who's going to buy it walking away. And I was like, oh, shit. I spent all Friday morning smoking with that guy. He was super cool. I straight up Jude. Some cool dude who I'd spent the morning smoking with prior to the event on Friday. I kind of felt like a dick, but whatever. I know I'm a bigger Dragon Ball fan than him. Yeah, no, not bad buy. There we go. Yeah, throw down them 4-star balls. You love to see it. Shout out. So this is nice. What up, Eagle Lord? How's everyone doing? Hey, Lithium Lux Eterna holding it down over on Kick. Thank you. Beautiful. Who the fuck is Saiyaman? It's Gohan when he's being a superhero. We watched a little Dragon Ball, but I never heard anyone say Saiyaman before now. Yeah, it's Gohan's superhero name. Just remember that your erection lasts longer than 4 hours. Consult the Dr. Leon. Yes, Desmond Bro got it. Pira rented. Yeah, not bad, but it's no Budokai Tenkaichi 3. So I'm not a fan of the Tenkaichi games in general. Like, I like them well enough, and that's why I didn't play a whole lot of Sparking Zero. I like the original Budokai games. The ones that were more like a 3D fighter, like Soul Calibur. So the Sparking Zero combat and the Tenkaichi combat just to me is not, it's not as technical, so it is not as difficult, it's not as fun because I like the difficulty of like more technical fighters. That's why Dragon Ball FighterZ is my favorite. Well, Dragon Ball Budokai 3 will always be my favorite Dragon Ball game. But in terms of what one's the best, it's Dragon Ball FighterZ. But I mean, I like Tenkaichi, the Tenkaichi games fine enough. But I'm an OG Budokai fan more than anything. Land, very important to the MTG fans out there. Me and Mama Akko are potentially going to be doing a Magic the Gathering stream, actually. Really nice. Yeah, thank you. So beautiful to see physical media. You're telling me, man. Open those. There we go. I'm your biggest fan. I have more subscribers than you. Sounds awesome, Caden. Appreciate you. Hey, what is up, Dat Darno Taku? That's right. Whip out that 4-star brawl. That a win? I thought it was a win as well. Yeah, I Jewed him. I straight Jewed that little Asian bro. Hated Tenkaichi. Budokai 3 is my favorite. My man. Budokai 3 is my favorite as well. All right. Let's see. Now that we got all that out the way, so 3.5 hours still a non-deadly erection. Yes, 3.5 hours still a non-deadly erection. Now we got all that out the way. We've been live for about 15 minutes. Let's do it. We got a lot to talk about today. I saw this on X yesterday after wrapping yesterday's stream, and I knew we had to react to it. Pro Smash player canceled for liking women. And you know what? This doesn't surprise me at all. This doesn't, of course, the Smash community, which is full of groomers and pedophiles, would cancel the one Smash player that is actually into chicks. Let's check out what's going on here.
The Japanese Smash player Ryuo is getting backlash for liking Latinas a little too much. I figured it's been a little too long since we had some bullshit to talk about. So Ryuo, who according to his bio is ranked number 27 in the world on the Lumi rankings for Smash Brothers Ultimate,
cool.
Not Melee, recently just went to
Here's
Smash
what,
Factor, which is in Mexico. And let me tell you, this man loves Mexico. Please let me stay.
I mean, that's kind of wild. If you're an Asian dude, specifically a Japanese dude, and you like Mexico, of all fucking places, okay, interesting.
Here forever. This country is truly wonderful with the tacos, Smash Bros, and some pretty sensual girls with huge asses.
Again, I gotta give props to bro. Seeing a straight, non-pedo, non-tranny, non-groomer Smash player is based as fuck. He's like, yeah, I get it. I'm not an ass man either. I mean, there's nothing wrong with ass. I'm a thigh guy at the end of the day. Thigh supremacy, right? I'm just very happy that we have what seems to be a normal Smash Bros. Player out here.
I have more than enough reasons to stay here.
And shout out to Hold My Dual Shot for the raid. Thank you so much. We're talking about a Smash Bros. Player right now that committed the crime of liking women instead of children or boys. Shout out. Thank you so much for the raid, Doolies.
And live forever. And he spams the monkey, which is like, I think that's his thing because he plays Diddy Kong. Some people were making fan art with like Diddy Kong, and then some tacos. And despite being Japanese and speaking Japanese, I don't know how good his English is, but he wrote this out in Spanish. I don't know if he learned Spanish or if he just translated it to get his point across, but he loves the Latinas. One other post he made was this one right here. He says, "Is there anyone who really thinks I've come to Mexico for the girls? No, I've come to win at Smash Bros. And as proof of that..."
And he's got his priorities straight. Smash Bros. First, women second. And you know what? I think that's a fair order. You want to dominate in Smash, bring home the gold, and then go dominate in the bedroom. I like this guy.
Yesterday, I advanced through the rounds without losing a single match. I'm not going to say anything about the photo. No, I really don't care about the girls. And it's him taking photos with a bunch of cosplayers. There's Peach right there, Pomni, and then this Ryuko. Let me go through all the tabs first before I give you...
I mean, dude, homie's living the dream, right? Homie is, yeah, exactly, Chud King. Smash, then smash, right? You want to beat that ass, then beat that ass. Exactly. I'm gonna be real. He picked some good ones, right? These are some nice, pretty women. He's getting pictures with them. Pomni, that's pretty underrated. I appreciate that. Like, yes, dude is out here living it. He gets to play Smash Bros for a living, be straight, and then hang out with all these beautiful cosplay chicks. What a guy. Why are they canceling him? What did he do?
My opinion, because I want you to get a vibe of how the community is responding to all this. This post doesn't have to do with Latinas, but I saw it on my timeline and I thought it was kind of funny. He said, "My best friend, I love Gavin." And it's a picture with him and Tweak. I don't know why he said that. He accused Tweak of being the one to bring it up. Let me translate this post. By the way, just so you know, before I even said anything about this guy was the one chanting over and over. So it wasn't.
So they were playing the penis game. We've all played the penis game in high school, whatnot. You know, you say, or middle school, whatever. You say penis at one level, then your friend has to outdo you, and you have to get louder and louder until someone bitches out and doesn't shout it. Like, because eventually, if you want to win the game, you got to shout, you go, penis! Like, yeah, we all played the penis game in high school.
Me who started it. Got it? What the fuck is going on at Smash Factor? Why are they chanting about meat, man meat? Anyways, I just thought that was funny. We have someone from his community, Mira, says Rio won't be able to go back to Japan because of beautiful women with big and wide hips. Hashtag Rio win. Hashtag
stop censoring shit. You can say penis and you can say tits, right? YouTube is not that censorious. You can say penis. You can say titties. Come on now.
Rio win. Hashtag S Factor. And then this one, I can't read the kanji. My bad. it's Diddy wearing a sombrero,
nice,
and then a big booba Kong. That was retweeted by Rio, by the way. So he's having a lot of fun with this. But here's the first big post that I saw of someone complaining about it.
That's what I'm assuming. Like I have no knowledge what this is going into it. All I saw was that there was a video titled "Pro Smash Player Canceled for Liking Women," and I actually do believe this will end up being the case. They are going to be canceling him for being straight. I don't know. We need to obviously watch, react to the videos, see what's going on. But I am more than confident that's what this is going to end up being. Canceled for being straight.
For context, this person is a minor. Am I the only one who finds Rio's tweets really weird? Like, I feel like the Smash community should have no place for people who talk about women like that. The fact that it makes...
And there it is. Talk about women for what? For saying bitches be attractive? So Smash Bros. You can't is not a place to talk about attractive women. Remember, it is a place to apparently groom children because that happens a lot in the Smash community. It's honestly kind of fucking disturbing. There's a reason, even though I play competitive Smash, I am not part of the Smash community, right? I go to the event, I play my fucking games, and I bounce the fuck out because I don't want to be hanging around any of these fucking freaks. It's happened way too many times. Like, there is just story upon story of the Smash community being real freaky deaky around children, right? So yeah, here it is. You can't call bitches attractive, but you can groom fucking underage boys and girls.
Me uncomfortable as a man. By the way, you're a minor. You say you're a minor later on, so you're not a man quite yet. You're a teen. All right. If you want to pull
again, so apparently this dude's a minor, right? Apparently this is a kid. Homie, that is not what you should feel uncomfortable about in the Smash community.
The I'm a man card, you can't also pull the but I'm just a kid. It doesn't work like that. Makes me uncomfortable as a man. Makes me feel so bad for the women in the scene, knowing they have to share a place with
Let's be real. Most of the women in the Smash scene also got a dick. No, very few real women, biological women, women 1.0 edition, actually give a fuck about Smash Bros, let alone are talented at Smash Bros. Almost all women in the Smash community fucking got a cock.
Someone who talks like that. I also genuinely do not care if it's a bit. If it is, it's a horrible bit. Joking about a horrible way of thinking that some people genuinely have as a serious issue, and it's also not obvious enough that it is a bit. So that can make
King, the higher your percentage, the further you can get hit, and once you get hit off the edge of the screen, you die. So you want to keep your percentage low.
Well, very uncomfortable. I'm genuinely surprised he's not banned at a bunch of brackets. I think this community should be a safe place for everyone, and someone talking about women like that with no repercussions really makes me think we don't have women's safety in mind. Also, this has to be some sort of top player privilege. I feel like if an O2 talked like that, he's talking about an O2 or someone who sucks ass at the game, they would be labeled a creep and maybe even get banned from their local scene. I don't know. I just genuinely have not seen people talk about this, and it's...
Guys, let's be real. Why these bitches dress up in cosplay? Why is to look fucking hot? That's what they do. Like, even the ugly bitches think they look hot. You ever seen a 400-pound fucking land whale cosplay as Sailor Moon? She thinks she's hot. She's not, mind you, but she fucking thinks she is. These bitches dress up to be objectified, just like dudes do. Yeah, we've all seen the dude. We've gone to a fucking anime convention, and we've seen that dude jacked as fuck walking around as battle-damaged shirtless Goku. Maybe he loves Dragon Ball. I'm sure everybody loves Dragon Ball, especially these fucking Latinos. Latinos fucking love Dragon Ball. But you also know the motherfucker's showing off. You know the motherfucker's showing. Yo, Sailor Moo is wild. Sailor Moo is insane. Anyway, the point is, why these bitches dress up as sexy cosplay girls? Because they want to be sexy and they like it when they get the attention for being sexy. So when a homeboy is out here cleaning up at Smash and then hitting on the sexy ladies, that is everybody wins.
Seems like a huge problem to me. And then this last post that he makes confuses me after everything we just read, right? He says, also, I am not pushing for a ban on this guy. The way I worded it might have been unintentionally confusing. And
dude, bullshit. You were getting pushback, and so now you had to you had to fucking, push the goalpost, move the goalpost, claim it. No, your male feminist ass, because you're like a minor and don't understand how the world works, absolutely thinks that this is, this is bad. This isn't the way the world should work, because you've been probably raised by a single mom. If I had to wager guess, you've been raised by a single mom. Surprised she hasn't trained you since you're a minor in the Smash community, and now you're living with some fucked up idea of what masculinity is.
And has led a few to think this, and I apologize for that. However, these are my genuine opinions on this. I don't really care about Twitter clout. I just stumbled into a small bit of it. All right, let's break this down. So he's saying he's not pushing for a ban, but let's analyze the post that he just made, right? Because I feel like critical reading and actually conveying the message we want to is getting lost in today's society on the internet. He starts off by saying, I feel like the Smash community should have no place for people who talk about women like that. What could that mean? What could that possibly?
If there is no place for it, then that means you don't want them around at all. How do you keep somebody from, playing at these sanctioned events? You bring down the ban hammer. So yes, out the gate, he is asking for a ban.
Mean besides kick people out who are saying things like what Rio is saying. There's that in the first fucking tweet, okay? Let's keep reading. He goes on to say in the third tweet of this thread, I'm genuinely surprised he's not banned at a bunch of brackets. I think this community should be a safe place for everyone, and someone talking about women like that with no repercussions really makes me think we don't have women's safety in mind. So
talking, because remember, guys, words are violence. You can't talk about women being attractive because words are violence. Ignore the fact that in every single one of those photos, they were smiling and happy because cosplayers love taking pictures of people.
So he's surprised that he's not banned, and then insinuates that because he's not banned, people don't have women's safety first. Again, how is this not advocating for him to be banned? I have no idea. Then he even makes a comparison about how he's in a privileged position to not get banned because he's a top player, and if someone didn't play as good as him, they'd be banned from their local scene. And then
bullshit, because there's a lot of tranny players out there that be grooming kids that don't get banned.
Calls it a...
Y'all wonder, I love shitting on Nintendo, and we're going to shit on Nintendo later. We've got this in the title, Nintendo fans losing it. We're going to talk about Palworld later. Nintendo. So I love shitting on Nintendo. Here's the one time I'll give Nintendo a W. It's obvious why Nintendo doesn't actually hold any sanctioned Smash events, why they don't consider it a tournament game, why they don't want an official Nintendo licensed Smash scene. It's because Smash players are fucking degenerates, and Nintendo does not want to be associated with that. For real.
Huge problem. How is anything in this thread actually not advocating for a ban? I feel like people just say a bunch of shit and they mean one thing, but then they realize that they're clearly overreacting. They realize that they're not getting a bunch of likes and everyone cheering them on. Like, yeah, dude.
Yeah, the virtue signal failed. That's what it is. The virtue signal failed, and now you got to backpedal.
Dude, you're right. I stand behind you. And then it's like Schrodinger's opinion. That's not actually what I said. I'm not actually advocating for that, even though he clearly is in multiple tweets if you actually fucking read what he said. So then he has an easy escape of saying, oh, that's not what I said. I said that I wasn't advocating for a ban. I just said it's crazy that people like him aren't banned. And this is a huge problem. And the Smash community has no place for people like him, but also he's allowed to be here. Open a fucking book, dude, please. He got ratioed by Ave just saying soft as fuck. 300 likes to his 281. 333 to be specific. And he keeps responding with this robot with a plug. Don't know what that's supposed to be, but anytime.
Yeah, why, what? First of all, that's Chibi Robo. Chibi Robo, fucking cool game, by the way, but The fuck does Chibi Robo guy do with any of this? Very confused.
Time people short circuit on the internet, they'll just post the same fucking reply over and over again. No girl gonna see this and want to f you.
Yeah,
little man.
I remember that.
I sure
Toronto.
hope not. I'm a minor. So this is where he clarifies that he is in fact a minor after calling himself a man. You can't play both cards in the same thread, buddy. Thank you for speaking on this because I'm completely disgusted by some of the shit I saw. Don't worry, you're more than safe. In hindsight,
okay. I think you're probably right, Matt. He is using Chibi Robo to call anybody who goes against what he's saying a bot. I think you're probably correct.
I think I'll be way more careful with my wording in the future when discussing serious topics like this, because it could have been
serious topics. Dude took a picture with some hottie with a body cosplayers. Said that they were attractive. That's a serious topic, boys. That's a serious topic. Hold on a sec. We're about to broach a serious topic. I'm going to type in attractive cosplayer girl. Guys, we cannot call these girls attractive, okay? We cannot call these girls attractive. All right? You cannot call Jessica Negri attractive. Jessica Negri is fugly now, boys. You got to respect Jessica Negri. You got to make sure that you call her fugly. That's true respect right there. Jessica Negri, a fugly bitch. I got you, Silsey. I'm respecting women the way you want me to respect women. I was so nervous to scroll, I won't lie.
way better. I still stand on my opinion, though, but I'm not pushing for a global ban or anything like that. Again, doing the cop-out of saying it's a wording issue when clearly he was advocating for a ban and it didn't go his way. He realized how unpopular that was. You're literally right, though. Don't let these weirdos get to you in the replies. You said nothing wrong. I think I could have been more precise with the specifics I was trying to convey, even if my main point was clear and obvious. I also had multiple people think I was advocating for a ban when there are other steps we could take first, since this is not
technical. Yeah. I'm reacting to technicals. Yeah.
Serious enough for a ban now. He brought up bans like 3 times in his thread. Why is he acting like people brought up bans as the only solution out of their ass? He brought that up. This is why I have stopped participating in almost any community discourse over the last 2 years. Everyone is so disconnected from the real world that they obsess over non-issues to virtue signal instead of tackling real issues.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Broken nailed it. It's not that. And look at that. Almost 80,000 views. I can't believe, guys, if there's one, all the people coming out the woodwork to dunk on this Silsey bitch is giving me actual hope with the Smash Bros. Community. That might actually be a problem. Like, you never want hope with the Smash Bros. Community because the Smash Bros. Community is fucked up. Yeah, Smash community and French. That is a hell of a pedo mix-up. Fucking facts, Dozer. Like, the idea that we've got Smash players out here speaking common fucking sense, defending homie, as in the homie was accused of harassing women when he was just saying they were hot. I can't believe it. There might actually be more straight Smash players than I realized.
He said he liked big booty Latinas and tacos. Relax. 1.3 thousand likes. Thank you. There's still common sense on the internet. Oh, the women here are so pretty and I love tacos. Oh my God. Did he really just said he likes big booty Latinas?
Tacos could mean something different. I just realized he's talking about pretty women, pretty Latina women, and tacos. Tacos could mean something different. Homie, I feel ya. I like tacos too.
Are you fucking serious? Dude, we're not safe. People really have no fucking problems
this is
anymore.
True, Toronto.
We're complaining about a Japanese.
I don't think I ever competed in a Smash tournament until I was an adult. Which is wild because I competed in other tournaments. Like, as a minor, I was competing in X-Men Children of the Atom, Street Fighter 4. I think that might have been it. I think those were the 2 that I did a lot of. And Marvel vs. Capcom. So X-Men Children of the Atom, Marvel vs. Capcom, and Street Fighter 4. Those were my go-to tournament games. And then when Dragon Ball FighterZ didn't come out until I was well into being an adult. So I obviously played that as an adult. But I've been playing Smash my entire life. Never actually went to a Smash tournament, like an official Smash tournament, until I was an adult. That's actually, anecdotally accurate.
Japanese dude realizing the beauty of Latin America and we have a problem with that. Oh my goodness. Whoever tweeted this is probably young and lacks the life experience to realize that Twitter clout is unimportant. If somebody saying they like big booty Latinas and tacos makes you viscerally uncomfortable to the point that you need to tweet this, you aren't ready for real life. Thank you, Broken. Thank you. Thank you for saying this. This is just the young generation in general. Many of the things they feel are problems that are insidiously ruining the world are making random stuff up out of nothing, but they find other people who similarly naively overreact to everything, which feeds into their confirmation bias and makes them think they're onto something. You can tell someone hasn't seen much of life when, for example, they think someone popping off excitedly at a tournament is something to be concerned about.
And again, it happens all the time at tournament scenes. Again, like, if you go to, let's say DreamHack, right? DreamHack is a massive tournament scene. DreamHack's all, now to be fair, I'd never really played in the gaming tournaments at DreamHack. I would, do Match of the Gathering at DreamHack. But even so, people, like, it is a giant event. DreamHack is massive, right? And when you go to DreamHack, you've got just all manner of folk run around like it is nerd mecca. Because, like, for a competitive scene, it kind of is. DreamHack is insane, dog. People just be going around doing that. I'm not saying fucked up shit never happens, but that can happen anywhere. Way more fucked up shit probably happens at 2 a.m. when the bars close down than at a fucking Smash Bros. Tournament.
I can tell that Jinli here genuinely understands how this kind of problem works. I mean, it's a multifaceted problem, but it boils down to groupthink and being bored as fuck. In response to him, Internet Dog says, so there's a 16-year-old who hasn't seen someone die yet, isn't numb to gore, and thinks Gooner posting is cringe. And you think that's a problem? I don't know. Maybe the ultra-edgy 4chan era that Epstein himself was pushing for isn't what we should push on the next generation.
It absolutely is. Because when it's fictional. Yeah, obviously you don't want your 16-year-old to watch someone die in real life. No fucking shit. But I guarantee you they are numb to fictional gore, fictionally seeing people die, because kids nowadays are seeing that in all the media. As far as Gooner posting being cringe, it depends on what you're doing. Obviously, there's a level of Gooner posting that's cringe. What Homie was doing was not cringe in the slightest. He was talking about hot girls in cosplay at a convention where there was hot girls in cosplay. And yes, Epstein was pushing for troons, which is what has infected the Smash community. Correct, Lithium.
Links this fucking random ass graphic. And Jinli responds with the classic of someone misconstruing a sentence to mean something entirely different. People have been so whipped by the internet that seeing a normal straight guy that just has regular heterosexual opinions is like, oh my god, oh, he likes big booty Latinas. Oh, someone please stop him. Is everyone in the venue safe? Is everyone safe?
Who doesn't like big booty Latinas? Y'all remember when Sonic the Hedgehog 3 came out and there was just memes upon memes of Shadow being into big booty Latinas? I bet we need to get Alex Stein into the Smash community. We need to get Alex Stein into the Smash community because we know he loves big booty Latinas. Just saying.
It's genuinely,
even if they kill babies.
Fucking just obnoxious. Who has time to give a shit about any of this? The way Smash predators get away with being disgusting just because they're Japanese. Yes, that is in fact someone calling Rio a predator.
They hate Asians, bro. Like I hate throwing around the racism card. I do. I hate throwing around the racism card. But when you look at the game industry, people at these events, like, you see how game journalism treats Japanese games. You see how this dude's calling the guy out because he's Asian. How anime needs to be censored and changed for Western sensibility, which we have a topic about later on today. Like, these people just really fucking hate Asians.
Because he said he likes big booty Latinas and tacos. What other stupid shit do we have? Back to Rio's page now so you can enjoy real humor, a sex tourist being creepy. So now he's a sex tourist.
I'm going to push back on that. Well, I don't want to talk about Sonic ships because I find Sonic ship people incredibly cringe. Knuckles is the one interested in Rouge. Let's be real.
Dude, he's just having a little, it's fucking, clearly he's being lighthearted. Clearly he's joking around with it and hamming it up, but it's just a guy saying that he likes the pretty women there. And there's no one woman specifically being targeted in his post.
I want to make sure that everybody, feel free to clip this shit. It is pure leftism. White people and Asians don't want to destroy themselves, so they're the enemy. That is what it boils down to. White people and Asians don't want to destroy themselves, Therefore, they are the enemy.
Literally just saying the country has beautiful, big booty women. Like, am I going fucking insane here? What kind of fucking nothing burger is this? I bet you if Rio was talking about how much he wanted to dudes, this wouldn't even be a problem. Because most...
Not only would it not be a problem, it would be celebrated. If homie were gay, he would be being lauded as if for some reason in the big 2026 being gay is anything to fucking celebrate. You know this 16-year-old will be out here to get the virtue signal points. I'm so proud of him for coming out in such a toxic community. Oh, you mean the same toxic community where the gays and the trannies are the ones grooming the fucking children? Yeah, you're right. It's a real fucking toxic community, actually.
Most of you are LGBTQ, so you'd be like, oh yes, finally some representation in the Diddy community. The Diddy players are finally giving us the rep that we deserve. If you're not angry because of his shit tweets, that's really a problem. Hear that, guys? If you're not as pissed off as H equal problem, that's a problem. The Smash scene has no future if nothing is done about such degrading remarks towards 50% of the world's population.
No, the Smash scene has no future because half of it's made up of trannies, and we all know what happens to 42% of them motherfuckers.
It disgusts
You're gonna lose your player base because they're gonna jump off the side of the map themselves.
me. What the fuck is that tweet? And what the fuck are those conversations about women in the comments of that tweet? I'm feeling disgusted by this community. Parentheses, I'm a woman. Fuck, dude. This exchange was pretty funny. Let me translate both of these. So Mira, who posted that Diddy art from earlier, says, Japan has my big butt. Please come back after the tournament is over. Cry.
Based. You'll love to see it. Dude, Latino women are different, right? Latino women be built different. And I would fucking know, right? Sevi's... She seems all like nice and chill and bubbly and happy on streams. Sevi behind the scenes, bro, she will stab you. Sevi the type of motherfucker that will stab you. Latinas are just different, dog.
Face. And Rio says, a man's ass, I really don't need it. And it gets 2,000 likes. This shit is funny. This shit is just peak. This is just a gem.
I didn't realize that was a dude posting that. No, I should have known it was a dude because of the Sonic profile picture. Fuck.
The replies to all of this, a lot of it is people gem posting. Translate post, gem. I came looking for translate post and I found gem. See translation. It's a gem. Like, you get the idea. He's not even doing anything negative. He hasn't harassed any of the women at the venue. He hasn't made a post specifically about any one woman. He hasn't had like sexually harassed them in DMs or anything. He's literally just making a post saying, I love Mexico because the women are pretty and they have big asses. And we're losing our fucking minds over it.
And the food's good. Don't forget, and the food is good. He loves Mexico because pretty women with big asses and good food.
Like, you guys look like such cornballs, I swear. Like, the fact that you are giving me free money to talk about this because you are emotionally just disconnected from reality is... I can't even fathom it. You should be embarrassed of yourselves. Actually, genuinely embarrassed. However, there is still hope. TK Breezy coming through saying, Rio, so real for this. And a lot of people...
Of course, the black dude coming out in support of a guy saying he loves big booty women. You'll love it when the blacks come out and say something right. It doesn't happen often, but I respect the black that says the right shit.
Have a positive reaction. So it's not all negative. Obviously, I'm highlighting the insane people to show you that, yes, there is this happening. There is this kind of backlash present. But don't get it twisted. A majority of the response is positive and is completely normal. Anyways, that's your Smash update for the week. I don't know if there's anything else that's going to happen, but it seems to be the most eventful thing happening.
Bro, it's Smash Bros. Give it 3 days. You'll be talking about another pedophile like ring being discovered or something.
In Smash Now. What is the moral of the story today? Don't get caught in the social media loop of overreacting to everything, because Twitter and social media in general is manufactured to create engagement through outrage. These are not real problems. This isn't good. You're not going to improve society by complaining about this. You just look really, really dumb.
They finally did it. They finally picked the one thing.
What
Pissed
is
me
wrong
off,
with
man.
these Smash players, man?
There's nothing wrong with them. I think
nothing wrong
I
with it.
think a lot of Smash
Look at
players
this
just
guy.
really like men.
Really?
I think that's what the problem
Is that what it was?
I've been
Okay.
saying that.
Big booty Latino.
Right.
Then
That
Then
that
they're
makes
like,
a
yeah,
lot of
That's
now
what
sense.
they
we're
need.
talking.
That's what they
Now
need.
we're
We gotta
talking.
import all of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
We gotta
I think that's what the issue is.
So he's going after the Smash sisters?
Ooh, yeah. For some reason, I
Ew,
don't think
dude,
Rio's
no,
really
Spudge,
talking
what
about
the heck?
them. Yeah, I
Really?
think he's talking
It's
about
Smash sisters.
other.
That's a totally
women,
different
but-
thing.
Where?
Yeah,
where do
for
you find
sure. I
other
mean, we
women
can
in
see if
Smash
they
Bros?
weigh in on this. That'd be really
That was a
interesting.
good-
What
that
is
was a
Like
cute
a
joke,
statement,
dude.
like
what do
an
they
official
think?
statement.
I see
Right.
what you did there.
We need some delegates. We need some delegates to
There you go.
to give
Yeah.
their stance on Latinas.
I love Latinas, man. One
Guys,
for
what do you think
Latinas and
about
two for
Latinas?
Latinos.
Tell us in the comments.
I like them Chinese.
We know.
We know,
we know.
Spudge.
we know.
Just wanted to make,
We
make
know.
sure.
You're not. The world doesn't fucking revolve around you, dude. All right, so here's the dealio. First things first. Here's the link. Make sure you give it a like. This video was great. There has been a follow-up to this. Now, it wasn't on the docket because I don't like reacting to the same creator twice in a row. But I'll let you guys know. I'll make a poll real quick because he made a follow-up today. That video was from yesterday. He made a follow-up today. My response to the French Smash community. So if you want to keep going and react to this one as well, let me make the poll real quick. But to answer your question, Tiger King Rex Carter, as to why is the Smash, why are so many weirdos in Smash? Because you fish where the fish are. Same reason there's so many like pedos in like the Catholic Church and shit like that, or in schools. Well, if you want to get children, you go where the children are, and children love Smash. Children love Smash. Not Smash JT. Children do not love Smash JT. That's a different kind of Smash. All right. Poll was made over on YouTube. I don't have somebody behind the scenes to make one on Kick. But Kick, you guys just let me know yes or no. Reese says yes. Lithium says why not? Yeah, do it. So yeah, we depending on how the poll goes on YouTube as well. Oh shit. So far it is overwhelmingly yes. Okay. Smash's children love him. That's true. Camp counselors, Boy Scouts, right. That's why the Smash is so weird. Because if you're a fucking freaky deek trying to get, action with some children, like I feel like every entry into a Smash tournament should have a wood chipper section. Every Smash tournament needs a wood chipper section because shit like this happens so much. All right, overwhelmingly, yeah, the votes are going yes. So we're gonna react to the follow-up video before we get into the next topic. I pissed off a lot of French people yesterday, so
Thank you, Seth.
we're just gonna talk about that. They were not a fan of the last video. I'll tell you what. I had no idea the French community was so. Dude, this is all Elon's fault that they can even read what I'm typing.
I thought he was just gonna say it's Elon's fault they can even read. That's fuck. Every Smash needs a fire hose section. That too, bro. I wish he just stopped at read. Roblox. Yeah, Roblox is a cesspool of degenerates, but Roblox doesn't like the difference between Roblox and Smash Bros. Is that Roblox is mostly there's no like IRL events, or at least they're very rare, right? So it's like predators grooming children and maybe meeting them like here and there. Smash Bros hosts so many IRL events all over the world. They've got far easier access. You made me come out of alert mode. Well, I appreciate you, honey. Anyway, let's keep going.
And comment on all my shit. But hey, it means we're reaching a new market. So the featured complainer on the last thumbnail had some choice words for it. They weren't a huge fan, as people usually aren't. She says, imagine you say you're disgusted by the comments.
Of course, it's a bitch. Again, I doubt this is an actual bitch. I doubt this is an actual woman. Because remember, there's so few actual women in Smash. It's mostly trannies.
Under a tweet, given how they talk about women, and you've got a thumbnail with your face on
I
it like
agree,
you're
bro.
trying to cancel a single player. LMAO. On top of that, nobody listens to the few women and minors and prefers to insult them. First off,
It almost sounds like this broad gets it. Holy, like she's this close to self-awareness. Yes, you're right. Nobody listens to the few women and minors. You're a minority. See what I did there? You're a minority, so your opinions are invalid anyway because you don't represent the majority of the group. But even if you were the majority, it still wouldn't matter because women and minors don't get to have opinions. This is a man's world.
Why would anyone want to listen to minors? Who gives a fuck what a kid has to say about adult topics? I don't fucking care. That kid should have maybe kept his opinion to himself, and then he wouldn't be getting roasted for it. That's just a fact. That's just a hard lesson he's going to have to learn as he grows up in this harsh world. They posted this 2 hours after I made my upload, so either they're a fan or someone sent this to them, or both. On top of all that, for 15 seconds where he just says, "Aw, fuck, dude," laugh. The drama accounts that don't even try to understand people's opinions as if I hadn't made
No. We understand the opinion. They're just dog shit opinions. Like it does not require us to expound on them further because you have made what you believe and what you want and how you think the world should work so blatantly obvious, and we have heard it regurgitated over and over and fucking over that at this point we can just sit and laugh for 15 fucking seconds because we understand it better than you do because we've actually thought through why you guys think this as opposed to you just jumping on this bandwagon for the virtue signal points. That's what it boils down to.
several tweets to explain it all properly. I've tweeted about the double standard regarding rose bloom when everything is done with consent, but there too there are thousands of followers, but we don't care about that. Meanwhile, it's going to call a woman an incel, be transphobic with another, call another one a loser. This is so rough with the translation here. I don't understand why everyone keeps bringing up rose bloom. I thought that was just some person who posts Smash clips. I don't really understand what happened with them. Do I need to know? Who gives a fuck about Rose Bloom? I'm talking about Rio. Go ahead, tell a minor he doesn't know anything about life when women are of the same opinion as the kid.
Yes, and women also don't know shit about life. That's why y'all fucked up the economy. That's why y'all shouldn't be in the workplace. That's why y'all, unless your name is Asha, should not be CEOs of no major corporations. Women know just as much about life as minors, which is zero. Again, she's so close to self-awareness.
Plus, it even insults the other guys who find it sketchy. Okay,
exactly.
So what? Who cares? Am I supposed to care that people feel insulted for having a dumb opinion? Like, the fuck? Some guys said that those who have a girlfriend find it weird. Maybe it means everything at some point with a, I think this is an emoji. I also have a girlfriend, but it wouldn't even fucking matter because that's a nothing point.
Actually, everyone who...
I also have a girlfriend. In fact, she's in chat right now. So I'll ask her real quick. Hey, hun, would you be bothered if I saw some girl in a really cool cosplay because, you know, I'm a nerd and love cosplay and do cosplay myself and be like, hey, I want to get a picture with her? Would that bother you? I really hope the answer to that is no. Otherwise, I'm about to look like a fucking idiot.
agrees with me is actually really cool and gets a ton of pussy. So that's the more...
There we go.
What?
The answer
All right,
is
first
no.
off, let's
Wouldn't
get...
fucking bother her. Oh, yeah. I don't even know why I asked. My fucking partner in the Smash Bros. Tournament this past weekend was a female cosplayer, and she did an awesome Rebecca from Resident Evil cosplay. And yeah, obviously, if I asked for her number, you would have grounds to be upset. That's a very different thing than what I asked.
An understanding of why this person is saying that I'm being transphobic somehow in the last video. Don't know where that came from. Todd says, well, I watched a bit of the video. The guy has, thank you for the view, by the way. The guy has nothing to bring to the debate. He's just there to recount the facts and spout bullshit. Hey, at least he called them facts. Plus the transphobic comments he approves of. Oh, well. What
Yes. I don't know about this dude. This is the first time I'm learning technicals. But y'all know I approve of transphobic comments. In fact, I advocate. I don't just approve of transphobic comments. I advocate for transphobic comments. As you guys are well aware.
Now excuse me while I harass someone for having pronouns in their bio.
Shadow stays based.
Comments, we'll see his example in a second.
Catch you later,
yeah,
hon.
but when a guy tells a girl she's an incel in this story, well, don't know what the fuck that has to do with anything. I didn't call anyone an incel. No, but even that literally came out in response to your tweet. Knowing the Smash community, I doubt it's a real woman. Like, what? That adds nothing to the debate.
Oh, shit.
It's
Love
just
you too,
pure,
Love you too,
unfiltered
honey.
transphobia. Wait, sorry, what? It says in the comments that I'm not a real woman when I'm actually a cis woman from birth? That's kind of redundant. Orf. I'm leaving it to you to take a look, huh? But go ahead. It's too much. It's literally someone saying the parentheses, I'm a woman, which I just found funny. I found funny that someone would need to click.
Again, I need proof that they're a woman. I do not believe, like, you treat the Smash Bros. Community the way you treat the internet. everyone is a dude until proven otherwise.
Clarify that just for their opinion to have more credibility, I guess. I'm gonna press X to doubt considering the Smash history. I just
See, this isn't just me being fucking transphobic. I mean, it is because it's funny, but other people, because it's a pattern. Because like stereotypes exist for a reason.
thought the comment was funny because there's not a lot of women in the Smash community. Everyone knows that. It's like 95%
So happy to do it, bro.
dudes.
Thank you
All
for
right.
coming out. It
And
was
plus,
amazing, dude.
every
Thank
time
you.
I upload a video, the exception being if I'm busy that day and I just pushed it out, I go through and I like just about every comment. It doesn't fucking mean anything. It's not some, I'm not like, oh yeah, dude, I hearted your comment because I wholeheartedly agree with whatever you said. No, I'm just liking that people are engaging with the video. I'm not going to fucking sit there and read every single comment.
Mind you, I read as many comments as I can. And I heart the comments I agree with. But the ones I disagree with, I still comment. You want to know why? Because here's, for all y'all out there that might have your own channels, I don't know if you know this or not. So YouTube doesn't really make this clear. Engaging with your own posts counts as engagement towards YouTube. So when people leave comments, react to them, respond to them, regardless of whether they're good, bad, doesn't matter, because that still generates engagement.
Isn't a more cis woman than me in this community. Didn't know it was a competition. It cracks me up, but at the same time,
why are trans attracted to Smash? Well, that's what I was saying earlier. So trans are attracted to Smash because dudes love fighting games. Let's be real. Like in terms of demographics, dudes love fighting games. Trans are still dudes, so they still have dude interests like fighting games. But of course, they want the cutesy Nintendo fighting game because it fits their, oh, I'm a fake female aesthetic.
I'm the casual transphobia. What would be wrong with being trans? Trans women are beautiful and awesome. She sounds offended that she would be considered trans, even mistakenly. So I find it kind of weird and quite frankly bigoted at how defensive she's getting here. I woke up with this in my Discord notification because someone kind-hearted in the server of a clip creator in the community added me to say, what's going on? Women aren't listened to. I've seen the few women who speak up and like you've got this, for example. What's their example? It's this person's super skinny icon who also made a comment to me, but we'll get to that in a second. Moid Smash Bros. People like you, of course, see women especially.
Are they trying to make Moid a thing? Are these broads so offended, upsetty spaghetti, and uncreative that they're trying to make Moid a thing? Because dudes been calling bitches foids. I have never actually heard a female, a foid, if you will, use the term moid. Holy shit.
Latinas as objects. God damn, dude. Stop talking like an incel.
So a foid is a female humanoid. It's what, like, quote unquote, incels, like, you know, again, not really incels, because there actually are not a whole lot of incels out there. There was like studies done on the amount of it. So it's not, but the point is, those that are accused of being incels, they use the word foid. It's female humanoid. So moid would be male humanoid. Yeah, women aren't objects, but their asses are. I would say more parts of women are objects than just their ass, but in general, I agree.
Already. I'm a woman, Slowy. As if that makes you less pathetic talking like an incel. Maybe don't objectify women. Okay, the reason that they're calling super skinny here an incel is because they're using words like moid, like foid or femcel. That is incel terminology. That's literally birthed out of that culture. You don't know ball. You don't know the internet. And the person that you're using as an example here and defending also came into my replies and said that I should be hit by a car. JK Bayo shouldn't have missed. They made another tweet where they said the good timeline was where I got hit by a car, but that violated Twitter tweet where they said.
Oh, okay. He has a thing up here just about vehicular homicide. I was going to say, is this a fucking tweet? Never mind.
The good timeline was where I got hit by a car, but that violated Twitter's terms of service and it got deleted. But this one, they made a second one like this. And their name.
Homie is living the dream. How many views does this have, right? So far, this is it. 20,000, almost 21,000 views. He just got to get paid to shit on the French. Because you remember, these are all loser ass French Smash players. Homie just got paid a cool little amount of money to talk ridiculous shit on the French. Like, depending on his ad rev, depending on how the ad rev for this video would work, because different types of videos do different ad rev wise. 20,000 views, 21,000. I bet right now this video is up to maybe $80. It's somewhere between 80 and 120. This dude just got paid like, a nice, again, the statue that was showing up earlier was $100. Basically, this dude's video could have bought my statue right now just to show the French. Base as fuck.
Is skinny, spread love and kindness. Why is it always the, oh, I'm so empathetic and spread love type of person, like that archetype that literally wants you to die? You have no principles. You just really desperately want me to care about some stupid bullshit that you also care about, when I can't. I just can't. I'm sorry. I don't have it in me. Support for @Falco's Dare and for those who get run over by the bus of the idiots in this community. Thanks. There was just some nasty comments about the French ones below my last thread. Dude, how did I get all their baguettes in a twist, man? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Got
Baguettes in a twist is awesome.
all my niggas in Paris fighting for me in the replies right now. Here's someone else who was featured in the last video that did not like being included. He says, in less than a year interacting with the Smash community, I learned about at least 10 women leaving the community because of misogynistic behaviors / literal harassment.
All right. Question for the class. If he learned about 10, supposedly 10 foids leaving the Smash community, how many of them do you think were actual women? Like, of the 10 foids that left because of misogyny, how much do you think were actual women? No. Matt Sanford, you say 10 whole women. No, because I can almost guarantee you. I almost guarantee you it is not 10 whole women. Yeah, Serrano says 0. Rabnad says 2. Rudo says, see, y'all starting to get the pattern. I like it.
Opposed to figurative. But dickhead YouTubers like Tech Nichols, this is the first time I've been called by my proper name. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm genuinely have multiple personality disorder now. They're validating my LARP. And men in general will state that there isn't any issue with that. I don't know where the fuck I said there's no issue with misogyny and harassment. We're extrapolating pretty far here, all because I said it's okay to be a heterosexual Japanese man in today's day and age.
Frankly, we need more heterosexual Japanese men. And we need these heterosexual Japanese men to talk like Rio does here. Because I don't know if y'all know or not, Japan kind of going through a birth rate crisis. They ain't talking to broads and they ain't having babies. And they ain't hooking up with no Jap foids and having little Jap babies. So we need more Rios out there in the world. And if they're not going to fuck the Japanese bitches, the Latinas are a nice second option.
It up again because I saw that he featured my tweet in 4K in his video La Tele. Thanks for everything. Dude, these fucking translations, man, I can't.
He didn't even come out with the I despise Japanese men. No, Japanese men are cucks. Bro, that's somehow that seems more like vitriolic than usual. I love it.
Which one? I'm avoiding watching his video for the sake of my mental health. You didn't even watch it? You just saw that you were in the thumbnail and you're like, oh, fuck, I gotta make a whole thread about this. I gotta complain to everyone I know. Holy shit. So right before I posted my video, I was like, you know what? I haven't tweeted in a bit. I just kind of rant on YouTube, but let's throw my hat in the ring. Let's start some shit on Twitter. I said, holy nothing burger. Just a throwaway comment. It's whatever. In response to that, Lady Mithra said, so you support SA. So in turn, I responded with the only thing I could.
Guys, we're living in the timeline. We're living in the timeline where taking pictures with cosplayers is sexual assault. Because remember, that's what he did. That's what Rio did. He said that he liked big booty Latinas. He said that he liked him some big booty Latinas and that the food was good. And he took pictures with cosplayers. So I'm going to do something on stream I've never done before. I'm going to admit to a heinous, vile crime. I sexually assaulted these women, apparently. I took pictures. Now, obviously not this one because, ew, fucking disgusting. It's fat. Fat people are gross. Like, ew. The broads, bitches, foids, if you do not look like the character in terms of body type, do not cosplay them. Do not. But apparently, by taking pictures of these cosplayers, I sexually assaulted them. I'm glad to get this off my chest.
And in response to that, they said, "Can you not use slurs? Thanks." So I had, I had to come back at him. I said, "You're a Palutena Futa role player. Worry about your own digital footprint, Nick." And it's true. I didn't just pull that out of my ass. Like you go to their account, literally their pinned post is about how they're a role player and that's one of their kinks. And they immediately deleted both of their tweets. To me. This tweet popped off probably because it was really funny, and I got my engagement for the day. And hopefully with enough grifting, we can pay off that Twitter blue by the end of the month. So I make a tweet about it, highlighting some of the comments because I see that the French people are mentioning shocking me a lot. I didn't understand. I was like, they want to shock me? What the fuck?
I'm so confused about this, right? Because last I checked, France has got a whole lot of sexual assault problems on account of all the unfettered, dirty, filthy Muslim migrants they've been bringing in. Like, at what point do you actually care about sexual assault? If you gave a fuck about sexual assault, you wouldn't be allowing these dirty, filthy, termite Muslim migrants into your country that use and abuse your women. Good. I did in fact check correctly.
The fact that it all went tits up, but it wasn't Rio who got called out, but you just...
No. You can't say tits up. You can't say tits up. That's offensive. That's derogatory towards foids.
Because you opened it. Gotta shock this motherfucker for real. I was like, shock me? Like a dog? Like a shock collar? It's not fair. We were talking shit and trying to call someone else out. Why are you getting called out instead of the other guy? There's one more guy who said, gotta shock him one day. That guy. Screw this guy. Anyway, you can't be a good person with good opinions if your pastime is having a YouTube channel on dramas and having an insensitive community. Ah, yes, the hallmark of a good person. Being sensitive and complaining about issues that don't matter.
You know what? It sounds like that gal watched He-Man. It sounds like that gal took all the right lessons away from Masters of the Universe.
Posted all this because I don't speak French. I thought they literally wanted to shock me. I thought they wanted to tie me to a table, put jumper cables on my nipples, and just shock the living daylights out of me. That's a gem post. I love arguing with people who speak a different language than me because then we get misunderstandings like this, and it's kind of fun. You in the video, and it's, what is that? Solid Snake getting shocked. In response to my post, uncharacteristically, instead of giving up, the French decided to double down.
I'm done. Uncharacteristically, instead of giving up, this might be my new favorite channel, boys. We might do more technical reactions in the future. That was, hold on. We dropping the sub right now. Yo, you'll love to see it. I'll link you guys this video as well when it's done.
We got Deckham saying, technicals, throw yourself in the canal. Wow. Support for Mirmerk on this story. And then Mirmerk shows up and is like, thank you. Thank you? You're thanking them? Merci beaucoup. I know what merci beaucoup is, okay? Okay, Butcher, I know. All right, Kimiko, I fucking know what merci beaucoup means.
Channel? This is the second channel. Yeah, Soranos, you're a mod. Drop the main one in the chat, please.
I don't need that fucking translation. How the fuck are you a good this person literally just told me to myself. And you're like, thank you. You. No, honestly, no, I'm putting you in the thumbnail again. You're going in the thumbnail again. Your friend literally DM'd me. It was like, no, don't put him in the thumbnail. No, don't do.
If your friend DMs you, and that seems to be his thing, right? His thumbnails are a call out post, and then, like, they made the thumbnail. Because I looked at his thumbnails. If you send a DM saying, please don't do this, that is like fuel to do it. At that point, you have to. You've got to do it.
You're going in the thumbnail again. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? This is all over Latinas, man. What are they doing to us?
Thank you, Serrano.
Hey, look, I made a thumbnail of that immense son of a bitch, and they responded, I'm extremely intelligent, thank you, and superior to the baguette munchers, hon hon. Well, go fuck yourself and your marketing from a miscarriage residue. That dude pissed me off. I couldn't tell if that was like a one-to-one translation, so I was like, you're marketing from a miscarriage residue? Bro, these translations are killing me. And he responds in perfect English. So I didn't even fucking read what he said. I was like, wait, you speak English? Why the fuck did you make me read a translated French post if you're responding to me? You speak perfect fucking English. What is this, dude? You trying to fuck with me? Are you trying to fuck with me? Not cool, man. We got one more post. Let's see if we can rage bait anyone else in this video. Mona says, hey, you know what? I was wrong. Rio definitely being weird. All because I said that it was a nothing burger, even though this person was literally retweeting other people that I was reading out the tweets of yesterday who were saying the exact same thing. Retweeted Beastly saying hashtag I stand with Rio. Retweeted Broken, who said the same fucking thing. He literally, in more words than I did, said how the same post I'm responding to was stupid. But because I say the exact same thing and my name is Technicals, we have to get a quick little virtue signal going here. And then co-sign someone.
Well, to be fair, it's because he said the exact same thing in less words, so it took less brain power for these fucking French retards to try and compute and process what it was that he said.
Calling me a fucking slur in his replies. We might have to co-op this. This might have to be this might have to be the new audience member badge or something. You guys are gonna have to get used to it. You're gonna have to get used to calling yourselves this, okay? Yeah, no matter what I thought before, if Tech shares my opinion, I was wrong. Why don't you try this?
I'm muted. Fuck. I love these people. These are the same type of people. Fuck. Hitler drank water. I can never drink water again. If Tech shares my opinion, I was wrong. These are the people I love in my timeline, bro. These are the people this is why I post shit like this. It is why I post shit like this. Hold on. So we got this absolute loser here. So first of all, Sonic and the Black Knight's coming to PC. Black Knight recompiled now works with native PC settings. There's the image. This loser homo-ass Sonic account using AI slop on my bro. Your AI slop bores me. A Sonic game completely locked to the Wii has now been recompiled lovingly by fans to play on PC. And these faggots are out here bitching that the art promoted is AI. You can't make this shit up, dude. Sonic LARPers are worse than Pokemon fans at this point. You know, like, I did this specifically. You see the rainbow post. I dropped the faggot word. You know they're gonna be upsetty spaghetti, and they are. I've gotten. Is it in the quotes? View activity. Here we go. Look at the filthy mouth you have. Get the fuck out of the fan base of that language. Nah. Now, I'm a Sonic fan that's going to continue to say faggot because that shit's funny as fuck. And it upsets all the right people. And it will, if it drives them away from Sonic, all the better.
This one off for size, Mona. You don't like kids. I very strongly believe that you are not into children. You would never talk to a child, and you would never wait around a park to pick up chicks.
I can feel myself transforming. What's happening to me, Tech?
That's true. Hitler wasn't vegan.
Like a fucking werewolf just turns into Jeffrey Epstein. This is the part where he backpedals after just making sure that he doesn't stand out too much with having his own opinion. Okay, for my actual opinion, that isn't just saying nuh-uh to technicals. Some of the tweets are weird. Some of the tweets are fine/funny. People are completely allergic to nuance on this app. Ironic. I think that
I was gonna say, whoa, no, you do not get to say after crashing the fuck out about a Japanese dude calling some Latinas hot, and then another guy covering it. Like, well, there's no nuance on the site. There's no fuck. The nuance is gone because of dumb sluts like you. Take that shit to Blue Sky. They even have Blue Sky in France. I don't know.
can tweet about wanting a boob pillow if Siskwe can about getting his sucked, but also some of his tweets are kind of crazy. Now, for some related opinions, because they're going to end up being relevant.
Here's why, actually. Here's why they need paragraphs for this shit. To explain the mentality of these people. X has a character limit if you're not verified. If you're not verified, X has a very limited character limit. And these people are so upsetty spaghetti, they don't want to give that $8 dues to Elon Musk, but they want to stay on his platform because they know they won't get engagement on Blue Sky. They will make sure they don't pay for verification so that they can just make little tweets and tweet consistently underneath them. That's how retarded they are. They know they won't get the reach they want on Blue Sky, but they also won't do the bare minimum to make, to do an actual long cohesive tweet, which are the ones that very often do in fact blow up. And you're right, France is the living Blue Sky. You're correct.
If Rosebloom tweets about being in bed with 2 girls, or MOF rizzes up 2 baddies, I don't care. It's kind of funny. Siskwe's shit is iconic. Twitter is an unserious platform. I use it to either harass my friends and GF or say whatever funny thought I have, and people take it a bit too seriously a lot of the time. Okay. IMO. Not saying in this case, but people get mad whenever any Smash player says anything alluding to sex. Sorry for the ramble.
No. People get upset when any Smash player says anything alluding to straight sex. If it's gay sex or underage sex, they all for it.
Just feels kind of weird seeing a bunch of people I know / am friends with who have an opinion that probably differs from mine to an extent agree with me because I'm dunking on Tech. I mean, he deserves it, but still. So I said, you sound afraid to have a different opinion, so you had to throw out a quick virtue signal. It's not that serious. And in response, Mona says, with all due respect, none. If you entered a building sopping wet, I'd have to go outside to check if you told me it was raining. Literally just admitting to being a sheep. He's like, if you said the sky was blue, I'd think it was fucking green. Okay, you just admitting to being dumb? Like, what is the point of this, dude? I cannot interact with Smash players on a genuine, field of equal or level intelligence. There is some kind of confirmation bias. There's some kind of fucking psychosis that is going to tell them, I have to say some stupid shit. I have to literally be against whatever he's saying because I was told to not like him. Just haven't.
You gotta remember, Smash fans are also Nintendo fans. Smash fans are also Nintendo fans. Therefore, retard by default. Someone clip that and send it to Smash JT so he thinks I'm talking about him. That would be amazing.
Normal fucking conversation, dude. This is why I fucking hate you guys so much. This right here. The same fucking thing happened when we did the Nairo case, right? Everyone knew that what I was saying was 100% correct, but we're still defending a child predator because I'm the one who said it. That's how fucking, it's so fucking obnoxious. I have to deal with this shit all the time. Fuck, dude.
Technicals made a video on Chibi months ago, and Chibi deals with the same shit as Technicals to the point that niggas sided the convicted pedophiles they attacked Chibi. Really, Technical made. I'll have to check out a video on Chibi. If dude supports Chibi, even more based.
It's kind of funny sometimes, the shit that I can make them say and admit to not being intelligent. But fuck, dude, come on, man. Use a little bit of critical thinking. So I said, flexing your lack of critical thinking skills is not a dunk. To which they responded with 2 things. One, didn't make any sense. Literally them saying this is a completely legitimate investment strategy. Just shit posting to avoid actually engaging with the conversation. They're short-circuiting because they don't know how to respond. Another response, which was to my follow-up, saying, I just think you're wrong enough to where it's rational to assume you're wrong again and figure out the logic after. Real caveman strat instead of just forming an opinion based on the actual information. Gotta make sure you don't stand out too much. I 100% form my opinion based on information. I also update it based on new information.
Unless that new information comes from Technicals. That's what it's sounding like. It's like, I will update my opinion and change my opinion even if you're right, as long as it comes from someone else. There was 0 serious research. Yeah, that's fine by me. Leave the serious research to me.
Example, if your dumbass agreed with me, I was probably wrong. That's not what new information is. This is just an example of tribal groupthink. You want to make sure that you still belong to the correct group more than you care about actually being right about what you're talking about. That is a sign of low IQ, low intelligence. You just run with the pack.
I don't necessarily know it's a sign of low IQ. It is a sign of low emotional intelligence. You are so emotionally insecure about yourself and the world you live in and the people that you fraternize with and whatnot, that you need to stay in lockstep with them, because being in lockstep with them and even maybe believing or thinking something different but keeping it secret is preferable to being alone because you are a loser with no ability to make friends due to the lack of personality. It is a complete emotional immaturity.
I get it. Like, why is everyone scared to be a fucking individual? I'll be the sacrificial lamb. I'll be the fucking hero. Just kidding. But I do get comments like that a lot where people appreciate the work that I do because I don't give a fuck if people talk shit. Like, people try to defame me all the time. I do not care, dude. I've been on the internet long enough. You can just ignore stupid shit that people say. And if you know that you're right, if you have like the citations and sources, dude, say that with your full chest. You don't need to be afraid of people like this who will literally backpedal. They will fucking hide in their corner until they can send off their tweet to their Discord so everyone can retweet. They're like, dude, guys, please help me. Please help me. I'm getting attacked online for having an opinion. Like, fuck all that noise, dude. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about the numbers? If you're right, you're right. Then he tries to subtweet me like I'm not going to look at all the tweets he makes in the next 2 hours. Who do you think I am? He says, I'm done.
People that, guys, YouTubers like Tech here was my assumption, because again, this is only the same video I've watched by him, but I've already got pretty good idea of what he does. He gonna farm that shit. No matter what you say, no matter how you try and subtweet it, no matter you do it behind a block, whatever, it's gonna get screenshotted. He's gonna find it, and it's going in the video. Like, that is these people's job. That is their profession. They are masters at it. Ask Savvy.
Engaging with the intellectually dishonest dumbass. Please learn to read. Read what? What did you even say of any value or merit? I'll see you next controversy where we do the same song.
Rudo says we need bullying back, turn boys into men, and in some cases we need to turn boys back into men. Especially when it comes to the Smash Bros community. There's a lot of trannies in that community.
And dance. So I respond, guess that means I win. See you next time, sucker. It's that easy. When they forfeit, you declare victory. That's how it works. That's how it works on the internet. That's it for today, guys. I just really wanted to milk them just a little bit more. Just that tiny bit more. I want you guys to know that I'm making money off of you're posting all that shit for free. Meanwhile, I'm feeding into it just so I can use it to make more money. You are all useful to me right now. I thank you for your service, and I really hope that we could do this again. Nice doing business with you.
Moi, personnellement,
What?
eh bien, je les aime bien, les
Did I hear
Chinoises.
it?
Vous ne me comprenez pas?
What's going on?
Attendez, qu'est-ce qui se
Technicals,
passe?
vous avez
Je crois
bafoué
que les
l'honneur
Français
des
ont
Français
piraté
pour la
notre chaîne.
dernière
what
fois.
you're saying.
Je sauverai toutes les
Oh non,
latinas aux formes
je ne peux
généreuses
pas
des
dire
ça.
utilisateurs de
Are you
Twitter et je les garderai
You want me to
toutes
get
pour
some
moi.
food?
Il y a
Votre
quelqu'un
nourriture
qui a
some
médiocre
food?
et vos restes de
No,
pizza
seriously,
ne
stop.
feront
I
que
don't know what
dégoûter
I
le
can't
qui brûle
tell
dans
you
l'âme
what to
d'un
say.
jeune homme
I promise
assoiffé
you
de
guys,
vie
I won't eat
électronique.
another baguette ever in my
Nous
life.
vous suspendrons par les tétons, à la manière de Chris Angel, jusqu'à ce que vous présentiez vos excuses à la République française, espèce de porc.
That was great. That was awesome. There's the link. Make sure to give it a like. Again, I subbed to the dude. That's, guys, am I going to become a Smash Bros. Drama channel? Is that what we're doing? Like, between me doing the Smash Bros. Stream last week, the Smash tournament this weekend, and now this, are we becoming a Smash Bros. Channel? Don't let that happen, True. Don't let happen. Do not let me become a. We will cover Smash drama now and again, but I cannot become a Smash drama channel. I will never be able to do anything else. That was awesome. So you say release a new video on this. We've already done 2, so we're not going to do that today. Where's my mouse? There it is. You can't become a Smash Bros. Channel until you sexual assault. Remember, we've discussed this already. We've discussed this. Apparently, taking pictures with cosplayers is sexual assault, which means I have sexually assaulted people. It is what it is. Fuck you, Tiger King. Fuck you. Alrighty. That was dope. I love talking shit on the Smash community. It's so much fun. Yeah, back-to-back video, and it was a banger. Agreed. That was great. Now I got shit on Nintendo some more. We have reached biblical levels of coping. Biblical, baby! Levels of coping. Because Pokemon fans cannot stand that Palworld is succeeding, bro. They can't believe that Palworld actually has fans that aren't just angry, disaffected Pokemon players. Let's go.
We're drama farming today. Yeah, that's right. We're doubling back because apparently Palworld has broken people's minds instead of just celebrating the game for the success that it's found and also for the fact that Nintendo finally has a real competitor for Pokemon. No, you have people that have fallen into psychosis, a deep level of coping that
This is the second video in a row about a Nintendo topic where someone has said psychosis. Is that weird to anyone else? Like, Homeboy in the last video was talking about Smash players being in a psychosis, and now we got Pokemon fans. All Nintendo fans are just in a psychosis.
we never even thought was possible. Scientists need to study this thing because, man, is it horrendous. In the face of Palworld's continued success, and oh man, is it successful, these people just won't let it be. Palworld derangement syndrome, where regardless of the facts that are right in front of them, this game has to constantly be under attack. You have people accusing Palworld and Pocket Pair of walking into Nintendo's offices and stealing assets right off of their desks. You got some people that are...
Now, I don't know about that being literal. There's only one asset that I know they stole. Like factually that they did steal. In the earliest I found this within the first week of the game's what's it called? Early access. If Stroud's still here, he might remember this. We were streaming with Blaine on Blaine's Escape Corner when he was trying out the game for the first time. And again, this was like within the first week. And there was the milk item. The milk item in your inventory straight up was a render of the Lon Ranch milk from Zelda. It was. I assume that got patched out real fucking quick. That is the only actual asset that I can confirm was stolen. Everything else to me, it seems like, bullshit. Oh, maybe it was too close a reference, whatever. But all in all, that's the only one that I know of.
Saying that regardless of what you're seeing online, don't believe a damn thing because this game, it's actually a failure. It's a flop. It's a laughing stock in most countries. Bro, you guys just don't see it because it's not real. And even if this game is popular, well, the only reason why is because of internet grifters and YouTubers. Thank you. That are only rallying the troops and trying to get people to play this game for one reason. To make Pokemon fans mad.
Guys, I'll be real. I didn't think I would like Palworld. Not because I'm some Pokemon fan. Not because I'm some Nintendo shill. By and large, I don't like survival games. There's a few. I like Minecraft, right? I'll admit it. I like Minecraft. Most survival games are boring as fuck to me. The gameplay loop isn't fun. There's no story. I don't like The Forest. I don't like Subnautica. I'm just not a fan of survival games. So I didn't think I would like Palworld. Homie, I fucking love it. I'm so fucking addicted to it. And it's because, yeah, the survival's there. But from a gameplay perspective, it feels so much closer to Breath of the Wild than it does any of the mainstream survival games.
Guys, that's just a side benefit. The ego on these guys is just absolutely absurd. What many people fail to realize is the vast majority of people that are playing Palworld right now, they're Pokemon fans or former Pokemon fans. Or they're people that have always wanted to get into one of these games, but maybe it just didn't suit them for whatever reason. It wasn't mature enough, maybe. Or maybe, I don't know, they just didn't want to have to buy a whole console just to be able to do so.
I also love
Nintendo is the one that opened this door. They're the ones that let Palworld through. That needs to be recognized. So today, we're going to roll around in the mud a little bit, maybe sling a little bit of it ourselves. We're going to set the record.
I'm deeply terrified of water straight to the mail. It is very well known, very well documented on my channel. I have a built-in fear of water. Subnautica fucked with me. I was telling, I think it was it was Cinny. Talking about on stream yesterday. I was telling Cinny, yeah, Subnautica freaked me out.
Right, and we're going to talk about how Palworld's success isn't even over yet. Hell, it's probably not even begun. This thing's only going to get bigger. Normally, I don't circle back around to a topic. I like to stick and move when it comes to the things that I cover, but Palworld continued to gain momentum over the weekend, and while my timeline has been filled with people that have been cheering on the game's success, there have been more people either defending Palworld or documenting some of the highest grade meltdowns and coping that I've ever seen.
Let's talk about this comment for a moment. Palworld, it doesn't hurt that Palworld is $30 at full price and offers so much more than any Pokemon game. I would like to remind you guys that Nintendo said very recently that they are going to be increasing the price of their Pokemon games and remember, Pokemon games come out in dual positions, right? Like dual releases. And they're going to be increasing the price of them. And the reasoning was in effort to get people to buy both. Fucking like I when I first read that, I thought it had to be a mistranslation. How does increasing the price incentivize you to buy both? We got Piplup with a 5-banger here. Imagine Palworld created a new tower boss. Looks similar to Ash Ketchum from Pokemon. Is the one goal to destroy Palapagos because he hates it. That level of trolling would be amazing. I need this. I live for this. Please, Pocket Pair, do this. Make a troll version of Ash Ketchum or Red or fucking Professor Oak or something like that as a tower boss. That would be incredible. Thank you for the 5-banger, homie.
From the darkest corners of the Pokemon fandom. And I think that it is very important to make that distinction because I don't think that these conversations are coming from well-adjusted fans of the largest franchise in history. No, I think that they are coming from the most terminally millennial rejects that have not only made a franchise, but a multi-billion-dollar corporation, their god, and their identity. I'm talking.
You have to remember, because he's right when it comes to being their identity. Pokemon is the largest the largest IP in the world, and it's not even close. It's not like Pokemon is the largest. I'm pretty sure Hello Kitty is the second largest, and the gap between them is banoodly. It's insane. And this is why people are out there chastising the $350 fucking Pokemon Legos. Now, I went on record actually disagreeing with Wizard on this one, saying, to be fair, that's not all Nintendo and not all Pokemon, because Lego is also doing this. Lego has jacked their prices up to a stupid degree, not only for their branded license deal stuff, but also just their regular sets. So these sorts of prices are normal for Lego. It's not just, but that doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, Pokemon fans are going to pay that. Fucking Pokemon fans are going to pay the $350 for a fucking Pikachu Lego. That's right. Brick by brick. And they are obsessed. Like, Pokemon is a religion to them. And while I am down with any religion based upon slavery, Pokemon's the exception.
Talking about 40-year-olds with Pokemon trainer profile pictures staking out your local Costco and Target in their Vaporeon is my waifu t-shirt while they're in there in the early hours of the morning just so they can sumo wrestle each other for a box of Pokemon cards out of the fear that a mom of a 10-year-old might want to buy a pack or two because her kid.
But see, and that's the thing. This isn't even Pokemon fans. These are scalpers that are taking advantage of the Pokemon fans, and I don't care. Like, this might be my most controversial take this video. I don't care that there's scalpers that are scalping Pokemon cards. You deserve it. If you're a Pokemon fan and you're willing to pay these prices and whatnot because you just need your holofoil Pikachu, fuck you. You have earned every bit of what these scalpers are doing. If there's a market, exploit that market. There are dumb motherfuckers out there willing to pay it. Man, I went to an event a couple years ago. I went to Collecticon, right? Collecticon was awesome. It's mostly a trading card game convention. And obviously with Pokemon being what it is, there was a lot of Pokemon. Somehow I ended up in like, this is fucking crazy. I'm not making an ounce of this story up. I've told it before, but some of y'all might be new here. So there was a pre-night party before the convention started. It's a 2-day con, Saturday, Sunday. But on Friday night, there was a pre-con party for like vendors and stuff. Somehow I made it in there. I don't know what went down, but like I got to be back there. It was like a mafia meeting, dude. I was watching $15,000 deals going down for Pokemon cards. I actually witnessed somebody break out a fucking suitcase, open it up, cash money. Like in the fucking movies. That is how insane these like high dollar vendors and stuff take Pokemon. It was like life-changing to just witness that, because I got to see how like the backroom mafia style dealings work for Pokemon cards. It was bananas. So yeah, if there's scalpers out there wrestling each other for boxes and shit so they can resell them for God knows what level of profit because people are too fucking stupid to realize they shouldn't be paying that, that's on you. You fucking deserve it. Dude, yeah, straight up IRL Seto Kaiba.
Came home with a good report card. Palworld's success has broken these people. No game should ever or can ever come close to the franchise that they've dedicated their entire lives to. And as
I'm not kidding, that was
success
a true
has
story.
continued, these people have only fallen deeper into depravity. Since my last video talking about the game, Palworld has somehow broken yet another milestone, climbing to a peak concurrent player count of over 960,000 players. That means Palworld has now entered the top 10 most played games in Steam's history twice over. First by...
That's awesome. That like, this is back when SNL actually mattered. This is like entering the Fivers Club, right? The people who hosted 5 times. Number 2 behind PUBG. Number 2. That is in good company. Hogwarts Legacy, Elden Ring, Black Myth Wukong, Counter-Strike 2. I said PUBG a minute ago. I flipped these in my head. For some reason, I think it's CSGO and PUBG. I got them flipped. Either way, that is awesome.
Breaking Counter-Strike 2 with 2.1 million players, and then now by returning and breaking past Elden Ring. These numbers are absolutely insane. They are shared by some of the highest selling, most popular, and most prestigious games in the entire industry. But for whatever reason, some people have decided that that simply just is not enough. In response to the latest peak, one person had said, "This would be impressive if it had doubled the early access launch peak, but it is currently below 50% of its peak CCU. And with only 16K new user reviews added since 1.0, that means barely anyone playing Palworld right now is a new player."
That makes it more impressive. That means that Palworld was so good. Because remember, this has been in early access for about 2 years now. That means it has maintained its player base. Plus gain new play. It doesn't matter. Oh, it's only 16. First of all, we know good goddamn well it's way more than 60. Yeah, most people don't leave reviews. So if it got 16,000 new reviews, you could easily probably like extrapolate that number far larger. Because again, most people don't leave reviews. 16,000 reviews is a lot. But to add to that, that means even if most are like the same players, then it maintained its longevity for 2 fucking years. That is nearly impossible for the vast majority of games. Like Black Myth Wukong, yeah, it may have had well over 2 million concurrent players. Doesn't have that now. Now, granted, it's a very different kind of game. It's a solo player, single story. I get there's a million caveats and variables, but the point is, maintaining your longevity for the 1.0 release, that is incredible.
And doubled down later, saying that the game is completely and utterly a flop in Japan, citing that Japanese player reviews only made up 1% of the game's 442,000 global reviews. This is what happens when somebody discovers.
Wouldn't that be a good thing? Because the journalists reliably informed me when Black Myth Wukong came out that the Asian market doesn't matter. They were like, oh, well, the vast majority of the players for Black Myth Wukong are in China. Okay. And a game sold is a game sold. Now you're saying, oh, there's a flop in Japan. I thought you said the Asian market don't matter. If the Asian market don't matter, why do you care if it's a flop in Japan?
SteamDB before they discover statistical literacy. They have the concurrent player counts, percentages, review totals, regional breakdowns. They got the whole forensic investigation laid out right in front of them, and yet somehow they understand less about Palworld's performance than somebody that looked at that chart for about 5 seconds. A non-live service game bringing back nearly 1 million concurrent players years after its launch is statistically absurd. Even Elden Ring, one of the most celebrated games ever made, returned roughly 70% of its original peak with a massive expansion. Palworld returning nearly half of its historic 2.1 million players at its launch is not evidence of failure. It's evidence of an enormous existing audience returning alongside a flood of new players. And using 16,000 new reviews, or the percentage of Japanese language reviews from a predominantly console-based country, to be able to calculate how many.
And there it is. He said what you guys say in chat. It's predominantly console-based. Like, the vast majority of this game's sales, and by a wide fucking margin, have been on Steam. It's not even fucking close. Like, I know people that played the game free on Game Pass when it was in early access. Because, like, when the game was in early access, it was free on Game Pass, and they still bought the early access version on Steam. Like, they were playing it for free. They loved it so much in early access that they bought it on Steam. This is overwhelmingly a Steam game. Shout out to Retromeister, member for 4 months. I'm loving the Nintendo slowly losing its customers to the idiocracy and making them the Disney of video games, and rightfully so. Fuck Nintendo and Pokemon. And they've always been the Disney of video games. But just like how Disney used to be a great company, Nintendo used to be a great company. Just like how Disney's fallen off, Nintendo's fallen the fuck off. I did a post on X earlier shredding Miyamoto. I used to think Miyamoto was like one of the gods of gaming. And to be fair, like in the game dev industry, history-wise, he is. But he has lost the fucking plot.
New people are actually playing the game is honestly
homie.
Ridiculous. The vast majority of players never even leave a review. They cite the 442,000 global reviews accumulated over the course of 2 years, but Palworld sold 15 million copies on Steam in its first month alone, back 2 years ago. Even against that opening month number, reviews represent less than 3% of players. They are trying to measure an ocean with a shot glass, and they're writing it down to the 6th decimal place. Japan makes this argument even dumber. It is one of the weakest major markets for PC gaming, with console players outnumbering PC players nearly 2-1 and mobile players nearly 4-1. Of course, Japanese Steam reviews are going to be disproportionately low. According to Famitsu, Resident Evil Requiem is the 7th most popular game of the year in Japan, yet only 986 of its more than 104,000 Steam reviews are actually in Japanese.
And mind you guys, this game fucking sucks.
That's not even 1%. So what are these people even doing? They are speaking with absolute certainty about data that they never even tried to understand, let alone even verify. This is entry-level math, and this man is out here publishing Twitter dissertations like he completed the Human Genome Project because he just learned how to divide two numbers.
Base, Tiger King.
Then we have people who wouldn't even be bothered to misread the numbers because they would much rather just deny reality entirely. Some people are claiming that the only reason that Palworld surged over the weekend was because, well, YouTubers and their audiences were just playing the game out of spite.
And people tried to make the argument that the Sunday numbers failed. Oh, it dipped. It dropped like 200,000 players on Sunday. Yeah. Sunday, the last day of the World Cup, the biggest sporting event in the fucking world. I would absolutely expect numbers on Sunday to drop because of the last day of the World Cup. Guess what happened when the World Cup was over? The numbers shot the fuck back up. The numbers returned to normal. They tried to spin a narrative that the game was failing because of how it ended the weekend. Dumb motherfuckers, dude.
Other people said that, well, the creators once worked in crypto, so they just kind of decided that every positive post about the game is coming from bots, scammers, or some coordinated campaign. And when none of that works, well, then they just throw their hands up and ask why anyone cares at all. One Nintendo content creator had said, as people spam Palworld's live player count, I ask again, why any of us care? There are likely 15 million people playing Roblox right now. Nobody seems to care about that. It's just,
okay, to be fair, we do care about people playing Roblox right now because 50 million of those people, we had to figure out what the ratio is of underage individuals to groomer adults on the platform. But that's totally different. No, the reason we care about Palworld's live player count is because this is a brand new game sort of. I mean, yeah, 2 years early access, but all comparatively to things like Pokemon, Zelda, Mario, Sonic, Resident Evil, this is a new IP. Is maintaining its player base, is finding new players every day. The number is, if not growing, at least staying steady. It is reasonably priced. It is by a team or a company that is relatively new to the gaming space. Like, there are so many factors here that make this different. Roblox is such a disingenuous comparison.
Being used to argue online. I wish none of us ever knew that metric. The idea that people are only bringing up a number to argue it is hilarious, coming from the people that are actively arguing against that number. They care. They care so much that they desperately want everybody to stop looking at it. Why should we even know this metric? Is exactly what somebody would say when the scoreboard's still on and their team is getting blown out. That number matters because it gives us a real-time snapshot of how many people are playing a game at once. It helps us gauge how successful a game is, and we need that information because it's serving as a warning for how...
People up with the two-banger. Got 620 plus hours in Palworld. Played early access too. What are my numbers? Because again, I've been incredibly busy, but with like the con and obviously streaming, making videos. So I don't have. Even so, I've got 57.2 hours in Palworld right now. I've got 57.2 hours in Palworld right now, and that's on top of playing Lords of the Fallen with Hypno, and then various other games I'm playing. I'm playing about 4 or 5 different games at once right now, and even I've put in about 60 hours in the Palworld, and I didn't play it till 1.0 dropped. 60 hours and haven't played it till 1.0 dropped. I have no doubts that at some point I will have a number like this, Piplup. 620 plus hours. I'm willing to bet. Shout out. Thank you for the two-banger, homie.
How safe that game is for you to invest your time and your money into. As more games become dependent on live support, the last thing you want to do is buy into something that has no future. There are plenty of people saving their money right now because they didn't buy Marathon, even though there's a ton of people that are saying that, oh, it's one of the greatest games ever made, even though it's struggling to hold water. Only the most stalwart Nintendo fans could look at this situation and decide, you know what, the real problem is too much transparency. But you know what? I'll tell you what. The real reason why people care about these numbers is the message they send. Pokemon has spent years in squalor, putting in the least amount of effort, generation after generation, while maximizing their profits the entire way through.
And I used to love Pokemon. I used to fucking love Pokemon. The fall off for this IP is generational. Because Pokemon... Kids today are still playing it. Kids today still love Pokemon. But these kids do not know what we had. Kids today do not know. Try to give a kid today Ruby. Try to give a kid today that has only played like Let's Go Pikachu or Scarlet and Violet or something like that. Try to give them OG Ruby. They would hate that shit. Even though it is objectively a far better game than either one that I just mentioned. Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. This just ain't my fucking Gen 3 nostalgia, because even though that is my favorite generation. No. When you look at the mechanics, when you look at the breeding, when you look at the world map, when you look at how the Pokemon like team building, when you look at the tournament scene, when you look at the communal aspect of in-person trading, all of that is so much better. It is so much more community-based. It is so much more friends hanging out together on their couch, fucking link cable together with their Game Boy SPs. These kids don't know what we had. They love this, and they don't realize that this Pokemon is in its Disney Star Wars era. Those are the first Star Wars movies they've ever seen when we grew up with the original trilogy.
Pokemon is the largest media franchise in history, generating more than $100 billion in revenue.
My bad. Retro Mice with a 5-banger. Despite Palworld's success, Digimon is far better compared to Pokemon, namely the anime characters growing up, unlike Ash Ketchum, who remains 10. I love Digimon. When I was a kid, I liked Digimon as anime-wise more than Pokemon. Now, obviously, I've said this before, I've never played any of the Digimon games. Well, that's not true. I played one of them on PS1 way back in the day, but I don't know which one it was. I've never seriously got into the Digimon games. One of you guys, I think it was Angmar. Maybe it was No Hearts Left. Someone gifted me a bunch of Digimon games. I am going to get to them. I'm going to play them. I try and play every game that you guys gift me, unless it's those whack-ass porno games, Eric motherfucking Jenkins. But all in all, so I will get to them. But yeah, just looking at the anime, I love the Digimon so much more than Pokemon.
By 2024. And the only way that players are going to be able to make their voices heard over its loudest defenders and also its biggest spenders, people who seem completely happy with just eating shit, is for another game to come along with numbers that genuinely threaten it. Steam concurrent player counts give us those numbers. And on that top 10 peak concurrent list that I had shown, Palworld sits above Cyberpunk 2077, which sold 40 million.
When I said competitive and whatnot, I more so meant because you were correct. The actual competitive scene for Pokemon is in a good place. I meant like the team building strategies and the difficulty curve of the games when you're playing the classic games, because everything is so streamlined and simplified now. It is easier. The barrier to, so maybe if I didn't say it properly, that is what I meant.
Million copies. Elden Ring, which sold 30 million. Hogwarts Legacy, which sold 40 million. These are numbers that actively challenge some of Pokemon's highest selling and highest performing games. Palworld is multi-platform. It's widely accessible, and it gives people a reason not to choose Nintendo now that there is a real alternative that is out there. So when I see people that are tweeting Pokemon doesn't have to do anything because it's the largest entertainment franchise, or that they're floating theories that Sony is secretly funding and running an online campaign against Pokemon, or that everyone celebrating Palworld is just pretending to like it just to spite Pokemon fans, I have to appreciate the sheer Omega level ego required to believe that any of this is about you. It's not about you. It's about getting around you and reaching a franchise that has spent years shielded from criticism, a franchise that has left countless players behind while farming the blind faith of its most devoted consumers by serving them swill at a premium price.
And not too long from now, we have Beast Reincarnation coming out. If Palworld has not convinced these haters, Beast Reincarnation won't either. I am truly excited for Beast Reincarnation. I want to see what that team can do when they're not working on fucking Pokemon. And if that game comes out and it's a banger, we know who to blame. We know that all the blame goes to Nintendo. Like that's what it boils down to. There is now, if Beast of Reincarnation fucking sucks, which I don't think it will, but obviously there's a chance. It can't just be Nintendo we talking mad shit on. It can't. I'm very curious how the Pokemon fangirls are going to react to Beast of Reincarnation. Yep, exactly.
Palworld doesn't need to destroy Pokemon. It only needs to prove that there are millions of people that are out there that are waiting for someone to deliver something that Nintendo refused to. And that's exactly what this game has done. And it did so perfectly. It did so for half the price with no DLC, no microtransactions, or no live service. Unlike Pokemon, they make you fools pay for evolutions. What are you talking about? You're not even a part of this conversation anymore. You obviously don't even want your games to get any better. And these plutonium-enriched retards are coping harder than I have ever seen. And what makes this all so frustrating is that it's for their own benefit. This game needs competition. Pokemon and Nintendo as a company needs competition.
I agree with this completely. Like, Nintendo has no competition in a whole, but let's just talk about Pokemon. There are other Monster Tamer games. There have always been other Monster Tamer games. Digimon has always existed alongside Pokemon. Monster Rancher was great back in the day. Yokai Watch put out games. I would even make the argument. Yes, he did say retards. Fucking amazing. That Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a competitor to Pokemon. Why didn't they ever go after them? Why didn't Nintendo ever go after any of those? Because they weren't a threat. It wasn't actual competition. They were just other Monster Tamer games. They were not a genuine threat. Palworld is. That's why they went after them. Because for the very first time, there was actual competition, and Nintendo felt threatened.
Anytime any company or service or product is left to its own devices where it has no competition and it effectively has a monopoly, well, they switch from value creation to value extraction, and Nintendo has been running that gambit for decades now. Now, this is when I inevitably hear, but there were other creature collectors. True, but they've also proven that they are not adequate competition. They make fantastic games. Digimon Time Strangers was great. I loved that game. And I also heard that Monster Hunter Stories is also really good. But these guys have not made a dent. They've not even made a scratch, and they've been at it for years now, decades in the case of Digimon. Palworld left a gaping wound. This game is massive. If you want anybody to blame for your favorite game being threatened, why don't you try blaming the company that left any room for competition, the company that put in the least amount of effort possible?
And this is an interesting comment from Rabnad. Shin Megami Tensei and Persona are a few good examples. But and unlike the examples I gave, so like Monster Rancher, again, back in the day, Digimon, even now, it does target a similar demographic that Pokemon does, just like Palworld. Shin Megami Tensei and Persona, yes, those are technically Monster Tamer games, but it is not the same demographic. The people that are playing Shin Megami Tensei and Persona, by and large, on the fucking, what's it called? The Venn diagram, are mostly not the same people playing Pokemon. So it's not competition.
The company that continued to charge you more while offering you less, and then sued anybody else that even tried to come between you. You're triggered over parody designs and the fact that another game exists other than yours. Absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. It's so sad to see. I would block most of these people if it wasn't so entertaining to see them melt down. But we're not done yet. No, we still got more, because Palworld's not done either. Not only is this their second step towards their success, but this is going to be a continued success. And no matter what Nintendo tries to do, and no matter what lies people try to say, Palworld has become inevitable. So we've been kind of leading up to this, but the one thing that really motivated this follow-up video was the...
Shout out, appreciate you, Evan, with a 10-banger. The thing that other Monster games... Oh, shit, my chat just scrolled. There we go. The thing with other Monster games, they aren't targeting the Pokemon audience. If anything, they're targeting the audience that's aged out or abandoned Pokemon. I would say that's partially true. Like, I do think Digimon, for example, does in fact target the same audience as Pokemon, but it is also different enough to where it targets another audience. There is more crossover between, say, Digimon and Pokemon than Persona and Pokemon, even though they're both Monster Tamer games. But I mostly agree with you, but think there's a bit more nuance to it, at least with the Monster Tamer games that have got these anime aesthetics and more cutesy designs and are very easily accessible for like the 10-year-old, the 8 to, let's say, 13-year-old audience. Those are the ones that have a crossover with Pokemon. But yeah, all in all, I get what you're saying. Shout, thank you for the 10 bang. I'm just gonna get you a clip.
I'm loving it again. The game would absolutely get a pretty high score from me.
How many bananas?
A solid 8.5 incher for sure.
I didn't, what? No.
And wouldn't it be nice to live together?
Shout out, appreciate you.
Overwhelming amount of disinformation surrounding the Pocket Pair and Nintendo lawsuit. People have been spending years now framing that legal battle as something that it never was, while openly accusing Pocket Pair of a crime that they were never charged with: plagiarism. That accusation was largely left hanging after the game had entered into early access, open to interpretation, and, well, much of that is to the fault of games media. Soon after Palworld had launched, a huge portion of the coverage consisted of games journalists and developers that were dragging the game for its creature designs and its premise. Eurogamer, quite literally just angry because the game was popular, PC Gamer, Eurogamer, IGN, VGC, GameSpot, Kotaku, all of these guys just kept circulating these claims about stolen assets, plagiarism, generative AI, and they were convinced that Pocket Pair had done something heinous. Yet, once the game had now reached 1.0, every single one of these guys is silent. Not a single one of these outlets ever went back to correct their accusations or the drama that they helped spread. The only retrospective coverage that I could find was...
We got to remember, these are the same outlets that post legitimate goon bait articles for Pokemon. These are the same outlets they will write articles about, fucking Baneri or Lucario or Machop or whatever being sexy, sexualizing them. They've got such a hard-on for Nintendo because the people writing these articles are the millennials that grew up with Pokemon and now have all these mental illnesses and depressions and are all trunified, and they fucking think that they can just live off disability because of their depression, but they can make, $30 as a freelancer for Kotaku. They need Pokemon because that is part of their lifeblood. It's part of the only thing keeping their mental illnesses fucking in check. Palworld's the new kid on the block, and they're terrified of it, mainly because most of them can't be gooned to. Shout out to Sotmet, who I put on the thumbnail of this here stream. Most of them can't be gooned to, and they don't have the nostalgia for it. They want to see it fail. As much as they hate people like me and you guys out there calling out the truth, talking about what's going on in gaming, they need the nostalgia that they grew up with to sustain themselves because they are perpetual children that never grew up.
It's from Dexerto, which had reported that the person that was claiming that they had discovered proof of the stolen Palworld models, well, they had actually altered those models to make the plagiarism accusations appear more convincing. And despite all their reporting on the Nintendo's lawsuit against Palworld, none of these outlets ever bothered to mention that the lawsuit never had any claims of plagiarism. Their silence left the original narrative intact this entire time. The unhinged Nintendo fans have been feeding on it ever since then. We've been seeing these people ask genuinely how or why should anybody ever give Palworld a pass. Then someone responding to the claim that Palworld never stole anything had said, it's not a stretch, don't listen to that dolt. Palworld's first controversy was that it used AI in the character building process by feeding every Pokemon into an AI to mix and match them into new ones. Another one had said the developer has spoken highly about generative AI in the past. Palworld exists purely to create controversy and leech off the Pokemon brand. Now,
I love these absolute losers that throw a fit about Pocket Pair using AI. Because every single developer, AAA, indie, whatever, they're all using it. They're going to pretend they don't. And they're going to stand with the moral outrage of the gamers when it's called out. When I was like, well, we don't use it. Or oh, you caught us. We'll never do it again. We're so sorry. Capcom's using it. Square Enix is using it. Nintendo's using it. Bethesda's using it. Well, actually, Bethesda is not using it because they don't make games anymore. But like Insomniac, Activision, they're all using AI. They don't want to admit it because they think it'll alienate the fans without realizing most people don't fucking care. The anti-AI crowd is it might be an even more vocal minority than fucking trannies at this point.
Oh, we have people that are, yet again, fabricating images of the new legendary creature Panthalis to make it resemble Kyogre, and the media is there once again helping them to circulate it through articles that perpetuate that lie. Then we see posts that are claiming that Pocket Pair changed the creature designs in 1.0 because of the lawsuit, and once again, journalists are helping to carry a completely false premise into a wider conversation when every, and I mean every, early access game ends up making massive changes to the designs just by full release. So I'm going to say this once. Pocket Pair was never sued over their creature designs. There is no plagiarism or trademark case. Nintendo's entire legal attack was built around patents covering gameplay mechanics that they believed that they had a right to control, including throwing a ball or an object to capture a creature, mounting a summoned creature, and more recently, touchscreen functionality used to capture a creature.
Again, all things that have been done in other games. Several of those things have been done in games first before Pokemon ever even hit the scene or implemented those mechanics, and Nintendo never went after them. I raised the question why. Because the other games that use those similar mechanics, sometimes the exact same mechanics, weren't a threat. There's a reason that FromSoft doesn't go after every other game making Souls-like, despite the fact that most of them seem like they're relatively fucking identical. It's because you can't patent that shit. You can try, but it's a fruitless endeavor, and it does not make your company look good. FromSoft is smart. If FromSoft were to go after every company that made Souls-like games, they would be the most hated motherfuckers on the planet, like Nintendo is now. Obviously, they would still have their diehards that will buy every single new fucking Souls-like or Elden Ring expansion or whatnot. But the court of public opinion would crucify them. I genuinely struggle to understand how Nintendo is this blind to it, how they are this stupid. Or I don't think it's stupidity, actually. I don't. That was dumb of me to say. Nintendo knows they have you by the balls, or at least their core fan base by the balls, who will play anything and everything Nintendo because it's Nintendo, everything Pokemon because it's Pokemon. They don't fucking care. You are their bitch. They have the exact same mentality as Sony when Sony says we're not reversing our decision on physical games because we know you're going to show up to play anyway. Nintendo is no different than Sony in that regard. Most of these companies, the ones that don't have the fuck you money that Nintendo and Sony have, they understand the court of public opinion.
That's why so many of these journalists who quite literally cheered for Nintendo to sue Pocket Pair suddenly lost their voices once the lawsuits began. These cases had demonstrated that while some of Palworld's creatures were undoubtedly inspired by Pokemon, Nintendo was not alleging that Pocket Pair had stolen their models or plagiarized their designs. Instead, these people had summoned the devil and then wanted to cry about what they had done, crying about all these games that were going to get caught in Nintendo's crosshairs and how damaging it would be for the rest of the industry. That is also why a lot of these same outlets have now surrendered themselves to positive coverage. They're publishing guides, reporting on player numbers, and even celebrating the fact that Pokemon finally has competition, all without acknowledging the narrative that they helped create. Luckily, Nintendo has walked away with nothing, losing their efforts in both the United States and also Japan, largely just due to the absurdity of their...
You want to know why they need our money, Desmond, bro? They needed our money because there was competition. They needed our money because we had to make choices. The PlayStation 2 library was massive. The PlayStation 2 library was insane. You had banger after banger after banger coming out. They were $50 fucking, and you were a kid with an allowance. You could not afford multiple games. You had to make a fucking choice. So these devs, these companies, they had to put their best foot forward and make actual fucking games that were competing with one another because they needed to win you over. When there is no competition, and when there's only consolidation, there is no innovation.
Their patents. I mean, come on, man. Some of this stuff is absolutely ridiculous, but apparently some of it's also because of Nintendo's most hated force in existence, fan-made games. The plagiarism accusation stopped having anything to do with evidence a long time ago. It has always just been this moral excuse that people have used to not accept that Palworld has earned its audience. Inspiration, plagiarism, stolen assets, generative AI, patent infringement, copyright infringement, all of these things are just completely different accusations that were all thrown into the exact same bucket because accuracy would require these guys to admit that they had lost most of their case years ago. But none of that stopped Palworld from becoming the success that it is. Maybe it slowed it down. Maybe the lawsuits created some uncertainty. Maybe 2 years of people screaming plagiarism, AI, stolen assets, and fraud convinced enough people to stay away from it, but it didn't stunt the game's growth. And nearly 1 million people showing up at the exact same time 2 years later is proof of that. Palworld is not some temporary meme anymore.
But here's the deal. I actually disagree with this, Rabnad. You say they shut up and enjoy Pokemon in their corner and be fine. They have to go on the attack and refuse to be involved with that. No, I disagree with you. If they just shut up and enjoy Pokemon in their corner, that still wouldn't be fine. Because that means these people are accepting mediocrity. And that is what Pokemon is. If I'm being generous, it's mediocrity. I don't want people enjoying mediocrity. I want people rejecting mediocrity. I want people to be smart enough to reject mediocrity and only spend their money on good shit. Because doing so generates competition, which in turn only creates more good shit.
It isn't a novelty. It isn't Pokemon with guns, and it isn't some early access scam that people thought that they were just going to forget about after a month. It is a defined success with a massive audience. And again, nearly every premium game that is surrounding it on Steam's all-time concurrent player chart has gone on to sell 30 million or more copies. Those are not numbers of a game that is barely hanging on. Those are numbers of a franchise that is being built right in front of us. Pokemon doesn't just have another competitor. They have a monster to deal with.
No, you misunderstand. This isn't me saying choose Palworld instead of Pokemon. This is me saying don't choose Pokemon. To the people that are celebrating the mediocrity and still playing Pokemon, I'm not even saying stop playing Pokemon, go play Palworld. I'm just saying stop playing Pokemon, quit spending money on mediocrity.
World is offering almost everything that fans have been asking for Pokemon to do for years, and then they go beyond it. Open world exploration, meaningful multiplayer, base building, survival systems, deeper creature utility, and monsters that actually matter outside of just standing in a field and just slapping each other. It does all of this for less money, and most importantly, across nearly every major platform. That means that Palworld isn't just giving people an alternative to Pokemon, they're giving them an alternative to Nintendo. You don't need to buy their hardware, you don't need to pay their prices, you don't even need to wait around hoping for the next game to run properly. You can buy Palworld and play it on your PC or your favorite console that you already own with friends that probably were never even considering to buy a Nintendo system at all. And Pocket Pair clearly is not treating this game like it's a one-time fluke. They have a trading card game, a dating simulator, a farming game, more updates on the way, and probably a lot more that we don't even know yet. As ridiculous as the premise is, there is a real chance that Palworld just keeps getting better,
if the fat electrician is still making videos in 10 years, I guarantee you there'll be a Pocket Pair video. Like the rise of Pocket Pair. How Pocket Pair dethroned Nintendo, something like that. Because this is like, you know, what did I just say? Yeah, exactly, Les. It's correct. This is an IP that kids and people are going to grow up with the same way that us millennials grew up with Pokemon. This is not just 30 and 40-year-old millennials fucking like turning our back on Pokemon and choosing Palworld out of spite. This is a new IP with millions of players the world over. Catch you later, Shield. I'll have a good rest of your night. And it is here to stay.
Expanding and keeps picking up steam. And then what happens when a year or two from now we actually get a sequel that gets announced? What happens when they take everything that they've learned, all the feedback, all the mistakes, and all the money that they've made, and they build something that's even bigger? Palworld has already proved that millions of people were waiting for an alternative. The next one might prove that Nintendo waited too long to realize what they let through the door. I am 100% a dejected Pokemon fan, somebody that grew up with the franchise but became more and more disappointed as years went on and finally just separated myself from it. I don't like Palworld just because I want to spite people, and I don't make videos like this just because I want to stick it to Nintendo, though I'm not going to lie. It does feel good to when I get the opportunity, but I hope that this somehow leads to better Pokemon games. I hope it leads to bigger and better Palworld games and bigger and better games from other developers in the future. And while I fully understand that this is a franchise that wasn't going to grow up with me, and I understand that it's a franchise that's made for kids, I never thought it was a franchise that was going to essentially just devolve into nothing more than premium price slop. That's all.
Retro Bites with a 5-banger. Nintendo, Pocket Pair, are you mad? Pocket Pair slowly turns their head. Shut your mouth, you mediocre player. Nintendo, mediocre. They are. And it's not just Pokemon. Like, it's mostly Pokemon. But I think that with the upcoming Ocarina of Time remake, we're going to see if they're mediocre with that as well. Like, you have the gall to remake arguably the most lauded video game of all time. And what's it going to amount to? I am guessing mediocrity. I am guessing dumbed down mechanics. I am guessing dumbing down the story. I am guessing dumbing down of the localization. I am guessing dumbing down of the difficulty curve. Like, yeah. Now, I want to be wrong. I am a massive Zelda fan. Like, without a doubt, my favorite Nintendo IP, and I am still a fan, is The Legend of Zelda. I pray that I'm wrong about what I just said. But I don't think I will be. I don't think I will be wrong with that. I think we're about to see that what's been happening with Pokemon for the last 10 years, if not more, is now going to affect other Nintendo IPs. IPs that I genuinely love, like Zelda, like Mario. The only one that I can't see that happening to is Kirby and Smash Bros. Because Masahiro Sakurai is a mad lad. absolute mad lad. But Sakurai ain't going to be around forever. And I don't want there to be another Smash Bros. I said that on my Smash Bros. Stream last week. I do not want another Smash Bros. Ultimate was that. It was Ultimate. It was perfect. Give us an updated version of Ultimate on the Switch 2, maybe, with more characters, things like that. Like just basically just keep updating Ultimate, because I don't think you can top it. It's the perfect Smash game. Shout out. Thank you so much, Retromeister. You definitely got your $5 worth out of that one.
All it is. They're just farming the people that just keep giving them money for whatever reason. And somebody needed to step up, somebody needed to show up and put them in their place. And I think that's largely what's happened recently. And I think that's how a lot of people feel. I think that's why a lot of people are excited about this game and why people want to support it. Nintendo has just gotten way too confident in their walled garden. They've largely just not had any competition, not any real competition. Nintendo and Xbox and PlayStation have just been having a competition between each other to see who can suck more. But, Nintendo has just tried to farm nostalgia, and they've had this audience of people that have been locked into their console that honestly, in a lot of ways, probably just don't know better. I hate to say it like that, but it's like, if you're just a solely Nintendo gamer, you're not really getting exposed to a lot of other stuff in the wider industry, and games take a long time to be able to get to you in a lot of cases. So in most cases, the games that you have to play are the Nintendo ones, and give credit where credit is due. Nintendo doesn't have a lot of competition for their games because of the unique premise of their games, the unique premise of their audience. But what that means is that without
and honestly, Nintendo is still smart in a lot of regards. Like it's not a case of, like, let's take Mario, for example. Mario has a distinct visual style, distinct art direction. In fact, multiple distinct art directions, because you've got the 2D, the 3D, you got Paper Mario. Like the iconography of Mario is undefeated. Both Mario movies made over $1 billion at the box office. I haven't actually seen fall off in any mainline Mario game. Now, to be fair, we've not gotten a mainline Mario game on the Switch 2 yet, but like Mario is still being treated with care. People loved that. What was that multiplayer one that came out a couple years ago? Super Mario Wonder, I think it was called. I didn't play that one, but like Nintendo seems to still give a fuck about Mario. I also don't really think you can make Mario mediocre because of its simplicity. I would love to see how they make Mario mediocre. I truly don't know how you could even fucking do that. But yeah, everything else, the more, and all Nintendo games are relatively simple. Like, yeah, Metroid is notably more difficult than Mario, for sure. Zelda, a bit more difficult than Mario. The more difficult the IPs are, the easier it is to make them mediocre. And yeah, I mean, I agree. Fuck the Switch 2. I don't have one. I won't be getting one. There's no reason to.
That competition without other games to be able to make that comparison to those games, and their quality slips over time. They just get worse, and they continue to until somebody finally steps up and can take.
This may be true, Lessis, about the new Super Mario games being mediocre. I only ever played the first one, just New Super Mario Bros., and I liked that one. I didn't play any of the others, but I can believe that they all blend together.
The crown from them in this case, and I think that while Palworld hasn't taken the crown necessarily, it probably has for a lot of people. I know that. I know none of this is going to stop any of the cope. Half of the people that are trying to more than half of the people are trying to tear down Palworld. They're actually just mentally ill. I kind of really understand that now, especially looking at some of these people's profiles and seeing the people that are posting on Twitter. That's just really guys that are just shaking cups for Twitter chains for gas money more than anything else. But, I wanted to try to do my best to be able to set the record straight with this video because I thought it was necessary to do so. I have a lot of respect for this game. I have a lot of respect for the people that made it, and I want to do whatever I can to be able to make sure that people get the right message about this game. And for whatever reason, if you have been holding off from playing it because of any of this discourse, ignore it all and just give the game a shot because it's 100% worth it. As I've said before, this game does hold like a very special place in my heart because it came from the starting of this channel. And I had actually reached out to Bucky, their community manager for Pocket Pair and for Palworld, and gave them my thanks and gave them my appreciation and told them how great it was to actually see the game reach the point that it has. And these guys are really excited. They're really happy with everything that's going on, and they're all feeling pretty positive about what they're going to be doing in the future. And, you know, they took Nintendo's basic formula and they stretched it far beyond what I think a lot of people thought anybody probably would. Well, I think a lot of people try to say that these games are not comparable. You're absolutely right. Palworld just does so much more.
I have not played Metroid Dread, admittedly. I've played the original Metroid. I talked about this on stream yesterday, or maybe it was just in a Discord call. I think it was on stream. I've played the original Metroid, Fusion, Zero Mission, and then Prime 1 and 2. Those are the only Metroid games I've played. Far and away, my favorite are Metroid Prime 1 and 2. But I would need to play more 3D Metroid games and more 2D Metroid games to really have a basis of comparison.
And while it might not be perfect, and a lot of that stuff isn't necessarily refined, what happens when it is? That's the question that you should be asking. That's the question that I'm looking forward to. You know, Palworld as it is already so deep and so complex. It's absolutely absurd. So I just can't wait to see what these guys do next. But I'm also looking to see when these guys start posting some player numbers. I've been hearing some rumblings from some of their people that I had talked to. We might be hearing something soon. I think it should be pretty interesting. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, share it on social media, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Peace.
Excellent video. At the end of the day, I mean, I think it's simple. All these people, all these Nintendo fanboys, they are not going to matter. They are not going to matter in a year from now. Pocket Pair has done wonders with Palworld. It's not just its own singular thing. As he mentioned, there's a trading card game in the works. That's going to be a competitor to Pokemon. It is. TCGs are huge. Man, when I was at Siege this past weekend, the Southeast Game Exchange, there were people playing fuck tons of card games. There was lots of vendors selling cards, right? A lot of anime card games, the One Piece card game, the Dragon Ball card game. TCGs are still big. Like, there's a lot of shit with Pokemon and with Magic the Gathering, but those aren't, and Yu-Gi-Oh!, those aren't the only ones out there. Palworld putting out a TCG, that's going to do numbers. The dating sim, yeah, that's kind of a meme sort of thing or whatnot, but it's still going to do numbers. I'd play it for the meme. I would, dude, if that game came out, I would absolutely play it on stream for the meme. I say obviously it will come out. When it comes out, I would play for a grift, obviously, the Palworld dating sim on stream. I think that'd be funny as shit. The farm simulator, nah, that's not for me. I don't really like farm simulators, but I mean, there's going to be a market for it. This is an IP that is going to have legs. I think it's going to have legs the same way that, like, Dragon Ball is still going. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is still going. Obviously, Pokemon is still going. These, like, it's going to be an IP that ends up becoming truly generational. And as someone who did not think I would like the game, like, and Cindy was right. Cindy called me out on it. It was backstage. Y'all didn't see it. When I was telling Cindy how much I loved the game, she was calling me out for how much I was ragging on it when her and I first met. I had to straight up admit that Cindy was right. She was right. She said I would love it. I need to give it a chance. Gave it a chance. She was right. I loved it. Let's see what some of y'all saying. Remember buying a Land Ball plush? Oh, I didn't even know they were doing plushies yet. That's wild. Saw another game just got released today. It's called Die or Dive. Not heard of that. I love Palworld so much. Even my cousins prefer it well over Pokemon. I think that a lot of young kids will nowadays. I think that it's again, generational. And Rabnad, this is not just gamers. People do this with anything where there is a brand loyalty rivalry. Coke and Pepsi, Ford and Chevy, again, various video games, Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. If they're Marvel and DC, if there is a brand loyalty, there's going to be that level of, and to be fair, normally it's fun. If you can keep it fun, I love fan wars. I love people arguing Marvel and DC. I love people arguing Goku versus Superman. I love going down to the comic shop, the card shop, whatever, talking nerd shit with your homies. But like at the end of the, like, I don't like Mortal Kombat. I don't, because I've never been good at it. I don't think it feels good to play either. Like the only Mortal Kombat game I've ever like truly gotten down on was Mortal Kombat 3. I'm much more of a Street Fighter guy. So I love talking trash on Mortal Kombat. Are they bad games? Well, a lot of the modern ones are, but by and large, no. I'm just not good at them, and I'm good at Street Fighter. You know, I like those fan wars. But yeah, people take it to a weird extreme. Must have hurt. What must have hurt? Oh. You having to admit Cindy was right? Yeah. Yeah, that definitely sucked. Interest in anime as well? That would be awesome. That would be awesome. WB and Disney. I think it was more Fox and Disney, but maybe WB, yeah. Nike and Adidas. That's a good one. Yep. Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. I like Dragon Quest more. I mean, me and Dax were talking about this last night when we were hanging out. I like Dragon Quest more. I think Final Fantasy hits higher highs, but also hits lower lows. I think Dragon Quest is a more consistent franchise. So the things from Final Fantasy I like more than Dragon Quest. Things I dislike way more. Alrighty. We haven't had no anime discourse yet. We've been going 2.5 hours. We ain't had no fucking anime discourse. Leon deleted the VOD before Cindy sees it. No, the only time I delete VODs, and I very rarely do it, the only time I delete VODs is if the quality was, like, for example, when I was trying to live stream at Siege, and the internet in the venue was so dog shit, it was like a 20-minute stream. Kata couldn't stream either. I deleted that one because I don't want, like, poor quality stuff left up on my channel. I like to think I'm a fucking professional. I will make shit members only if we get super spicy, but alrighty. "100 Girlfriends." Have you guys seen the discourse? This anime is getting thrashed for its localization. Now, I never finished 100 Girlfriends, admittedly. It's on season 3 now. I got partway through season 1, got busy, didn't end up finishing it. I will go back to it because I was actually quite enjoying 100 Girlfriends. It was so funny, oddly wholesome. Like, I liked 100 Girlfriends. It is getting fucking destroyed over its localization. Let's go.
So this post is going viral right now in the anime community, and oh my goodness, Crunchyroll, can you go 1 week? No. Can you go 1 day without proving how bad of a company you actually are? Like, this is insane, man. Like, at this point, it has to be.
I love that it's not just dubs. I love it. Like, when I say I love it, I mean that ironically, by the way. No one wants to see their anime be bastardized, but there was a time when the localization being bastardized was just the dub, and you could at least read the subs and they'd be fine. But now Crunchyroll is on a crusade to destroy the subtitles as well. So even if you're watching in Japanese, if you don't speak natively, you're still not getting the original author's intent.
Be intentional. Like, this has to be intentional that this company screws up as much as they do, because I'm not gonna shred back to old stuff I've talked about already just in this last week and a half. I'm just gonna strictly talk about this, okay? Because it's just so much, man. And it's honestly, there is more days where Crunchyroll's screwing up than they're actually not screwing up, because they turned an entire episode into fan fiction. And this isn't the only screw up they did this week when it comes to turning an episode into fan fiction. I actually was going to make a dedicated video talking about the latest Mushoku Tensei episodes because of this right here. Let me zoom in for you can see this. This is, on the left side, Crunchyroll's translation for the Mushoku Tensei episode. This is, on the right side, Musa Asia's translation for the Mushoku Tensei episode. And if you scroll down, you will instantly...
See, I see a lot of y'all in the comments talking about use fan subs. Here's the problem with that. Because in theory, I agree. I love watching fan sub content. The only way I got to watch the example I always use, Jinga Nagaraboshi Gin, which is an old school 80s anime that never got a dub, never even got a official English sub. Great anime. Only way I got to watch it was fan subs. Problem is, with all these piracy sites being just eviscerated, Thanos snapped from the interwebs, they're getting harder and harder to find. Fan subs are getting so difficult to find. You can still find them in manga pretty well, but fan subs are getting so fucking hard to find because of all these websites dying.
just see the quality difference on just how the left is just straight up not accurate in its complete fan fiction, and the right is more true to the light novel. Like, for those that want a little bit more clarification, everything on the right is basically what is actually being said in Japanese, what is actually being said within the light novel of Mushoku Tensei, while the left side is Crunchyroll taking liberties with the translation and pretty much making things completely different, or throwing in, Zoomer speech or memes and stuff like that, or something that just does not mean the exact same thing. Like, look at this, okay?
And the people that, what gets my goat is the new anime fans, and I do mean fans. For once, I'm not talking about tourists, right? I'm not talking about tourists. I know we talk about tourists a lot in here because fuck tourists. But I actually do mean new fans. The fans that are only recently getting into anime. They love it for what it is. They want it to stay what it is. And they don't know, because they are new to the scene, that this is happening. Right? They're not plugged into the social media and seeing all this. They're not, maybe watching like Chibi reviews or me or Espiritu. Like, new anime fans obviously have less exposure to anime in general, and to the anime community at large, to the history of anime at large. Like, when I was a kid, obviously, like everyone, I watched Dragon Ball, and I watched it dubbed on Toonami. And I love Dragon Ball Z dubbed on Toonami, bro. Dragon Ball Z dubbed on Toonami. I loved it when I was a kid. And I grow up, and I'm watching more and more anime. Dragon Ball Z wasn't even my first anime, by the way. It's an anime called X was. That was only available in subtitles. At least that's how I saw it. Anyway, you grow up, you're on the internet, you realize how much they butchered the localization, how much they destroy. I can't watch Dragon Ball dubbed anymore. And it's not just because fuck Chris Sabat and fuck Sean Schemmel, because fuck them too. After what they did to Vit Mignogna, like, I was already fucking done. But I can't watch the Funimation dub of the 90s Dragon Ball anymore, or Dragon Ball Z, because of just how radically altered it was from the source material. I mean, like what they did to Goku was criminal, and I didn't know that as a young kid. And I think that the same thing has got to be happening with anime fans now, and probably in far larger numbers, because anime is the most mainstream it's ever been. They don't really even see the destruction that's happening to something that they do love. That's why I make videos like this. That's why Chibi does. With this section, probably going to get clipped into a video for tomorrow, because I want every single anime fan, specifically new anime fans that aren't tourists, that are real fans, to know that this atrocity is happening to these works that we say we love.
On the left side here, you have, oh, well, he was good to me. That's what Roxy is saying about their night together, how she was with Rudy that night. But if you look on the right side here, you have Roxy say, well, we've done a lot of rounds. Obviously, this is very, very dirty. It's a very dirty dialogue, but that's exactly what was said in the novels. But Crunchyroll literally took creative freedoms to basically just censor it, change the dialogue, and it completely changes a lot of what's going on here. Like, look at this one, okay? Like, he is in fair good shape, but I don't sense any kind of aura from him. And then on the right side, you have translation notes. Holy crap, translation notes.
I miss translation notes, boys. I fucking miss translation notes. Why the fuck would they say aura? The Crunchyroll, guys, if you were watching this on Crunchyroll right now, and you watch it in Japanese with the subtitles, these subtitles say he's got no aura. Can you really look me in the fucking eyes and tell me that the original Japanese dialogue said he had no aura? Get the fuck out of here.
A dying breed of subtitle. Musa Asia actually adding in translation notes, but you literally see in the translation, his body seems to be in good shape, but there's nothing imposing about him. And then she says hockey, not toki. She's not talking about battle aura. So basically, complete difference, showcasing the difference in translation on what is being said here. And it's just like, you can see Crunchyroll doesn't even try. Like, they don't even try to make it the exact same as the novel. Like, look at this one. I'll beat your...
Here's the thing. It's not even that. This is intentional. Crunchyroll wants to remove the cultural identity of Japan. They do not like the cultural identity of Japan. They are using it to for their capitalistic means, despite the fact they're a bunch of commie fucks. They loathe the cultural identity of Japan. Don't ever forget, what was the name of that dumbass American show that was a knockoff of anime they were trying to fund? High Guardian Spice. Don't ever forget that Crunchyroll tried to give us High Guardian Spice as if fucking anime fans wanted that gay shit. They are having these subs radically altered because they have caught on to the fact that we have caught on to the dubs being horrible. The localized dubs are trash, so we were watching the subs because we want that real shit. They caught on to that, and now they're changing the subs because they are actively trying to destroy what anime is and what anime is in the eyes of American viewers specifically. This is an intentional hit piece, and Japan doesn't even realize what's going on. Many Japanese politicians and mangaka and anime creators have even said they didn't know this was happening, and now they are against it. They are mostly blue-haired, set-wing women, yes. It's not about the money, it's about sending a message.
Brutus and drag him in front of you as my servant. And what she actually says, I will make him my slave and parade him in front of you. Obviously, way more crazy dialogue, but that is what is actually said in the novel. And it is insane. Like, this is not the only example. We now have actual Japanese speakers calling out Crunchyroll for their bullshit and what they're doing to 100 girlfriends. So let's showcase this. So basically, this entire person, he outlined exactly the dialogue from just this clip alone. That is 1 minute and 9 seconds from the latest episode of 100 Girlfriends,
I want y'all to realize how long that post was. Let's roll it back real quick. And we're still not at the top. So 1 minute and 9 seconds of dialogue. All of this is incorrect. He's about to explain how.
To 100 girlfriends. So let's showcase this. So basically, this entire person, he outlined exactly the dialogue from just this clip alone. That is 1 minute and 9 seconds from the latest episode of 100 Girlfriends, which introduces basically one of my favorite characters within the manga. She tries to, speak English and all that. She's not really good at it, but it's very funny. And
this is a real archetype in Japan, by the way. There are the way that we have weebs here in America that put on the kimonos and they think that if they get into a fight on the subway, they can slice the sword and there'll be a delay and then the body will fall. The way those types of people exist in America, the fun little geeky white boys that they think Japan is actually like anime. Yes, Japan has a marabous. Cute fucking Asian broads that dress like they're cow rustlers from Texas. It's amazing. If you've never seen them, just Google videos or YouTube videos of Ameribus. They're adorable. I can't wait. I need to get back to 100 Girlfriends just so I can see this character.
And she's very, very good at speaking Japanese. And it's just, there is a whole gag here where she's really good at Japanese, but she wants to speak English and she's just not good at it. That's the joke. And that's literally, what is basically said by a lot of people that understand what's going on here. But Crunchyroll took creative liberties to insert a bunch of different memes and propaganda and agenda within just this 1 minute clip alone. Like, for instance, Packer Girl here, she compiled some images showcasing the manga translation in comparison to what Crunchyroll did. For instance, the manga says, oh, what was that? Nihongo wakarimasen. And then you said, don't ask me, my Japanese is in 6th level. And then if you go here, Japanese people are very, very pitiful. People should be free to live much more freely, desu. And then you can see on the bottom, Crunchyroll's translation, that mindset's older than the trees in this marketplace of ideas. Bro,
Japanese people are very, very pitiable. They've changed it. Mindsets older than the trees, this market of idea. What is this? What and Crunchyroll is hurting. Crunchyroll is hurting. I didn't cover it because it happened right before I left to go to Siege. For those of you guys that somehow missed it, Crunchyroll has made it to where you cannot access their store unless you are a tier 2 paid member. You cannot buy anime merch from Crunchyroll unless you are at least a tier 2 paid member. They are dying for your dollar. That means they are not making the money on their subscriptions that they need to sustain themselves. And they are doing everything they can to gouge you, to up you to the next tier by basically limiting what you can purchase. The merch, the collectibles. Like this is another instance of the death of physical media, like what Sony is doing. It is, well, to quote a girl here, pitiable.
Right, like I got more to show, but like it's very obvious what's being done here. Crunchyroll is, I'm assuming the reason why they changed this, okay, is because they didn't want to seem racist or they didn't want to seem like they were insulting the Japanese. And
it's a Japanese anime. Like, what are we doing? How if a Japanese dude or woman, I don't know who the fuck wrote 100 Girlfriends, either way, put this in the manga, how would it be racist? Just like the Boondocks is not a racist show. You want to know why? Because it was made by a fucking black dude. If it was made by a white dude to be a racist show, it'd still be a hilarious show and I would still watch it. But it would make it racist. But it's not because it was made by a fucking black dude.
okay, but it's like Japan is writing 100 Girlfriends. They know this was approved by editors in Japan and the actual language they're speaking. Like, let me explain. Crunchyroll censored this thinking potentially it might hurt the Japanese people, okay? But it's like the actual dialogue is.
But the Japanese people won't be watching it on Crunchyroll. That's the thing. Crunchyroll is a Western service. People watching this in Japan are watching it on the Japanese services or on actual cable because they still have a lot of cable viewership over in Japan. At least from what I hear. People are in Japan or whatever because I know I have a section of my audience that watch me from Japan. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I'm pretty sure from what I read that having normal cable services and stuff, normal TV services, is still normal in Japan. So the idea that Crunchyroll doesn't want to offend the Japanese people are watching this probably in the proper, they're watching it raw, and so they're getting the actual dialogue. They're not watching a subtitle version that's been changed. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Saying that. But it's a very popular show. Why are you censoring? It's nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. Let's go to the next one. If you go to the next one, you have this. Manga. Native English doesn't register. But in the Crunchyroll translation, my English too native, my steak too juicy. And don't get me wrong, funny. I will admit I did giggle a little bit at that because her steak is juicy. Oh yeah, everybody would want her steak. But the point here is that it's not accurate. It's completely different. And they're inserting memes and their own comedy into something that is not there. And it's just like, it completely showcased.
If I'm watching a comedy anime, obviously the Japanese have a very different sense of humor. I enjoy Japanese humor because it's different than American humor. When I read Dragon Ball, the manga, the OG Dragon Ball, as a comedy manga, I like Akira Toriyama's jokes, right? I like Oda's jokes, okay? I want to read the original author. I don't want you taking out their jokes to put in your own, almost always worse jokes, because you think that the American audiences won't get them, or because you don't like them because they're too insensitive. That's usually the reason. They're too insensitive, the Japanese ones, so they need to Americanize them. You guys aren't funny. You're not clever. If you were funny, you wouldn't be localizers. You'd be fucking comedians. But you're not. Just like how I don't want to hear some rando tell me a fucking Norm Macdonald bit. I want to hear Norm Macdonald tell me his bit, not your adaptation of a Norm Macdonald bit.
is how they don't try to have accurate translations whatsoever. I mean, it doesn't just stop at that. I mean, in the manga, are you making a fool out of us? And then you have, how about I turn you into a steak? It's just like they are completely changing dialogue, creating their own fan fiction, and this honestly affects some of the personality of the characters. These little changes, they add up to where fundamentally the character is so different from their actual manga counterpart. And it's just, this is shameful. Like,
I will agree,
the
this part
hero's
is true.
united state of mind. And then the manga said it is about the protagonist's feelings at this moment. Like, there is not even a mention of United States or a United State of mind. Obviously, this is a play on the United States of America. But it's like, that's not even what the manga says. It's completely different. And then you got this, like, manga. It is because I look like a Japanese teacher and an English teacher that you call me out desuka. And then in the actual Crunchyroll translation, you're pointing out how I look more like I teach democracy than Japanese, yeah? What? Like, what? Dude, it doesn't just stop at that. Like, manga, don't get trapped by stereotyped thinking, Desu. And then the translation, it ain't good to judge a gun by its holster. We know why the gun was added. Crunchyroll. Just, it is so insane because I want to make this very obvious here, okay? You might think some of this dialogue is kind of funny, okay? But the point here is Crunchyroll is taking creative liberty.
Two things can be true. Two things, because, again, back to my thing about how I don't want to hear your American jokes. Obviously, when I was a kid, I didn't know what was going on, right? I didn't know that was happening. When I went and saw Digimon the movie, my dad took me to see Digimon the movie in theaters. I had no idea that movie was dog shit. I had no idea there was actually 3 movies, split like 3 different Digimon movies from Japan, all cut together in one movie in America, which is why it's awful. I didn't know that. I'm still nostalgic for it. I still watch the Digimon movie about once a year, by the way. I fucking love the Digimon movie. And there are lines in that movie that do make me laugh. Like when Izzy or Iggy, Izzy is talking about Willis and how Willis is only in elementary school, but he's taking college or taking classes at Colorado State, and Ty is all like, well, I'm in junior high school and I take classes in junior high school. Like, yeah, I still find that funny. I found it funny when I was a kid when Ty is like, why don't we call somebody important like the principal or Bill Gates or someone? I found that funny. I think those jokes are good jokes. I don't want those jokes though. Okay? And I didn't know it at the time because I didn't know any better because I was a fucking kid when Digimon the movie came out. As an adult, I don't want those jokes. I can still find it funny, but I don't want them. I want the fucking Japanese jokes.
Is to straight up butcher the translation, the dialogue. They are not accurately translating it, which basically makes you bring into question everything they translate. Now, we already know that they're very bad with translations, okay? I mean, the Mushoku Tensei one I already showed, and I've made other videos talking about this. But this is really bad.
Let me clarify. Because the Digimon movie is not great. I still love it, though. The Digimon movie makes no fucking sense from a plot perspective because it's 3 different movies stitched together into one movie. And so things just happen that don't make any sense because you're only seeing parts of movies. I still love it, but it does not make any logical sense when you watch it.
It's like they're adding in their own jokes and everything when it doesn't need to be there, okay? Just keep it like how it's supposed to be. It's like translators. Your job is to translate, not to add in your own memes and Zoomer culture words and dialogue and stuff. And just keep it like it is because it instantly dates the dialogue. That's what happens. Like, you freedom, excellent. You freedom of speech, excellency. Freedom of speech, that's not even in the sentence. Like, they're literally adding in their own stuff within the dialogue. Like, problem, no problem. That's an unproblematic no problem.
This is the one that I saw on X. Well, actually, I saw this whole post, because Piker Girl and I, Piker Girl's awesome. I follow her. She's great. She's been on the show multiple times. Shout out Piker Girl. If you're not following her on X, you should. But anyway, this one was the one that I reread multiple times to try and understand it. Problem, no problem. That's an unproblematic no problem. I actively sat there and tried to figure that out. Figure out how that made any fucking, even from a localization comedy perspective, how did that make any fucking sense?
Like, bro, it's insane. Like, it is decided by law that a teacher must wear serious proper clothes, Jessica. Does the Constitution say teachers gotta dress prim and proper? Like, that's not even the same dialogue. Once again, it's completely different. And then, like, manga, even constitutionally speaking, isn't it perfectly fine? And then on the bottom, it was a First Amendment moment for me. It's completely different dialogue. It's not the same. I know I keep saying this, but it's absolutely wild. Good image, by the way. But, like, Crunchyroll is such a shit service, man. Like, it's actually astounding to me.
I mean this. If you pay for Crunchyroll and you're a subscriber to me, I genuinely do want you to unsubscribe. Like, or keep watching so I can continue to roast you. I can't believe that the avid anime fan that I am and the fan of protecting the cultural identity of Japan and of these Japanese IPs that I love so much, not just in anime, video games as well. We obviously, I had a huge thing about the potential changes to Persona localization and changes to Yosuke's character. Like, and actually, that's not even a localization issue, but go watch the video if you don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, I would be genuinely surprised that there are people that watch my videos, that subscribe to me, and they still pay for Crunchyroll. That would be like people watching the Real Life Fake Wizard and still paying for Disney Plus. It's crazy.
Just how bad they are. Like, no wonder they are afraid of Musa Asia. Because, like, when you look at this, like, they're having literally translation notes. Crunchyroll can't even do the bare minimum. They can't even get the translations right. And then they do shit like this. This is bad. Like, this is really freaking bad. This is probably the worst they've looked in a while. And it is just, this is happening, by the way, simultaneously in just this year. I want to make sure we're on the same page. Just in this year, they have removed the free tier, for you cannot watch anime on their platform for free anymore with ads. They have...
Okay, actually, correction, because I'm pretty sure I looked this up. They removed it at the end of last year. It was the... let me make sure. Pretty sure it was November 2025. When did Crunchyroll remove the free tier? After gradually scaling it back, let's see. Officially ended its... Yeah, but when? Oh, no, I didn't type when. That's why. When did it? Oh, yeah. So December 31st, 2025 was the last day. So I guess it was this year. Okay, Chibi is correct. That's, either way, free tier, gone.
Up the prices of their subscription service. Then they canceled back orders for people that were merged from Right Stuff into the Crunchyroll store, so they didn't uphold their promises, and you basically were just waiting with your hands in the air with whatever's going on with your order and money. Then they basically have shit translations continuously, and then poor episode uploads and stuff like that, where they don't even try to be transparent about it. They go out of their way to get censorship episodes. I mean, they have the whole fan mail debacle and stuff that happened, and then they have, you know, basically the whole, like, the data breach. They got hacked, and people's debit and credit card information got out. Like, what the hell? And then, by the way, they got literally sued twice within the same month about this, like different data breaches, by the way, in your data, your personal data. Then on top of that, we have the store being like hard locked. Basically, the store, you know, being locked behind a highest tier subscription, them trying their best to get as many.
That is the thing that makes literally, we were talking about this earlier when it comes to Pokemon, right? Nintendo said they want to sell more copies of Pokemon. And their response, their big brain idea is we're going to charge more for each game. That way people buy both. Okay, sure. Explain to me how that makes sense in fucking pesos. All right, whatever. Crunchyroll can't justify the price. People are, leaving en masse because of them being a dog shit company. Real anime fans are actually waking up to it. And Crunchyroll's big brain idea to get more subscribers, to get more money, is paywall the merch section. Here's the type of guy I am. Paywall the merch section. I will pay the extra $50 to $100 or whatever. There is something in your merch section and someone is now selling it for $50 to $100 more on eBay. I will pay that. I would rather pay $50 to $100 more for whatever thing I wanted to buy on eBay than up to a higher tier. Well, I would have to be subscribed to Crunchyroll for me up to a higher tier. But my point is, I would rather do that than if I had a subscription to Crunchyroll, upgrade to a higher tier. Yes, Piplup. You cannot access the Crunchyroll merch store unless you're a tier 2 or higher paid member. Or maybe it's the highest tier, one of the two. Give us money so you can give us money. It makes no goddamn sense.
Many people to buy their service by putting it at a discount briefly because they're losing a lot of subscribers. They're bleeding. They're dying as a company to some degree because it's not good. They are not doing good whatsoever.
And the real problem here, like, I want Crunchyroll to go. I want Crunchyroll to go the way of dinosaur. I want Crunchyroll to die. But what's the alternative? Well, like, all right, Netflix, Amazon, those are alternatives. That is true. And frankly, Netflix and Amazon actually offer better ways to watch anime, better anime. It is a more pleasant viewing experience. But like, we don't have any competitor in the market that is strictly anime. Now, Crunchyroll is not a monopoly. I hate when people call it Crunchyroll monopoly. It's not. You watch anime on Amazon. You watch it on Netflix. You watch it on High Dive. You watch classic stuff on Retro Crush. I highly recommend Retro Crush. Its free service is amazing. Hulu doesn't exist anymore, Tiger King. But yes, you could watch it on Hulu back in the day. Now I guess you could watch on Disney Plus because Disney Plus absorbed Hulu. Either way, point is, there's other places to watch anime, but there's nowhere except for Retro Crush, which obviously only shows retro anime, where you can exclusively watch anime. So when Crunchyroll dies, and it will, what happens to all that licensed anime? Becomes lost media, potentially. It potentially becomes lost media. Crunchyroll goes under. No one gets the license. Becomes lost media. That's sad as fuck. I've got an anime right now. Let's see if I pulled up. Go to my YouTube. Me and Seb are gonna watch this. Me and Seb are gonna watch this some night. My watch later tab. Hyperdoll Act 2 and Hyperdoll Act 1. These are OVAs from 1995 that never got an official English release, or never got an official It's not they didn't get an English release because obviously they're dubbed. Never got a license. Never got an English license. So it was dubbed in English. You could buy it on VHS, but it never got a license. So you cannot legally watch this anime anywhere. I cannot wait to. And Seb is not an anime fan. Like, she doesn't dislike it, but she does not have the the experience with anime. I found 2 separate accounts that had just uploaded the full episodes that were ripped from the VHS, and that is how we're going to watch it. Because there is no legal way to watch Hyperdoll. It's a 2-episode OVA. I can't wait to watch it, bro. But if those videos ever get taken off YouTube, that is effectively lost media.
However, and then now you got this. It's just like, dude, Crunchyroll, what is going on with you, man? Like, it is just a spiral of.
Like, if I had to make a top 20 list of anime, it doesn't crack my top 10, but Gunsmith Cats probably does crack my top 20.
Dog shit with your company. It is non-stop. Like, this is just not okay. I will leave it at that, though. Like, dude, this is just pissing me off. Every single day, it's something with Crunchyroll, man. Like, dude, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm tired of talking about Crunchyroll. I'm tired of talking about their dog shit. But, dude,
Burn up.
like, Stop screwing with my series I love. Like, I love 100 Girlfriends. I love Mushoku Tensei. I love anime. Like, just stop messing with my series. Just do your job. Like, Crunchyroll, your job is so simple. You translate. That's it. You don't need to do anything else. That is your bare minimum job.
But again, Chibi is wrong here. That's not their job. Their job is to force Japan to capitulate and conform to Western sensibilities. And it is their job to brainwash you of what the Japanese sensibilities are. That's their actual job. They don't want you to know that's their job, but that's their job.
Requirement. There's nothing else, but they can't even do that. Okay, I'm done. You all have a good day. Subscribe if you enjoy my content. Leave a like, whatever. Chibi out.
Shout out. Great video. I'm going to put it in the comments for you guys. And then I need Tiger Kings to let me know which one Burn Up is. So here's this. Shout out. There's the link. Give it a like. Did you watch Burn Up? So right here, there's Burn Up XS, Burn Up W, Burn Up Scramble. There's just Burn Up. Like, I assume these are all part of the same series. Is this what you're referring to? Because I will absolutely add to my watch later right now. I will absolutely add this to my watch later right now. All of them. Excellent. So they're all part of the same series. Well, so if I go here to Burn Up and I want to watch franchise, it'll give me the others as well. Perfect. Perfect. All right. I'll be adding this to the list. Let's see what this is about. Tiger King recommends it, therefore I assume something good because he despises so much shit. To the unsuspecting eye, Maki, Rimi, and Yuka may not look like ace crime fighters and might explain why they're stuck on a traffic patrol instead of more exciting police duties. All the changes when Yuka gets herself kidnapped by a white slave organization run by a politically connected businessman who's got the rest of the police cowed. Now to the Maki and Rimi to don skin-tight battle armor, liberate a tank, and make sure that a certain slaver learns that when you play with fire, you get your ass burned. Bro, based. Oh, yeah. I'll absolutely watch all these. I'll watch all these. I just remember because you mentioned Guns with Cats. Nah, I will watch all those. That sounds awesome. That sounds right up my alley. He says it's all right. Just remember because hey, the community had it rated about 67%. So you let me know if that's about accurate. It's like OnlyFans. You pay money if you can just wait for someone to leak the content for free sites. Also, Google Images. Exactly. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna wait till we move to the next topic. We got two more topics. Yeah, we got two more topics. I'm gonna wait to cover them because Sevi will be here in just a minute. I'm gonna update the Discord real quick because we're gonna be doing the watch party. The watch party was supposed to start an hour ago, but I'm having too much fun streaming. I won't lie. The watch party was supposed to start an hour ago. I'm having too much fun streaming. So, still live. Have two topics left. Watch party will likely be 11 or 11:30ish. Bingo, bango, bongo. There's all right. So we're doing the Hudsucker Proxy watch party tonight. For those of you guys that don't know what Hudsucker Proxy is, I don't either. I just know it's a Sam Raimi movie, and it's what won the last wheel spin. So that's what we're gonna do. Cannot wait to watch it. Sam Raimi is my favorite director, and it's like one of his movies from the 90s. I can't believe there's a Sam Raimi, or maybe he produced it. Either way, and I'm sure that one will be easy to find. If Crunchyroll falls, Sony doesn't have much reason to go to piracy sites. I've watched so much Lost Media on piracy. I mean, I have as well. That's always been my go-to. Piracy sites have always been my go-to. Proud Straw Hat. Dartman's great. I like Dartman. Oh, I think the feed is not including my chat. Anyway, that's Hyperdoll, I think. Hopefully this one goes through. No, I saw you say that. I was just covering other stuff. So, unless the information I got was wrong, I was Googling it last night because I'd seen a tweet about it. Can you watch Hyperdoll legally on any streaming service? Right now, according to Google, you cannot currently watch the 1995 anime OVA Hyperdoll, also known as Mew and Mika, the Easy Fighters, legally on any major streaming service like Crunchyroll or High Dive. because it's older, out of print title, initially licensed. So it had a license. The license was lost to Geneon USA. There are no active digital distribution rights to it. To watch show legally, your best option is to track down secondhand copies of the official English dub VHS or DVD releases on sites like eBay. And yeah, when I Google it, like there's no sites hosting it or coming up. So it may have been on there at one point, but it's not now. Hey, catch you later. I checked Anywaves. It's a pirate site. Oh, I didn't realize it was a pirate site. I just don't know if I got the right. What? Anywaves. Hold on. I'm not familiar. Let me. Is this a? No way. Is there a site I can watch? Because I haven't been able to watch anime in months because they took down all the sites I usually used. Oh, I'm favoriting this. Bingo, bango, bongo. I just added that to my bookmarks. Xenosaga, you're a legend. I was out of piracy sites to use. You're the man with a plan. Probably go best further than I am, but I'm deep in work, so fuck it. We ball. We ball. Speaking of balling, Savvy, tell the people who you are and what you do.
Oh, you know what? I can't hear you. Sorry, you're still loading. Why are you still loading? Okay, there we are. Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, sorry, you were still loading.
I hope that does not mean your internet's being dog shit and you have to switch browsers. Your stuff seems to be working now, so that's good. Alrighty. All right. Tell people who you are, what you do. We got 2 topics left to cover.
Oh, nice. Well, hello, everyone. I am Sevi. I'm a gamer. I'm a lawyer, and I'm here to hang out.
You love to see it. Alrighty. So I saw this video. Well, I didn't see the video. We're going to react to it. But I saw this video recommended to me, and I was curious. Valve accidentally made the best desktop PC I've ever used. That's a wild claim.
Wow.
This is Linus Tech Tips. I know we have had a lot of conversation about the Steam Machine the last month or so. I kind of want to go over this, see what he has to say. And obviously, you've got your opinions and thoughts on the Steam Machine as well. So, yeah, let's get into it.
Let's do it.
Valve announced the Steam Machine. Everybody, including Valve, saw it primarily as a competitor to living room consoles like the PlayStation 5. But if you ask me, everyone, including Valve, got it wrong.
So, out the gate, I agree and disagree with him. We have had this conversation many a time on SNH and whatnot. Hypno swears up and down, as does Cassie, that this was not a competitor. It was never going to be a competitor, that this is people within the Steam ecosystem. I said whether it's their intent to be a competitor or not, it will be. Where do you fall on this?
I don't think that they designed it to be a competitor. I think that they designed it for people that use Steam. But I also do think that this is an entry-level PC for folks to get into PC gaming.
See, and that is my take as well. And if it's an entry-level PC for folks to get into PC gaming, well, they'll be moving away from console gaming, which would mean it is a competitor.
Yeah, I mean, also right now, like we know most gamers game on their PC anyway. I think it's something like 25 or 30% of gamers game on consoles. So the majority of people already are doing it in PC.
Right. And Sebi, you don't watch K-dramas, I don't think, do you?
No.
Okay, didn't think so.
To be clear, it's perfectly okay for couch gaming. It's just that, in my opinion, as a desktop PC or as a workstation, it's a way better product. Maybe the best desktop PC that I've ever used.
Oh, I don't know if I would call it the best desktop PC.
Fastest. Oh, that's my Teams. Yeah, you might want to close that. I've been daily driving it. To be clear, it's not the fastest or the flashiest. It doesn't offer industry-leading upgradability or repairability. And the price is a big challenge. But the thoughtful hardware design and the seamless integration with Valve's SteamOS makes this the closest thing that I have ever experienced to a PC Mac Mini. And it's made me go from, well, I'd like to like Linux, to I don't know how I can go back to Windows now.
Base Linux supremacy. I love Linux. Now, to be fair, I run Windows because for the last 7 years before I did YouTube full time, I did IT. Everything was Linux based. I did not want to come home to my PC and do shit on Linux because I was on Linux all day, every day. But objectively, Linux is the best.
Guys, the year of the Linux desktop is 2026, and the Steam machine is leading the charge. And if you don't believe me, stick around for a few minutes, and I think I can probably change your mind. I can also tell you about our sponsor.
Ugreen, their DXP 2800.
All right, guys, you know the drill. I haven't had to say this once today. This is the first video we've watched with the sponsorship. We are going to steal these people's content. We're at least going to let their ad reads play out.
GT is a great NAS for backing up anything from family photos, your entire movie collection, or even security camera footage. Learn more or grab yours by clicking the link below.
If you somehow missed our previous coverage of the Steam machine, everything I've already said about it remains true. What Valve designed here is an outstanding little desktop cube PC that manages to offer up some expansion in the form of an M.2 slot and 2 DDR5 SODIMM slots, along with reasonable repairability through a partnership for replacement parts with iFixit, and an unassuming design that manages to be as quiet as it is adorable. The one area where it falls short, ironically, is gaming performance. But that's not really an issue when I'm using it as a workstation, and for day-to-day use, it doesn't feel slow. And a big part of that comes down to the excellent SteamOS software.
Now, here's the question. Like, if we were to go look at, let's just Google right now, work laptop. Just look at the price. Right?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
See, okay, so
yeah, because you can get like a basic work laptop for maybe $500, $600. You can get a really good gaming laptop for $1,500, right? That was going to be way more powerful than the Steam machine, you know, without going all out desktop size. So it's like, you're just basically saying, hey, buy a laptop because you can also hook it up to a big TV.
So
see?
These are the average prices I'm seeing: 700, 300, 900 almost, 200, 530, 400, 500, 400. So like these are some average price ones, it seems, and go over. So like if you're gonna ask someone to shell out $1,049 to treat it. Now, granted, these are laptops, and he's talking about more as a PC. I would argue, the Steam machine is just as portable as a laptop, but you also have to like have something you can hook it up to in terms of the like a monitor or TV, something like that.
But you can also do the same thing.
Go on. What were you saying?
No, you can also do the same thing with a laptop. I mean, like, it has the same limitations a laptop does, which is you can only upgrade it so much, right? Where are you going to fit the fans? How are you going to upgrade to a better graphics card? Like, how are you going to it's limited in that sense, right? And if you're going to do the same thing, you might as well just shell out for a laptop. It's going to be way cheaper if you just want to use it for Teams. If you're going to use it for gaming, right, they're going to be restricted unless you're going to want to shell out more money and get a gaming laptop or get a gaming PC.
Now, and Desmond, don't take this the wrong way. I'm actually a big supporter of the Steam machine. I think the Steam machine, people misunderstand what the Steam machine is for. The Steam machine is entry-level PC. It is there for convenience. It is there because it is easy to move around. It is there because it will look good pretty much no matter where you put it. It is incredibly quiet. It gives you access to the Steam library, lots of great games for cheap, so you're saving money in the long run. But don't take this as me shitting on the Steam machine. I'm actually quite a supporter. I like what Steam is doing with it.
Yeah,
I'm just curious what his pitch is for it as a computer. What were you saying, hon?
No, I mean, I agree with that. The idea of the Steam machine is nice, particularly for Steam users, right? Because I have my Steam Deck somewhere. I don't know where I left it, right? Because I've been using it for Palworld. So it's like if you're gonna use it for that purpose and you're gonna use it for the SteamOS, then that makes sense. That checks out. But if he's gonna sell,
I want to hear what his argument is, because I mean, like the SteamOS might be a good OS, but I want to hear about the performance.
Yeah.
Now, it's worth getting this out of the way early. A lot of what I'm about to say about SteamOS is really about Arch Linux, the KDE Plasma desktop environment, or Flatpak, the package manager that makes browsing and installing applications on Linux very App Store-like. But Valve has made meaningful contributions to making these things as good as they are, including sponsoring upstream development. And maybe more importantly, Valve is doing the work of curating all of the elements that make up SteamOS and validating the experience of how they work together. Take, for instance, the switching process between the default gaming SteamOS interface and the desktop one you're looking at here. All it takes is a quick reboot to desktop mode button, and within seconds, game scope is gone to be replaced by a lightly customized.
Shout out, thank you so much. I appreciate the 10 gems. Solar Grim, thank you.
You can also do this, by the way, with the Steam Deck. So this, you can. Yeah. For folks that don't know in chat.
That is made to be just so friendly to Windows refugees like myself. I would say that customizing it to your liking should take no longer than like 10 to 30 minutes. Like my oddball 6K by 2.5K monitor resolution was detected immediately. And while I was checking that, I was struck by just how simple the configuration menus are. Like, why does Microsoft feel the need to hide HDR settings within a submenu? And for that matter, why is refresh rate an advanced option? It's 2026. This is more like it. Oh, and by the way,
I will admit, that is very convenient. It's just he's in the display settings right there.
Yeah, but it's just one extra click. That doesn't. I mean,
you say one extra click. Barrier to entry for people that don't know PC is a huge thing. You say it because you know PC, but these are refugees from
No, that's a good point, because that's like immediately one of the first things I do when I hook up a monitor is I go to the refresh rate. I even have like a little thing telling me what the refresh rate is for each monitor as well, and you can customize it to a gaming performance or like not a gaming performance, so a balanced performance. So you can do a lot of stuff with your monitor.
And Lithium makes a good point here about how, I mean, I've been bitching about Windows 11 since it happened. Everyone else has. Everyone bitched about Windows 10. Windows has not been good since XP, maybe Vista. With Windows continually getting worse. Easy to understand UI is a very good selling point.
Thank you for having pointer acceleration off by default. Like, duh, right? Grabbing my frequently used programs was painless. Chrome for browsing, Zap for WhatsApp messages, OBS Studio for screen cap, VLC, a calculator, since one wasn't included for some reason, and Windows snapping works exactly like you'd expect. Actually, better than Windows in some respects. Have you guys ever had a window that's like snapped to a virtual display somewhere off screen and thought, oh, darn it, now is it Control arrow or is it Windows arrow to move it over? Well, on SteamOS, I don't know, just close it and reopen it. A freshly launched application will pop up somewhere sensible, like, I don't know, maybe in the middle of the screen.
Say that again?
Oh, that is super convenient. That has happened to me so many times.
Again, I like the way he's presenting this. I do.
Love it. The whole experience feels familiar but better, with thoughtful features like wiggling the mouse to embiggen it like on a Mac, the ability to ping your speakers simply by clicking the volume slider rather than dragging it. Why did you remove that functionality, Microsoft? And, barring the odd weird frame drop, well-tuned animations that look and feel modern, but are fast and subtle enough that they don't get obnoxious. A recent Samsung One UI update is actually the perfect example of the kind of animation bloat that SteamOS eschews. Why are 5 tiles wiggling every time I swipe a notification? That's not to say that everything went perfectly. This is my desktop setup at work. Like that blissful looking mousepad, by the way. Coming soon, ltdstore.com. Anyway, I ditched having a desktop the better part of a year ago because I have 2 desks at our 2 offices, and it's way easier for me to carry all of my stuff around with me on a laptop. So I'm a big fan of USB-C.
I don't know that I can get behind that. Maybe just have 2 desktops, like, and like some cloud saves.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm pretty anti-laptop. I get that a lot of people need them for work and there's convenience and stuff, but to me, laptops just, and maybe it's because I've always had cheap laptops or something, but I don't know. To me, laptops are very oddly inconvenient.
Docking in order to hook up all my peripherals and charge my battery. Well, the Steam machine has a USB-C port, and it's pretty high speed at 10 gigabit per second, But unfortunately, it is not wired up as a display output, nor does it have USB 4 capabilities to allow it to work with Thunderbolt peripherals. And this is a great example of the kind of thing that can end up overlooked in the rush to get an embargo day review out, but might come up during the weeks or the months that you spend daily driving a device later. It's unlikely to be a huge issue for you, since you likely won't be carrying your Steam machine back and forth to the office in your backpack, but still, I wouldn't have minded a better Type-C port, or, while we're at it, a 2.5 gig network port. I suspect Valve knew what they were doing when they focused instead on high-speed wireless networking and left off 2.5 gig LAN. I mean, they do, after all, run the Valve hardware survey, but on a CPU with 6 Zen 5 cores, I should be able to exceed gigabit download speeds without buying a separate 2.5 gig USB NIC.
All right, now, to be fair, well, I get that having, faster than gigabit is very, very nice. It is a luxury for what most people do on their day-to-day lives. You are not going to need more than 100 megabits. Like, we stream, right? And so I've got like so I pay for gigabit, but it's a cable connection, so it's shared. I usually get about 600 to 700 down and, like 120 up. That is more than enough even to like full-time stream and everything. So for him not pulling gigabit speeds, the vast majority of people are not gonna need that. At least not in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think they would.
On the subject of networking, you might recall that Elijah really struggled with accessing network shares in our recent Linux Challenge series. But mounting network locations as though they are a physically attached disk is not well supported, especially on immutable OSs at this time. I'm happy to report, though, that the KDE team has found funding to chase down this issue, and I'm also happy to report that if your needs are less complicated than his, on SteamOS, SMB shares are easy to find, authenticate, and bookmark for future use. Though, I did hit a small snag when I was transferring files off my phone. First of all, I want to shout out the way that I get prompted when I drag and drop for whether I want to copy paste or cut paste. I really like that. But what I don't like is where the devil are my thumbnails? It looks like Dolphin, the default file explorer, needs to be configured in order to show previews for network files. And you can tell it anything under some given size, which fixed it. But I did find it to be a little slow to generate them sometimes. The bigger issue when I was transferring files was when I plugged in my other phone from Apple.
So this is called Valve accidentally made the best desktop PC I've ever used. We're almost 8 minutes in. It's been more negative than positive. I'm very confused. He's said some things that justify it, talking about the OS, talking about the ease of access, the portability. And those are all great, but it seems like he's been more negative than positive. I'm quite confused.
Turns out that out of the box, iPhones can't be accessed over USB at all. And this is a real problem for ingesting video. KDE Connect was the most common suggested fix, and it's a pretty neat piece of software that integrates with your iPhone wirelessly to provide a more seamless experience. But when I tried to copy like 100 plus files, it just stopped. No obvious errors, no way to pick up where I left off, it just stopped. I suspect the problem is mostly Apple, since I've seen the same...
I was about to say, this sounds like a proprietary Apple thing, not a Steam thing. So while this could be a quote-unquote problem with the Steam machine, or a problem for the Steam machine, it would be a problem for anything else that's not Apple as well. Because, yeah, like I said, this seems proprietary.
Preparing hang issue when uploading to third-party cloud storage providers, but it doesn't change the conclusion. Copying big files from an iPhone is basically unusable without jumping through silly hoops, and I ended up having to do the transfer on Winblows. Since I was playing around with file transfers, I also found a comically bad workflow where Arc was failing to extract a Google Drive download to a network folder. Like, why? Just copy it? And while I'm at it, dragging and dropping files into Google Drive doesn't work in Chrome for some reason. On the plus side, though, once I had the files on my NAS at home, a quick AI guide had me using Tails.
It absolutely depends, Ezra. It absolutely depends on what you're doing. I agree with you for the vast majority of my time as a smartphone user, but as a streamer, Apple is exponentially better. Apple is exponentially better for what I use it for than Android ever was. So it is very much a case by case scenario.
For phones?
Yeah.
I like
Scale.
the camera more for Apple.
Yeah, the camera, the internet, there's things that, again, for streamers specifically, so much better.
Yeah.
Remotely transfer those files from my Steam machine to my work NAS in less than 2 minutes. So say what you want about AI. Sometimes it really is a total waste of sand. It has made switching to Linux easier than ever before, because what used to be just endless wading through outdated Reddit threads or even worse, Steam forum arguments is now usually just a quick prompt and a probably helpful if over-the-top glazy response. Coming back to that Steam forum conversation for a second though, there's another Linux issue, this one raised by Luke during our challenge, that does not appear to be addressed by SteamOS, and that's auto-scrolling. Windows has this great feature that allows you to click with your middle mouse in the blank space on a scrolling web page or application, and then just move the mouse to start a smooth, continuous scroll.
I seriously did not even know about this.
What?
Yeah.
I auto scroll all the time.
Whoa.
I
did
use
not know
auto
this.
scroll more than regular scroll by a wide fucking margin.
Wow, that's crazy. The more you know.
Vagabond says, also nice seeing you, Vagabond. It's been a minute. I got iPhone and Android, better picks on iPhone, since even though better on paper, Android takes long to process. And that's why streaming from an iPhone is way better. For that same reason, but like live videos instead of just pictures.
Yeah, the camera is absolutely amazing. I mean, I know that I was considering like buying the new iPhone just because of that wide angle camera and how well like the camera was. And then my phone died. And I was like, oh, this is convenient.
That is true. That did just recently happen.
Yeah.
The more you move, the faster it scrolls. And it even works horizontally for my spreadsheet lovers out there. If you've ever experienced repetitive strain symptoms in your wrist, I'm not a doctor, but you need to start using auto scroll right now. It majorly cuts down on unnecessary mouse movements or scroll wheel scrolls when you're reading documents, and just plain doesn't work properly on SteamOS. And you know what, Ryblade? Responses like this aren't constructive. I'm really happy for you that middle clicking to paste text is more useful to you. It isn't to me. This is a critical issue for 66% of our last Linux challenge participants, and in my opinion, it needs to be addressed.
Moving on.
A couple of years ago, we tried to use SteamOS to troubleshoot a driver issue on an old printer, and what I discovered was that it straight up didn't have built-in printer support. Well, fast forward to today, and it took me just about 30 seconds to go from no printer to this delightful booklet of wasted paper when I tried to print a test page.
Oh.
Progress. In all seriousness, though, with a little bit more work, I could have had my printer working, and when I really tried to throw it for a loop, and I threw my Fuji ScanSnap at it, I got that working in less than 3 minutes. Okay, the free software.
All right, so I mean, it sounds like it's very integratable with a lot of peripherals. I mean, which is a good thing. It's if you're gonna be using it as a PC, and a lot of people will because it's got the desktop mode.
Mm-hmm.
It does need that. Like I don't know if you heard because you had stepped away. You were talking about how it's not integratable with a lot of iPhone / Apple stuff. That's how the Apple iPhone conversation started. But it's more likely that is an Apple problem, not a Steam problem, because Apple does a lot of proprietary things.
Oh, that makes sense. I mean, I don't even connect my phone to my Windows. I get like so many pop-ups of like, connect your phone and then you can read your chats and answer your phone calls like on my Windows. I don't want that. Like, I just want my phone completely separate. So I don't think that's a needed thing anyway.
Ever since I switched to iPhone a couple months ago, I have not tried connecting it to my desktop. I had connected my Android to my desktop a few times, and there were some cool things I could do, but by and large, it was kind of unnecessary stuff I wouldn't do anyway. So.
Where I used got a little confused, trying to save my scans as an image rather than a PDF, defaulting to bitmaps and then spitting out errors about how bitmaps are not supported, but PDFs worked, so progress.
Okay.
And as much as I'm kind of taking the piss a little bit, I'm actually serious about that. Every Linux issue that I can think of over the last 10 years has been meaningfully improved since I found out about it. Like, I remember flagging crappy GoXLR audio interface support during our first Linux challenge. Nowadays, it works as well on Linux as it does on Windows, maybe even better due to TC Helicon abandoning their software support. To be clear, SteamOS is not going to be the right choice for everyone. The lack of facial recognition through Windows Hello
that to me is a major plus. Wait, you mean the Steam machine, the SteamOS, doesn't have facial recognition, so it's not scanning your face and sending it to our own government? That's a fucking plus.
Yeah, I know. I turned that shit off because that freaks me out. Because like in the laptops, like whether or not you want it, it'll just scan your face, so you don't have to write your PIN. It's like, no, that freaks me out. I don't want it to be constantly sending information about my face or what I'm doing.
And it is common knowledge that the FBI and CIA have access to those at all times. Like every single peripheral like that, whether or if it's built into your laptop, your PC, whatever, has a built-in backdoor for government agencies.
Of course it does. I mean, I think I told you about that one case that I think I told you, and I think I sent you the picture of it, where like they had asked Google, so not like Apple or anything, like Google, who is connected on a location in this area around this time. And Google, because it tracks like where you're at. So again, not connected to the type of phone you have. Just if you have a Google account and you have a enabled location on anything Google,
and I keep my location
which could be,
on my iPhone completely turned off for that reason.
Which could be Google search, could be you're looking at your Gmail. It could be anything related to it. And Google like tracks so much. It covers so much that Google sent that information out, and it was so precise. It gave them 3 suspects, and then they got the information for each suspect. And at that point, after that point, they got a warrant for that particular information. They found who the killer was based on all the data that Google has. On you. Like, and that's just Google.
All my location services, both Apple and Google, are completely turned off. Cameras, things like that. I don't let things like, I don't even let Instagram access my camera. I take a picture, I go to post it to Instagram, and Instagram says it doesn't have access. Would you like to give it access? And I do the one-time only option.
One-time only. Yeah, or you can also do like you can only have access to only certain pictures that you
have it set up. Like it does not have access to any picture unless I go to manage and give access. I get to switch. So like it's actually incredibly slow to do this stuff on my iPhone because I have it so locked down. But that's why I do is I don't want the government and anything like to have access to that stuff.
Lisa says it doesn't work though. It's still pinging. Well, you're talking about your phone carrier, right? So there is. Each different app you have on your phone is going to be pinging. When you take a picture, that's going to track your location, and it's going to have a hashtag, for each picture has a hashtag. So if there are duplicates, each of those pictures will have the same hashtag, and that's how they know whether it's a duplicate or not. Right, the phone carrier also keeps track of everything that you're doing, and they're very, very happy to turn that information out. And I know, like, this is one of the things that I was talking to Leon about. If you send text messages, depending on your phone carrier, they might keep that shit, all of the text messages that you send, for 10 years, right? And they're not encrypted either. So it's I hope you didn't say anything bad that the government wants to see, because the phone carrier will have that information too, in addition to where you're at.
That's okay. Earlier on stream, I mentioned that I sexually assaulted 2 women at a con. So,
okay.
So that's out there now. For those of you guys that are joining the stream late, someone was saying taking pictures with cosplayers was sexual assault. So I've taken plenty of pictures with cosplayers. That was the joke. For those of you guys.
So have I.
And it sucks. And it's an immutable OS, meaning that it kind of resets every time you reboot. For a lot of people, this won't be a problem, but to show why it could be, part of getting my GoXLR interface configured involved installing utility that was not available in a Flatpak. So I did some hacky stuff and got it to work, but then when I rebooted my system, it caused it to stop working. But while that's a downer for me, for gamers and application users who want to be protected from system-destroying modifications, I feel this was a very smart choice on Valve's part. And that's what SteamOS really boils down to. It's not unique. In fact, I was sitting with Jordan pointing out how OneDrive isn't prompting me to buy a subscription, and Edge hasn't asked me today if I'd like to switch to it now or later, and it occurred to me that there's an easy answer to all of that. Windows can be configured to not do any of those things. And I really do want to explore Windows deep loading, but I gotta confess, I get almost like a PTSD type of response to those interruptions at this point.
How you doing, Niat, you beautiful bastard? He says, if taking pictures of cosplayers is sexual assault, this would be the legitimate defense of they were asking for it. I mean, look what they're wearing. That's awesome. Thank you, homie.
Like, SteamOS has some annoyances too. Tediously clicking away notifications that pile up in the bottom right. That's one of them.
I know you can disable it. It annoys the fuck out of me. I know you can disable that. I choose not to because I like to know when we're playing, when we're doing SNH and Atreus doesn't show up, what game he's streaming or playing.
But you do know that, like, all you have to do is open up Steam, and if you click on Marvel Rivals, you'll see Atreus is playing this game.
You know what?
So
That's
because
true.
he doesn't do the games are not private, so it's sharing the information, and he doesn't go invisible either, so you can see exactly what type of game he's playing anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But because everything about it feels well-intentioned, I have so much more patience for it. Like, by contrast, I feel constantly on edge, pun 100% intended, when I'm using Windows, just from all the past experiences. And besides, why should I have
leave it to Gabe and his crew of just the world's greatest internet trolls turned billionaires, or at least millionaires, because he gives them, like, I think every Steam employee has like a 6 or 7 figure salary or something, to create an operating system that doesn't give you ads and pop-ups. Like, as the default. Like, Westfall Ranger says use Brave browser. The fact that the default is we're doing engineered this to not fucking annoy you. Only Gabe would be that dude. Only Gabe would be that dude, and he's chilling on his yacht, stroking himself to the fact that he's that dude.
To de-bloat? Remember I told you could probably have this set up in 10 minutes? I meant that. A product that I pay for should feel comfortable out of the box. Do you remember when technology was made to make our lives better instead of existing only to sell us shit? I remember.
I thought he was
and
gonna
the
say
dumbest
track
part
us.
of it.
It should be track us. Remember when technology was supposed to make our life better instead of tracking everything that we're doing?
Yup. I mean, that might be the biggest selling point for the Steam machine. It's like, hey, buy your $500 laptop that the government can hack into at any time.
Yeah.
Or buy the $1,000 Steam machine, which doesn't have any of that shit. It's like, fuck, that $500 premium would not be spied on by my own government like I'm some sort of fucking terrorist just because I say that drag queens shouldn't be performing in children's schools. I'll pay the extra $500.
Right.
That's a fucking selling point, babe.
Yeah, I know.
Is SteamOS totally does exist just to sell us shit, and it still manages to be that much better than Windows. Okay, last thought here. Valve, can you please add a button to default to boot up in desktop mode so that I don't need to use a terminal command? It was the one normal thing I did on this system the entire time I was using it that required the console. And that is really high praise indeed. Just like I will praise our sponsor.
Ugreen. Security camera footage only sticks around for so long, and this is usually a result of...
Is this the second ad read?
Yes.
All right, we gave them their first ad read. We didn't skip the first ad read. We will skip the second one. So there you go, guys. I'm actually genuinely curious what you think of that concept of the Steam machine being useful legitimately as a PC, because that was a lot of the talking points was this is an entry-level PC. And when you see it in action like that being used as a PC, not just as a place to play games in a PC style, I was impressed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on how you're going to use it, because again, like the question is, what is going to be the purpose behind it, right? If you're going to use it as a laptop for work that sometimes you're playing games in, you could technically just get a PC and just format the hard drive and install Linux instead. right? So you can always do that, right? So there's always that option. So you don't always need to have a Windows laptop either, right? If you want the convenience of it, that makes sense too, right? But if you're there to just play high performance games, if you want to make sure you can play games that generally will not run on your Steam Deck, then you're better off with a higher gaming PC or a laptop than that. So it just depends what your use is for it.
Yeah, well, and like for people like you and I who have immaculate, dope ass streaming setups that probably cost us thousands of. I assume yours.
A huge, a fucking lot of money.
Lot of fucking money, thousands of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
While I see the appeal to the Steam Deck for people that are on consoles or low end PCs as is, there is nothing I would get out of that I need. Again, aside from I do really like the security, really like the security factor, but that alone, right now, isn't enough to make me switch over because I would lose a lot of the stuff I use for streaming.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's better than a laptop. You get a 15-inch monitor and 75% keyboard. Yeah, I think he actually pretty much sold. I think he sold using the Steam machine as a PC pretty well.
Yeah.
That being said, we got one more video. One more video, then we're gonna get to the watch party, boys. And go over to the Discord. We're going to do a watch party, Hudsucker Proxy. But we got one more thing to cover. And I've been saving possibly the best for last.
Can't wait.
Retard fight! Hasan, Osama bin Laden, Epstein Dog, Shocker Fucker Piker, and Coomer Gremlin Destiny are at each other's throats. I hate both these fuckers. Let's go. We are reacting to Leaflet, reacting to Asmongold because I think Leaflet will actually have the much better takes. I want to see what she has to say. No shade to Asmongold. Let's go.
TV, how the fuck did this happen?
Destiny just got kicked out of the College of Democrats event. He was trying to go and talk to it seems like Hasan said he would dodge the event if it allowed Destiny. Wait, what?
Guys, they kicked Destiny out because despite being a filthy Coomer Gremlin leftist, he is actually not communist enough.
Wow.
For the event. Like, bro, Hasan out here dodging Destiny more than he dodges Sam Hyde. That's wild.
Oh my God. I have to see this. Now, let's take a look at this. Destiny gets denied entry to the CDA convention. Where is the post?
What?
Wait, what?
Are they all removed?
Wait, deleted everything.
Thank you, Straka.
What the fuck?
Thank you for 400.
So they deleted everything here. So, okay, here we go. Unfortunately, we're barred from going to the event because Hasan spammed text to complain to the vice president of College Democrats, Cameron Landon. This is despite my community putting over $1 million into canvassing and fundraising for Democrats against the Republicans in the last 5 years.
You know, look, like I said, this is two retards fighting. I want both to lose. But I good goddamn guarantee you, for actual Democrats, not fucking commies, Destiny has put in more work. For sure. And Les, this is correct. Imagine being scared of fucking Destiny.
That's insane.
Like, I loathe the guy. I do. And I think he might actually arguably be worse than Hasan in terms of, like, consuming the content. Because Hasan is so extremist. He's a good example, I like to put on a pedestal of, you know, what the far left commies truly are. But there's something about Destiny that is more unhinged, but also more subtle about how unhinged he is. It makes him more dangerous. It's a very weird dichotomy.
Yeah.
And Hasan doing nothing besides attacking moderate Democrats, calling them homo fascists when they don't support their anti-Democrat candidates. Okay, we found the mirror of it. Let's take a look at it. Here we go. Let's see this. Oh my God. So Destiny gets denied entry at the CDA convention.
No, he's a conflict.
Are you guys selling those shirts? Dude, every time I see these people with their fucking Terry scarves, it's so funny, dude.
Terry scarves, apparently. The Terry scarves.
They're pretending to be Muslim?
She's saying it looks like a fucking Muslim terrorist, yeah.
I mean, they do look like they're Muslim, so I was just wondering if that's just the new fad or something.
See, I don't know that this guy looks Muslim because he looks like his IQ is actually slightly higher than 67.
Maybe he's pretending to be Jew. He just needs one of those things that they put on like top of their
Democrat convention. He's certainly not pretending to be a Jew. They would kill him if that was the case. Yeah, less is great. It is sand people cosplay.
See, same thing.
Hasan Destiny in one sitting. I'll pull up with it because it's a great. Yeah, because we get a movie afterwards. Nah, but it's two retards fighting, Dax. It's two
Come
retards
on.
fighting.
Can't wait.
Nice.
I'm over there.
Are you Destiny?
Oh, gotcha, Dad. Thank you.
We're not letting you in because we're ready to go.
You're not getting let in. He just says, "Are you Destiny?" You're not getting let in.
We're worried you're going to yell or some shit towards us on, and we're not going to. I'm sorry. Yes, we'll give you a reason. I'm sorry. How can I not get into it? We're telling you we're not going to get it. We're telling you you're not going to get it. I know who doesn't support the Democratic Party or whatever has priority over. I'm not.
It's actually it looks so bad that the Democratic Party is basically positioning like Destiny is basically a liberal Democrat, whereas Hasan is not a liberal Democrat. He is.
Yeah, I don't know if you follow either of these dumbasses. I know you follow. I at least not follow, but generally keep up with the Hasan stuff. I don't know if you do Destiny.
I don't really care about him. He's creepy. So
He is
I just hear
incredibly
about
creepy.
it. I just hear about it, but it's more like there's so much level of cringe that it's not even funny.
So Asmongold is correct in his assessment though, where like Destiny is now he says horrible, awful things about Republicans. He's talked about how if his parents were at a Trump rally and died, he wouldn't care. He's talking about how the guy that remember when Trump was nearly assassinated, but there was the firefighter behind him that did die. Destiny said he deserved it for being there. He has said awful, abhorrent shit. But in terms of his political views, they are at least still like normal for like left Democrats. Whereas again, Hasan is a full-on communist who was just the last couple days jerking it to fucking Mao.
That's hilarious.
This weekend, next weekend is DebateCon. My buddy is going. Andrew Wilson and Destiny have a debate. We will chat. We will be breaking down the whole Andrew Wilson Destiny debate. It is going to be glorious. That will probably be the entirety of Countercast on Monday, if I had to wager a guess.
That's awesome.
Is a socialist, terrorism supporter, borderline communist.
Do you know how bad it fucking feels to be like, can we get Destiny instead? How did this happen, man? Dude, I don't, never mind. I don't feel bad. I was going to say that like, it's awful for any sort of moderate Democrat. It's over, man. Like, it's so over. When like Destiny is like, yeah, can we get Destiny? He's more moderate. It's fun. Thank you 5 days for the sub. Thank you. It's so fun.
He doesn't even agree with Democrats. He just wants to use their platforms for his own advantage. So they're basically saying that because Hasan is more popular than Destiny, that it's more important for them to bring in these other extremist radicals and ignore all of the average people like Destiny. Democrats like borders now.
I love the idea that this is called the Democrat college, right? Because you don't really need the word Democrat in there. Once I hear college, I just assume Democrat.
Yeah, they're mostly liberal,
right.
Yes.
Engaging in this conversation. Okay, I understand. Is there anybody ahead of you or anybody above you that I can shout about? Sure. I am the national vice president. Okay.
The national...
Bro, he is the national vice president denying Destiny. That's...
Because he said, can I just talk to somebody else that's not you?
He literally pulled a Karen, let me ask the manager, and this dude said, turn around. I am the manager.
I am the manager.
He said he's the vice president, though. Please tell me Destiny goes, can I get the president? Let me tell the president. Like,
come on. He has to.
Vice
He has
president. Wow. And you just went and let that happen.
Yeah, but she trusts
It's like, I think so much for the bits. Haley, did you hear?
Oh, there we go. But she trusts me. So that means he probably asked for the president.
And Adam C. I'm not saying that he's not average I'm not saying he's average in isolation. Comparatively to Hasan, he is. I don't care how extreme Destiny is. Destiny is he is not a communist. He is still a Democrat in terms of policy and a lot of things. Hasan is an actual communist, so that it is not a fair comparison.
Democrats of America want to abolish the Senate. I am the Senate.
You guys wearing a Palestine scarf? What do you expect? I don't know if that's really what it is or not. I really don't. I have no idea what that is.
Security.
But yeah, I do think that
security.
They're calling security on Destiny.
That's awesome.
That's fucking funny.
But did you miss it? I do think he asked for the president, and then he said, "Well, she trusts me."
Him.
Yeah.
Destiny represents turbo retarded liberals who want everyone's money to die early and hookers and blow. So slightly more extreme college leftist activists. Right. Democrats have declared political assassinations. That's all Democrats. I'm sorry. That's all people on the left at this point, as long as the political assassination is someone on the right.
Yeah.
So yes. Trust me, AOC might tell the camera she's sorry about what happened to Charlie Kirk when you know that backstage afterwards she flipped her fucking bean to it.
She probably celebrated.
Yes.
there is a huge contingency of there's a very strong advocacy group where these are people who are foreigners. They are not Americans. They are, they were not born in America, or if they were, they didn't grow up in America. They are not culturally Americans.
Yes.
They do not believe in American values. And they want to use the American justice system and the American political system in order to exercise control and power over different Middle Eastern conflicts that are about their own home countries. That's what they care about. They don't care about America. They only care about what America is doing in the Middle East. And the reason why I know that is that not a single person inside of that group and the far left group can express anything else other than
You misunderstand. You may have gotten here late. I'm not defending Destiny. This is the two retards fighting section.
Yeah.
Absolute hate towards Israel. That is the one issue that you cannot compromise on. And because that is the only issue that you can't compromise on, that is the issue that defines the group. It's not about being trans. It's not about being gay. It's not about Medicare for all. It's not about borders. It's not about fascism. It is about these Middle Eastern blood feuds and being on the right side of it. Because
that is why I'm an advocate for glassing the entire Middle East. Because if we just glass the whole Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Pakistan, if we glass it all, well, they got nothing to be unified for anymore. We don't need, it's just sand, dirty, filthy, 68 IQ Muslim people that like to rape women and children. And then there's Israel, which controls America. We can get rid of all of it.
if an issue is only in that one position and that only that one thing, that's what's going to matter more than anything.
Can we just I don't know, do a televised event and just let them fight it out? You know what I mean? Can we just,
that would be fun.
Why don't we just do that? Just get a bunch of cameras and just film it and then just let them fight it out. This is taking too long. You know what I mean? How many years are they gonna keep trying to kill each other? Am I wrong? How many years are they gonna keep trying to kill each other? Let's just get it over with already.
I wish that the Muslims were smarter, because they could kill each other more efficiently, and then we could finally be rid of them. Be done. Attrition. Because eventually enough Muslims would kill other Muslims that there'd be less of them to try and kill Christians, and Christians would overwhelmingly dominate.
Anything else? That is the main.
I think it's worse, honestly. I think it's worse letting them kill each other for generations and generations and generations.
This was
generations of people that are living in this situation where they're getting constantly bombed and they're just being filled with hatred. It's just end the cycle, just end it.
This and fulcrum of
sure to read this one. This is amazing.
Oh my god. You want me to read it out?
Yeah, read it.
All right. If you go ahead and refine all of the sand into glass, you could use the glass to make windows for the British people to put AC units into.
Well done, sure. I like it.
They're
Make it a
viewpoint.
pay-per-view event.
The Sand Wars, exactly. They are foreigners who have come to the country to subvert the country, to wear the skin of the Democrats as if it is their own, and to use the country's political system to enact policies that are better for their ethnic brothers and sisters overseas. I think just collectively, all of these people should be deported. I would be deporting millions of these people. They should not be in the country. They are not Americans. They should not be voting. Dude. They should not even be allowed to live here.
Can we get Asmund for president? Like, actually, like,
yeah. Now, look, Asmund seems happy. He got a girl now, you know, someone to take care of the house while he's away doing president things. Because we obviously do not want the White House becoming like his current house. Like, yeah, Asmund for president. Anybody that wants to, I will settle for, you know, bill that, you know, fixes my electrical sockets if his stance is deport every Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need you to have any political experience at all. If your position is get every single Muslim in this country out, you have my vote.
I need like someone like Asmund to be the president because he's actually gonna do it, you know?
Taking away their citizenship, shipping them back to wherever the fuck they came from. Get them out.
You can chill. Fuck out of the middle. This isn't. Look, we're gonna walk.
No, good job. You did it. Thank you.
I don't want to be president. I hate that.
Uh-huh. That's crazy.
All right, Adam, I'll compromise there. Yeah, Desmond Bro is right, dude. Asmund Gold doesn't shower because he knows the AI data centers need that water. Like,
oh my god.
So basically, they told this guy Destiny is not allowed to. Destiny can't attend the College Democrats convention because a socialist doesn't want him to be there. That's crazy. And so, video incoming. Oh my god. So it's for Spam Darius for this. I don't know who this is. I have no idea about this. So let me scroll down and look at this other one too. I haven't seen this. This is another post. Okay, let's watch it. It's like laggy.
Wait, I got a question. What? Does this mean Hasan's already here?
Bro fucking knows immediately. The Democrats won't let me into the Democratic convention. That must mean Hasan is already here. That is incredible.
Wait, I got a question. Does this mean Hasan's already here?
Oh, American
Jesus
Pest.
Christ,
Okay.
bro, like,
That's hilarious.
That was why he was saying. I misunderstood at first. Okay.
My God. And yeah, okay, all right, one more. Let me see this. Destiny accuses Hasan of making the boss call to kick him out of College Democrats convention before Piker's speech. Okay, let's see it.
Heads up, some kick streamers will be at the event today only because of your presence. Unclear what they're planning. Who are the kick streamers? Do you know?
Uh-huh. Is it a certain individual of, let's say,
oh my god.
Is that it? A certain kind of person? D and Darius. I love how they know exactly.
They won't even say. How is
wow.
Destiny is like Voldemort to Hasan. They won't even say his fucking name. Hasan will rag on Asmongold all day long, but he won't say Nux's name and he won't say Destiny's name.
That's crazy.
The level of petty is amazing.
Who it is. And oh my god, there's a picture.
D and Darius?
Destiny. Is Darius
is
still
Darius
there?
Still there? I got tickets.
Uh-oh.
Fucking losers, man.
Uh-oh.
This shit is so fucking lame.
Same reaction as when we randomly got unbanned? Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Nice.
We saw this part. Let's go skip ahead.
Check this out too.
Okay, here we go. This is new.
Security.
Security.
That's the guy kicked us out too.
Getting this threats from Hasan.
Tell him.
Oh yeah,
So that's the guy that did it.
Yeah, that's guy. Wait, he posted another tweet.
Wow.
I thought me and him were friends.
That's funny, Dad.
Wow.
We have one more way to get in. He actually did. He actually like spam text. Like I was literally. I told the security people. The guy showed me the text. It's retarded. So he just showed you the text of what? Of Hasan spamming him. I don't know if it's Hasan.
Hasan
Oh my
Hasan.
goodness.
But he literally said like this. The Hasan guy's like complaining about like, yo, there's this crazy kick live stream that's coming in. Hello, Steven.
She could have worn the exact thing that Hassan's dog uses and ran around in it.
I told him.
She's the girl in the shot. And then if you pull her over, they would be.
There you go. I literally told him that, and they said like, nah, don't pay attention to yourself. I literally told him that. We should have been more Palestine signed up, honestly. But then,
Bro, he is such a weird looking dude. Like, how does Destiny always simultaneously look fat and malnourished at the same time?
No idea.
The dude looks like he is not eaten in weeks, and yet he has also eaten everything.
Yeah. Dude, man, it must be so ass to be a Democrat nowadays. Can you imagine that shit? Holy fuck.
But I talked to the guy earlier. He was giving me a press. The same guy that was kicking you out. He was gonna give me a press pass.
Yes, I have Tiger
He
King.
couldn't find it, the press pass, but he said
Like, bro, I can't go Gaza.
No.
He's gonna call me a Palestinian American.
Well, he's Palestinian. He's actually Palestinian. Radiant, go ahead and tell him, bro.
That was the first thing she asked before saying, do you guys have a press?
Exactly what I said. That is the main fulcrum of what they believe in.
Go get the
These people are
Palestinian.
profoundly and fundamentally un-American. This is an invasive
totally
species
agree.
that's
Oh my
come
God.
into the country, and they are trying to change our elections and make us vote based off of Middle Eastern blood feuds. Every single one of these people needs to be deported.
Yes.
This is insane. That this is like the core fulcrum issue, which is like a land dispute between two countries in the Middle East. What are we doing?
Really?
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Did he tell Radiant?
APEC isn't that see, like, you're like, oh, but Israel, that doesn't work. I understand that a lot of you guys think that you can do that to just like misdirect. Oh, but look at Israel's bad. It's possible. I know this might be crazy for you to understand this. I don't want any foreign interference, and you can't position yourself
That's
as
what
being
I'm
against
saying.
Israel and then make me think that you're on my side. You're not on my side.
That's,
You know,
dude.
you know what I did? I went to see if any of them were foreign agents, registered as foreign agents, and they're not. So if they find out that they are and they're not registered, they're gonna get in a lot of trouble. Because they're
Are you
definitely
referring like Hasan or?
yeah, Hasan.
Well, he's got some sort of protection because he's on the FBI's fucking radar. He's being investigated. He was what's the word? He was subpoenaed by the federal government. So if he's not registered as one yet, there's a chance he might be.
Well, I just looked. He's not there.
No,
so-
I mean he might be in the future.
Oh, okay, got it.
It's exactly how
even
I
if he
feel.
registers late, he's still gonna get in trouble.
Well, can't they be forcibly registered?
What was it Cohen? What did he do? What did he register late?
Well, no. I'm saying, can he be forcibly registered as one? Because what he was subpoenaed for was for effectively aiding the Cuban government.
I think that the court could mandate him to register, and if he doesn't, they can throw him in jail until he does.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. That's what I've
You
been
just
saying.
you want to say this thing. You're not telling me that Israel is bad because you care about Israel.
Like, if you're gonna
having
ask
control in
me,
America.
right? Like, if you're gonna ask me, would you rather have like a terrorist state or would you rather have Israel? I'm probably gonna pick Israel. It's not because
You're upset.
No, I'm trying to decide which one, like terrorist state or Israel. I actually might choose terrorist state because they're dumber. They would be easier to take care of. They'd be easier to destroy. Israel has so many hands and so many pies, and they control so much. I would rather the terrorist state because then we can just take them out. The real question is, can Hasan claim asylum in the United States by being terrorized by the United States? That's funny.
I'm like, oh my God, like time to shill for Israel. I just want what's less bad for America. Ideally, we're not involved in this shit at all. that's like the ultimate ideal, is like we're not involved in this at all.
American politics. You're telling me that Israel is bad because you want control in American politics instead of Israel. That's the real reason why. This is not a position that you're arriving at through a value judgment.
Did Radiant tell you about the Hasan messages?
Oh, we did get a raid.
They were like,
It still missed tick rates. No, the only
Catch
reason
you later,
I missed
Jack.
it
Have a
is
good
because
rest
it
of the
didn't
night,
make a
brother.
sound. I wasn't looking at the panel. But then when I do look at the panel, I'll see it. So maybe I should just add a sound to it. Alert box, kicks, gifts of raid, MP4 WebM. I have to add a yeah. I'll have to set this up later, but I can add an alert now, so it plays like an animation. Maybe I'll switch it. I don't know. It's gonna take a little bit. I'm gonna have to like set it up and stuff.
Because I was like, he has a and I don't want them to kick him out.
Oh boy.
yeah, he showed me the text.
And this is my position. Like, so it's really no secret that Destiny and I disagree on a lot of things. But here's the reality. Destiny is an American. He is an American citizen, and he advocates for things that, while I think are incorrect, they are American things for the American people.
Fair enough,
Hasan fundamentally does not do that. His main issue is a blood feud and a war.
You know, actually, this actually does perfectly describe why. Like, I mean, I obviously I don't agree with anything that Destiny. Well, almost anything. I don't know. I'm sure Destiny says some things that I agree with. But you know, I disagree with a lot of Democrat things, right? But I think this is honestly it kind of puts things into perspective of like why I think Hasan is way more annoying than Destiny, even though I do think both of them are annoying.
Now, I'm gonna disagree here. When Asmongold says that Destiny is an American, that part is true, and obviously Destiny, gets the W there, like Tiger King saying he's an American, so obviously his opinion is far more valid than a fucking commie, terrorist, Muslim bastard like Hasan. The things that Destiny advocates for are not American things. They are things that only placate less than half of America, like the individuals that would agree with him politically. So he's not trying to do anything that would benefit everybody, only those that agree with him. And that is still very un-American.
I think Destiny is far less annoying.
In the other side of the world, what they always do is arrested for terrorist threats just a year ago. So that's the difference. I view Destiny as an American who I disagree with.
Destiny has said a lot of stuff that I really, really don't agree with, like all the Charlie Kirk stuff, right? Obviously, I don't agree with that, but the point that Asmon is making here, I think, is a very important distinction.
View Hasan as not an American who is trying to use the American political system to the best advantage for whatever pro-Palestine goals he has.
And yeah, Adam C. Destiny, and I don't like giving Destiny credit as a debater, not because Destiny is a good debater. He is not a great debater. He gives off the vibe of being a great debater because he talks so fast and because he can retain information very well. But he doesn't. The information he's retained is oftentimes A, incorrect information, and B, his talking really fast is just a way to bulldoze through the conversation. But that being said, Hasan is a terrible debater. Like, it's not even so. Even a good debater like Destiny will, of course, clobber a terrible debater like Hasan.
That's the difference.
I think like also a very important question too is why are we giving rights to immigrants? Because we're giving Hasan, if he's not, and I don't know if he is, but if he's not a citizen, why are we giving him our constitutional rights? He shouldn't have any.
It's because he is a citizen, even though his loyalties are not here. So his parents are foreign, but his mom came here, had him, so he is technically a citizenship.
He's what's it called? Like
anchor baby?
Anchor baby. So he's an anchor baby.
Yeah, Hasan is an anchor baby. And he if I recall, in chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because this is the sort of stuff I don't want to get wrong, because if I'm gonna be like talking mad shit on these people, I want my information to be correct. So he was born here, went back to Turkey, lived most of his young life in Turkey, then came back to America for, I believe, college, and has been here ever since. Of course, he has no concept of American values. He actively wants to destroy the West.
That's so stupid. That's retarded.
Yeah, he grew up in Turkey, but he was born here, so he has citizenship. It is, in my opinion, people like that need to have their citizenship stripped away. Especially for someone like you, who you came here when you were 16, 17, something like that, and you actually assimilated, became a citizen, the whole nine.
Hasan's working for
First,
the Republicans. He's helping them, honestly.
First, Matt, he wants to stand his ground and have the cops come.
That's true, actually. Actually, you know what? You know what? Good point. Good point.
Convention. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's not even Turkish interest in mind. I mean, I don't know, right? Let me see this.
Yes,
Hasan
I mean,
appears on stream with Jarrett Mackey again, who was arrested for making bomb threats after last appearing.
You can chill here. I mean, I have Kat and everyone else come to. I mean, like, no one's here besides me. Okay, let's show that. No one uses the room.
Oh, guys, why does everybody keep calling me a terrorist? Why does everybody call me a terrorist? Oh, no. What is this here? Can I find this? Detroit City FC staffer making bomb and shooting threats through businesses. So this is the guy that he's Okay, right. Yeah, you're going to be on this guy's stream? Of course.
Wow.
This is what they are. This is what they are. This is the core and the main position of all of their values.
Yep.
They are literally, if they are not terrorists themselves, they are supporting terrorists. They are fundamentally un-American, and a lot of them need to be deported or put in jail. That's the way I see it. They aren't hiding it anymore? No, because there's enough.
No, deported and put in jail. Deported to Venezuela or some shit and put in one of their jail. I don't want them sucking up our tax dollars and our jails. Deport them and then have them go to a jail in a different fucking country.
Yeah. I did come across I think it was like yesterday, because I get the news alerts from the Department of Justice, and they were revoking somebody's citizenship. I don't think it was a naturalized citizenship from the little blurb that I read. But now I'm curious. I want to go back and kind of figure it out, because he has a point there.
Yeah, citizenship should absolutely be able to, like, humans used to do this thing back in the kings and queens days called exile. You were kicked the fuck out of your homeland. Like, even if you were born here.
Yeah.
Even if you're a citizen, you were born here, I think you should be able to be fucking exiled. I am A-okay with stripping people of their citizenship and sending them elsewhere.
Yeah. I'll have to look at it, because I've been so busy I didn't get a chance to, but I think I saved the email.
I would love to know.
Where they're doing it. And I don't know, like, I will vote for, here's my position. I will vote for whoever will take the most draconian measures against these people.
You remember what I said 2 years ago? Remember what I said 2 years ago about if Hitler came back and he said, I will solve this, that everyone would vote for him?
That's really one of my red lines.
I
don't care what
because it's the reason why and this is, again, what I said, is how you get to that point again, is when don't allow any moderate option. Like, you don't actually try to solve this, that people are going to get so fed up at the crime, at all of the the race war shit. People are going to get so fed up with all of this, being told that they're terrible because of their skin color, terrible because of their gender, terrible because they want what's best for the country, that at some point you're just going to get a person that says, hey, listen, man, I'm American, and fuck all of them. Like, if you make me fucking King President Führer, I will fucking destroy all of these people, and I will fix everything. And this is how you get this happening. And I've been saying this for years.
Want to do? I will vote for you. Whoever is the most extreme, I will vote for that person. These people are an existential threat to the country, and they are an existential threat to Western civilization. And they need to be treated that way.
Fuck, actually, hold on, wait. I can't be talking about this on this number episode. Okay, guys, I take it back, guys. I can't.
Until they're acknowledged and treated that way, we can't have any discussions about unions or trans rights or gay rights or anything else. We can't have any of that. And the reason why is because these people will hold.
We don't need any of that anyway, by the way. Trans people don't deserve rights. Just saying.
Hold it hostage for their foreign interests. That's the reason why. The funny thing is, college Democrats let in Jarrett Mackey, the guy who gave a guided tour to Hasan in Michigan, the same guy who was later arrested for making bomb threats to a dozen different locations.
I was curious.
So they let this guy in instead. Oh my God. There he is.
Bro, the left loves their fucking
sad.
Terrorists.
Really
they do.
Sad. Who the fuck is Leaf? Crazy? Why is he not in jail? Because we haven't elected that person
Exactly.
yet. That's the reason why. We have not elected that person yet. When we do, it will be over. All of these problems will be gone.
We need this
it's
to
actually
happen,
crazy
dude.
how easy it is to solve these problems. So this is them doing damage control. Individual members of the College Democrats of America Convention attended speakers and not official spokespeople for our organization.
Who the fuck is Lee?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they obviously are. Why was Omni Liberal and Arodaris kicked out from the event? They are real Democrats, unlike Hasan. Hasan refused to support the Democrats and is un-American. True. Can you explain to me why a person who did not endorse VP Harris and refused to endorse and vote for Newsom in a hypothetical Newsom versus Vance matchup would be acceptable at the conference? Do you view it wise to signal boost people who discourage voting for the Democrats?
East Patrick Henry College is like doing one
classic.
East Patrick Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters.
I heard this before.
This is what I'm talking
You know what WASP is, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard this before.
about. This is how you get extremism, man. This is what I'm talking about.
In some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately.
This is what I mean, guys. This is why I like just letting them talk. For everyone that wonders, like, Leaflet, why do you keep debating these people? Why do you keep baiting these people into saying what they believe? This is exactly why. It's exactly why. Because if you had time to sit there and listen to what they're saying, this is why I boost them. When people are like, Leaflet, why are you boosting these people? Why are you letting these people on your show? Why are you boosting them? This is exactly why. Because you just let them talk and then they do this to themselves.
Them away from the broader society.
That's right. Him saying that
Patrick
it is,
Henry
the
College
lesser
is
of,
like-
it is the lesser of two evils for white Christian women to be raped other than non-white, non-Christian women. He said that on Twitch. He didn't get suspended for it. And as of no surprise, oh my God.
Nobody's surprised.
With the suit. Oh my God. This is just crazy. What are we doing? It's so embarrassing. So the same logic of Pakistani man. What is this here? Throw them back to Pakistan? Well, yeah. I mean, if somebody from Pakistan is causing problems here,
Sevi,
then
you know what PBBL
yeah, I would send them back.
No.
Pretty big booty Latina.
Oh, that's
to Pakistan. Yeah, for sure. I would. Absolutely. Immediately. We're not authoritarian guys. Yeah, man. Just trying to look like Stalin or something. I guess so. But this is it. I mean, I can't imagine being a woman and watching this guy. Whenever, if you're white, he thinks it's better for you to get raped than somebody who's not. That's
which is crazy because white women are the demographic of women that watch it the most. Have you ever met a fucking Nubian queen, Sevi, that says they're a fan of Hasan Piker?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. They're too busy world starring each other to actually watch his content. Like
crazy. Yeah, I wish he had Stalin's motion. Stalin did have crazy. He did have motion. He did. You're right about that. What I feel like it's gonna be a North Korean Hasan stream in the foreseeable future. Maybe, I don't know, but yeah, not some Pakistani man. All of them. Oh, I have no idea. I mean, I don't even know what we're talking about Pakistan for. Right? This has nothing to do with Pakistan. But like just in general, what is this here? Most watched streamers. Oh, is this me? Wow, I'm still number 4.
Damn.
Oh my God. How am I still number 4? I'm the most watched streamer, or one of the most watched streamers that's on. Holy shit. I mean, Peanut's cooking, by the way. Look how well he's doing. 128 million watch hours. That's crazy. He's been online so much too. Like, as I said,
I would love for Hasan to go to Kick. I would love to see what his numbers would be on Kick, because Kick is, of course, super right wing. And I mean, that's the fucking best thing about it. Like, I would love to see, because I bet he would have sky high numbers of people just destroying him. I disagree with Lee's platforming argument, because there's too many stupid people who would listen to Hasan or Destiny and think smart person I should support. No. I think you're. I mean, you can still disagree with it, but I think you're misunderstanding. When she's platforming them, it's to get the word out to the normies, because those people, that they're going to be gravitating towards Destiny or Hasan anyway. Destiny and Hasan already have massive audiences. Leaflet showing this off to her majority right wing, or at least libertarian viewers, is not going to create new Hasan fans. It's just going to expose more to the people that were likely neutral.
Before, I'm very happy to see a lot of new guys that are successful. This is great. But anyway, it's fine. You know what I want to eat, girl. Oh my God, what is this here? And so, what about your 24/7 channel? I don't know about that. I haven't seen it. Yeah, what is this here? This is Destiny's friend, full blown out panic at the conference, trying to keep him out. Okay, let me. I'm waiting to see if there's a couple more of these clips because I do think this is like it's very.
Can you go to my favorite pizza place, Comet Ping Pong? I have many good memories there.
Do you get that joke?
No.
Comet Ping Pong is where Pizzagate happened.
Oh, interesting.
All the trafficked,
Yeah.
children and whatnot.
Yep.
Stop making excuses. You're just scared. You are a coward.
Oh, they're deliberating. They're talking together. They're talking to each other.
Oh my god.
Crazy person.
That's what's happening. They're talking to each other from the fucking window.
As it always wins.
There's no shot.
Get him.
It's like SpongeBob and
Turn off
Plankton.
stream and go back in there and do it for Kaya and dance a bit.
Oh my god, dude.
Jesus, man, not even allowed inside of the convention. It's actually crazy that we're in a position now where they're letting somebody who openly says they hate liberals and they hate Democrats. This person is now making and also they're making the calls, not even the event organizers themselves.
That's so crazy.
Isn't that
man.
insane? I don't even know what to say. Yeah, Destiny's actually Voldemort. LSF is removing any threads about this regarding to Hasan. Well, I think that's, again, I would be okay with LSF doing that because they just simply don't want to have politics on there. I think that really politics is I don't think politics is good.
LSF just is live stream fails.
Okay.
It's a subreddit where people end up if they fuck up on a live stream, but the rules there is no politics. You can find some funny shit on LSF.
For
Nice.
LSF. I don't. I feel like if you have politics on LSF, everything is about politics. So I would just remove it and just not have it be involved, period.
Yeah, it's fair, yeah.
The Cosby shit, I don't know. I mean, all of this is it's all a show, guys. It's all a show. I wouldn't take it too seriously. Transgender funeral going into the mail.
Dude, did you know that there was somebody saying this was AI? I blasted them on Twitter because they got community noted. I was laughing so fucking hard. Let me find the tweet.
Please do. I did see people saying, and I kind of agree with it, so many memes have come to life lately. Because again, this looks like the blue hair tranny meme of the crying and whatnot. There's so many memes that happen in real life. It does actually start looking like simulation theory is real. Because it's basically the code correcting itself.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. Oh my goodness.
This is the kind, bro. It's this is the kind of shit that. What is this written by Kojima? Goddamn, bro. What is this ironic?
No.
Oh, dude. She hit her post. She hit her post.
No way.
No way.
You sent her so far into the shadow realm, she deleted the post.
No. She made every single one of her posts protected.
Oh, you put her to the shadow realm where she went protected.
Oh, come on, dude. All right, I'm gonna give you the link because I'm not using my usual stuff, so it won't show properly. But I put the link in the private chat.
Yeah, hold on, let me pull
because
it
it
up.
has the thing. But dude, she was getting hammered in her comments.
All right. The fact this video is so clearly AI, it even has the yellow Studio Ghibli filter on it. Yeah, it's being presented to you as news. We're so cooked. This appears to be authentic. You have UCFPD body cam from February 5th, 2025. The arrest of Jarrett Vick, not AI. Court records, mugshot, and police details match. Vick was charged and interviewed by media. All right, so it's at Star Dewey. Oh, what a gay ass name.
Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah.
Full on locked down.
Yep.
Oh, what a fucking bitch.
I am so glad I took a picture because I didn't want to quote tweet her because I didn't want to give her the engagement.
Right.
Yeah. So I was like, I'm just gonna take a picture and then make a completely separate post altogether.
That's amazing. Well done, babe.
That's hilarious.
This is some kind of fucking movie thing.
I know, right?
Yeah, what a legend.
It
Perfect
feels that
humor.
way.
Yeah, how is this possible? And you would enjoy it? Yeah, meta level humor. Oh my god. Okay, and let me see. This is
Ben Shapiro
like
says
the
Greeks
Odyssey,
are
right? And okay, let me scroll down. Not even the LARPer vest. I'll see if there's any more comments that made about this. I think it's really funny this has happened. And what is this?
Sex pestiny, sex pestiny, sex pestiny, sex pestiny, sex pestiny, Epstein's cyberstalk.
I like how
enemies.
he's saying it with me, by the way, on
sense
the
of
screen.
community that you arrive at in places like Sex Pestiny's community are entirely designed around enemies. Sex Pestiny, Sex Pestiny, Sex Pestiny, Sex Pestiny, your favorite
I mean, like, isn't his entire community based off Israel being the enemy? Like, what do you mean?
content.
Well, I love that he's saying like sex pestiny over and over when the new I think it was not New York Post. No, maybe the New York Post wrote a scathing article about how a bunch of people that know Hasan it wanted to remain anonymous, but they opened up and like basically did an expose on him, and he himself is his sexual appetite is quite voracious, and apparently he likes sending women not good pictures.
Creator has deep envy and resentment for. Attack him. Sex pestiny, sex pestiny, sex pestiny, sex pestiny. Attack him. You're attacked.
And here's one thing that I think this is a very interesting way to look at it. Would Hasan support a candidate that was for Medicare for all, that was for ICE reform, that was for all of these things, but also supported Israel?
Interesting.
Would he support that candidate? He would not. Everybody knows he would not, because that is the main issue for him. That is the issue on which he will never compromise. Every other issue serves as a vehicle to that issue.
Attacking him to do politics. And I see this. See this all the time with, again,
the only thing he
Epstein's
cares about.
fan base, right? Sex pestinies.
He doesn't just want healthcare.
Sex pestiny, sex pestinies, sex pestinies, sex pestiny, sex pestiny, and sex pestinies, sex pestinies. I think it's silly and I think it's toxic in general. Sex pestiny.
Oh my God, Jesus! There's a lot of these. And
yeah, just do that for 2 minutes straight. That is too much.
Anyway, let me scroll down and see if there's anything else here. This guy was literally shaking after getting threats from this person. These guys honestly treat Destiny like Voldemort. It's insane. Yeah, I mean, that's really it.
I actually
But,
says
I guess we're gonna have to find out. He's backtracking because he's offended or pissed. You're platforming him.
How did we get to the point, guys, where we're defending Destiny? Like, this is unreal.
Almost done, Dax.
Like, can you like imagine like how cooked this is? Like, this is so cooked.
Yeah, again, like this is it. Oh my God. It is really, it's very disappointing that we have a Democrat Party that's been taken over by terrorist supporters, by foreign terrorist supporters who want to take advantage of the United States.
I'm not surprised. They're weak.
Go on. What was that?
No, I'm not surprised. They're weak.
They are weak, but because there's been such bad PR with the current administration, I actually do think Democrats are going to take it in the midterms. Like, it doesn't matter how evil these motherfuckers are. I still think they're going to win because the Trump administration's got such bad fucking PR. We are in for terrifying times.
Used to have a strong Democratic Party that represented a lot of very good ideals. And now that Democrat Party has been completely taken over by mentally ill identity politics and foreign Middle Eastern identity politics.
Like, because the thing is like, even if you could disagree with them before, right? It was like, the disagreement would be like, yeah, we want the same thing, but I think this is like me speaking to like a classical liberal or whatever, right? I want the same thing as you. I just think that the way that you're going about it doesn't account for human incentive, and it's just not a good idea because it's not going to get the result. Now, we don't even really remotely want the same thing. It's not even close. Like, it's like, I want the opposite of what they want, actually.
It's really sad. It is. It's so sad. It's so annoying. I was a Democrat. I agree. I can't associate with them anymore. I don't think anybody can really.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like a lot of people don't. Like, the thing is that while a lot of people don't like the Republicans, even more people don't like the Democrats. I think that's really the difference that a lot of people don't realize. It's not a matter of like, oh, well, a lot of people don't like Republicans. Yeah, but even more people dislike Democrats.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Leafit?
I think that's pretty fair sentiment from Asman. That's crazy. What a crazy arc that we're living in, man. like, dude, and I mean, I keep saying it. Yuri Bezmenov was right, man. Like, they
he
fucking
was.
got us, man. They got us bad.
Guys, two retards fighting. I bet this is only going to get better. I bet Destiny is going to be freaking out on X. Asmongold's going to do a bunch of responses. We're going to have fun tomorrow. Tomorrow, the lunch hour should be at its normal, regularly scheduled time. I am thinking about moving the lunch hour going forward to 3 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. I'll probably put a poll. I'll put a poll in the chat and on the Discord because I wonder if that would be better. And then we're gonna wrap up if you guys remember the Discord, we're about to do a watch party. Let's do this poll real quick. Should lunch hour move to 3 p.m.?
I'll do it on Kick.
Oh, thank you.
There we go. 3 p.m.
Central.
Like forever or like just...
going forward.
Okay.
What is that in British? It is 6 hours ahead, so 9 p.m. It'd be 9 p.m. in British. Yeah, this is 6. I didn't specify. I should have said 3 p.m. Central. Another epic stream. Thank you. I appreciate it. Before you guys get out of here, make sure you vote. That would be much appreciated. I'll also be putting it in the Discord. And yeah, we will be headed over to the Discord right when this ends to the watch party. We're watching Hudsucker Proxy. Should have started 2.5 hours ago, but this stream was vibing. I had to keep it going. So it's like, yeah, people are voting. It's going. It's mostly going yes. So 3 p.m., that would be 4 p.m. Eastern. It would be 1 p.m. Pacific. And nobody cares about Mountain Time. That'd be 2 p.m. Mountain Time. And while this poll is live, we're going to wrap up. Babe, tell people who you are, what you do, the whole 9.
Yep. I'm Sevi. I'm a gamer. I'm a lawyer. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to be doing either a stream, but I can't remember if Marvin is celebrating one of the milestones. So I might be doing that for a bit and then going into my stream.
Marvin is celebrating a milestone.
Yeah, so I just couldn't remember if it was this week or next week. And I asked him, he has an answer, so I'll text him instead.
Yeah, find out. Also, I don't know if me and Marvin follow each other because he invited me on the stream, but I don't know if he has a way to send me any info.
I'll send it to you.
Cool.
So that's gonna be because I know he said I think it was like 8 p.m. or something, but I'll give you the details. I'll figure it out. I stream every day, 7 p.m. Central Time. Come and hang out with me.
You'll love to see it, guys. It's me, videos and streams every day. I'll be putting some information. I'll be putting the poll in the Discord as well. Vote on that, and we are going to go watch. We're gonna do the watch party. Let me get a raid set up for those of you guys that are not in the Discord. Become a member. Join the Discord. That would be awesome. And I will. We're going to be raiding. We're gonna raid Cine on YouTube. We're going to raid ABF on Kick. That's what we're gonna do because I want to spread the love and ABF. I want to see his Kit channel grow. So, Cinevere save. Like I said, we'll raid ABF. Make sure to say Vital Idol raid, guys. Thank you so much. Until next time, it's all here in the Nerdosphere. This has been Words of Paradise. Deuces.